Okay. I'm live now. All right. I've had a bit of a problem with the internet connection, so I apologize. I had to restart the router and everything. What the hell's going on? My fucking hat's all over the place. I don't know what's going on today. Oh, all right. All right. Let me get raindrop in and a couple of people. Can someone time up that Sophia and block that little Padida? Anyone's got a thingy? Can you time out Sophia has a whatever? Going to be a bit of a weird show today. Let me just get out a couple of. Let me get the StreamYard link. StreamYard. Do you know what, man? I need to be able to get in contact with certain people, but raindrop first. Raindrop, here you go. Yours is there. Banksy. Let's see if I can get Banksy on. Banksy, and here's Banksy. I need to be able to get in contact with Simon. I actually haven't got. Yeah. So Phil Mitchell's. Oh, Phil Mitchell, Speaker's Corner. We salute you. Stop drinking though, Phil. Rayon, big up, big up. Entrap Minds. Yeah, I wasn't actually Punjabi timing. I had to restart the goddamn computer and the router and stuff. Around my sister's, it's just not working properly at the moment. I don't know why my hat's all over the place. Let me just get this hat straight. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm using. Is it this thing? Okay. Yeah, things have been a bit heated. I'm not gonna lie. The finger spect is getting irate. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have a shave. I'm gonna trim up tomorrow. I know. Let me be a hermit for a couple of days. I like to leave my beard out for a bit. I know. Let's let it grow for a bit. Time out. And can you hide that nutcases thingy? Let me have a look. I need to try and sign in on my Twitter account, but I can't remember the goddamn. Thingy. Where is Simon? That nutcase. Simon. Right. So I can't remember what I used. Artist. Speaker's Corner was insane today. I'm not gonna lie, man. It was a freaking madhouse. I think I need to go back to make it. Oh no. All right. So that's not the right one. What did I freaking do? I can't get back into my goddamn. God, I can't get back into my Twitter account because I can't remember the password. I'm not gonna email. If anyone's got Simon's. God, I can't remember what Simon's thingy is. Yeah. All right. I don't know how I'm going to do this because I can't actually. I can't actually remember my Twitter thingy. So where's Simon? Let me ring Simon. Let me see where that nutcase is. Whether he's even free. Simon. Oh, he's here. Oh, you're in the chat. That's weird. Yeah, I can't seem to log back. I'm around my sisters. I can't seem to log back in. Can you email me, please? Can you email me? I'll send you my email in the chat. And I'll send the link via email. Right now, yeah, the chat right now in the thingy. You do have an email account, don't you? I hope you do. All right, so Let me just get. Hey, have you got any videos you want to share about it? Because I don't know why I'm so tired from arguing and winning. I'm actually exhausted at the moment. So let me just thingy. Oh yeah, I don't know why I'm talking to you on it. Let me. You're in the chat anyway, so I can just communicate it that way. Yeah, I'm going now. Hello. I'm off. Bye. That's why I hate phoning people. How annoying. You artist at yahoo.co.uk. Yeah, so do you know what? Yeah, I'm getting sick of my goddamn hat being bent. Why can't I get it straight? Oh, God. Okay. So is JK's in the house. JK! Big up to JK. Trying to think. All right, let me just check if I can get. God, tired, man. I don't know what's wrong with me. Is he? Hurry up and thingy. All right. So let me just go over. So earlier today, things got a bit heated on Dan's channel. I'm going to kind of go over it. Are the infamous headsets at home? Couldn't be bothered to bring it today. So got heated on Dan's channel with a sellout spect. And let me say, sellout spect was very agitated. Not going to lie. He seemed like he'd been kind of like losing for so long. He's given up the will to pretend anymore to be righteous. And you know what? That's kind of my aim. I want to show people the real finger spect. Yeah, and the way to do that is just to slowly chip away at the false facade of righteousness. And unfortunately, in order to do that, I've got to be a grade A prick. Yeah. And you know what? It comes naturally for me. I don't even have to try. You know, but if I do start trying, it's going to get peak. Because if I actually really become a prick, rather than just like doing it naturally, yeah. And if you see me putting something like in my mouth, it's not cocaine. It's actually, oh yeah. No, you got to eat. Oh, all right. Sorry, you did. Sorry, I was about to shout at you, man. Sorry, Simon. I'm about to shout at you, man. About to shout, Simon. All right, I've sent it now. There you go. There you go. Actually, have I sent the right link? I think I have. Invite. That should be the right one, I hope. Okay. Okay. Okay, I didn't actually title the show, although I agree with it, yeah. Manny titled the show, but it's a good title, so I kept it, yeah. You know, the legend called the Raj. Yeah, I am a legend who's still alive, so yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. So let me just advertise this thing. Raindrop, where are you, Raindrop Body? We'll talk about a few issues. I'm going to go over my decision making to kind of move from the Tommy Robinson movement and explain my decision making, why I've done it. The timing, it's not because of the LBJ Takeover thing. Yeah, it's actually just a coincidence that it happened on that day, because I actually didn't even know about it until later. And I actually told Zabida like 2 days ago that I was going to do it. So she's proof. I said it on Real Maggie's live stream that I was going to do it, and that was even before I knew about Tommy Robinson and that, and his new movement and stuff like that. Didn't even really know about it. So it's nothing to do with the LBGTQ or anything. Simon's here. All right, let's get him in.
Hey,
I might as well close it then. I don't know. No, I'll leave it open for a minute. Might as well let them see the fat. I'm getting fat, you know. I need to.
Go jogging.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm actually no. When I go back home, I'm gonna start to exercise. Obviously, get back to my ideal weight. But why not, man? I'm like a hermit in this place. I'm letting my beard grow, getting fat, just chilling out, munching all day. You know, just chilling out, man. What's happening, Simon?
Well, I don't know. I had a little look down the park this afternoon. So hello, Steve.
Did you go?
Yeah, just for a little while. Fucking Isabella was still there. Isabella was sitting in the. She was sitting in the pathway for about an hour.
Yeah. I saw it. I saw her rolling about and stuff. I'll be honest with you, it did look quite funny, but there is a serious note to it.
There is. I thought they should have got her out of there a lot faster. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't know if you really remember the other time to try to get her out, and she had to be kind of handcuffed and stuff like that, and it went real bad. So with her, I have to admit, I was watching it, and on the one hand, I found it quite humorous, but on the other hand, I had to control myself and say, okay, this is very serious. Like, you know, this lady's very seriously ill. Yeah, bet up to Betty's closet, man. If she wants to jump on,
Betty, love.
I'm gonna give her a link. If she wants to jump on, she's kind of busy at the moment, but I'll give her the link anyway. Hopefully I'll get Raindrop on and talk to him. You heard the news that I've kind of moved on from Tommy Robinson. You've heard that, haven't you?
Yes. It seems there's a lot of that about.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that I no, but the difference is a lot of people have moved because they feel like he's too in line with the Jews, and that he was they've left for other reasons. For me, I just feel like I'm getting too boxed in with all the bullshit. Do you understand?
Well, unlike the other lot, I don't know if you're forced to agree with every point. Do you know what I mean? At least you can work with the points that you agree with. If you find something too extreme, it's better to be independent and to just say what you agree with. You don't have to be part of it.
I haven't actually kind of said that I think he's racist or anything like that. I still stand my ground that I think he's done a lot of good, and that he's done what he had to do, but he's not perfect. He's done a lot of mistakes. But I was more kind of getting annoyed with the infighting and having to constantly kind of go, oh, are you Tommy Robinson Sivnat? Or are you Mark Collette Ethno? And I don't want to be part of that, if I'm being honest with you. I'm getting sick of it, yeah. So everybody for me, I need to just be able to say, okay, I'm not with either side. I agree with Tommy Robinson more than I do, obviously, with the other side. But I want to kind of just be my own man and do my own thing.
It's the safest thing. You don't have to be forced to be a Sivnat or an Ethno because some big Indian and some ex-DJ have decided that they're going to burn down the fence, and you are either with us or against us. Even today on Ralph's stream, Unwashed was there going, destroy all Sivnats, and it's like, destroy them? How are you going to convert them to your side? How is that an argument?
Who said that?
Unwashed.
Oh yeah, that nutcase as well. He's rejoicing like, oh, you've left. I'm like, dude, man, calm down.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to bring someone to your side of the argument by saying you will join us, because people, with any sense of fucking their own, there's plenty of people who will not be forced to join your camp, or you are the enemy. And who the fuck is this? That's just maybe Lister thinks he's a real life pirate that you have to walk the board. If you don't join, walk the board. Yeah, so maybe he's in some deluded kind of deluded state that he's actually a real pirate, goddamn Jack Sparrow or something, and he's gonna take over. But yeah, I think for me, I'm actually relieved to do it. I've been thinking about it for a couple of weeks, and I did it. The reason I didn't do it before is because it was kind of I didn't want to seem like I'm chucking Tommy Robinson under the bus, because I'm not, because everyone else is moving, and I feel like, okay, I don't want to do that. But when I'm just constantly having to argue about
grooming gangs, supporting Tommy, blah blah blah.
Yeah, mainly about the situation about okay, are you a Civ Nat with Tommy Robinson or are you a FNO Nat? And I'm like, dude, like I don't really care in that enough, yeah, to keep on talking about it. So I have to. Oh, Shirky Stevens. Oh, Shirky Stevens in the house. Might get him on later. You're gonna have to email me, Bargy. Email me if you want to jump on. He's another Sikh who had the guts to jump on. We did argue. You know, like I always argue with someone first. Yeah, that's kind of my initiation.
You need to get the blood pressure up.
Yeah, so we started arguing. I was like, and he was arguing with me. But I kind of appreciate people that can speak their mind. You understand? Even if I don't agree with them, they have the guts to kind of say, Raj, I don't agree with this and that. And obviously, I was going to put the dark and then afterwards, we're all right now. So if he wants to jump on, obviously, the stream is only limited to 6 people. So, Simon, you have permanent residency. Yeah. So we won't chuck you out because obviously, you know, me and you are good kind of like, you know, partners in crime in hosting. And obviously I need that. Don't want to leave it with some unreliable little boring little twat. You can't keep a conversation going. So I need to make sure you got Ultra, that goddamn. I do want to bring Ultra Funky on here, but he's everywhere. He's everywhere, like every channel going, I am the atheist. I'm the most well-behaved person on the net. Atheism is the way. And then in a way, I kind of agree with him because he's actually the most well-behaved person on the net, but he's also the most demonic. So how do I play this? So I'm not going to give him no more propaganda. But if he wants to jump on for a bit later, but I can actually chuck him in the back chat now, so I might actually let him on just to do that. Yeah, just let him on. They keep on checking him back. Yeah. I don't know if you heard earlier. I was on Dan's early on at Titans TV, and yeah, it went real.
What happened?
Yeah. Well, the normal. I jump on, and everybody's just gunning for me, like rah, 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 rah. That's all I hear. Yeah, but the interesting thing was more to do with Raspect or sellout spect. He's very triggered at the moment. Like I've not seen him like this triggered before. Yeah, and I'm going to kind of go into the reason why he's triggered in order to trigger him more. Yeah,
I haven't really been keeping up with this, I have to say, because yeah.
yeah. So what's starting to happen here is that so-called Sikhs here are trying to kind of like, you know, intimidate me into not going speaker's corner, like. And it's obviously to do with Raspect because he went to my local temple. My mum goes. It's not my local, but it's another temple that my nephew, my mum, my brother go. I don't go there that often because obviously it's too far. It's only 10 minutes away, but that's too far for me. Yeah, I can't be traveling. And so he met up and he told them that I was a rape and paedophile apologist.
This is the most common thing on the internet at the moment. I'm not joking. Somebody was in tears on Discord the other night. Someone who was included in the same round of paedophile accusations as Lister and Banksy from the same set of hypothetical questions, which were then cut out of context by the Ralph propaganda machine. Ricky.
Is Banksy in that getting gunned by Ralph as well?
No, but no, what I'm saying is these paedophile accusations, they're just fucking ridiculous. And at the moment, they're going on the Discord thing. Three people from one server have just been called paedophiles, and then one person, and then the two for defending him and mediating. It was based off a speaker's corner discussion, and now they're paedophile apologists. I interjected in the conversation, and I've just been called a paedophile for being gay. Literally, well, you're gay, you're a paedophile.
Obviously, you know.
And I could literally fucking throttle someone at the moment. I'm just like, you what?
Oh, don't say the name. Don't say the name. Come on, man. We're in enough trouble. So,
it's a discount furniture warehouse in Norfolk.
What does that mean? I don't do anything mad, man. Don't do anything mad. You know. Yeah. So the story, I mean, basically, like, things like are getting a bit silly here. But I'm gonna say something like, I'm a type of person that, like, if you push the line, I'm not gonna back down. I'd rather let the whole place burn down. You understand?
Yeah.
This is the problem with a lot of people. Yeah, they get kind of like pushed about, and then what they'll do, they'll capitulate at some point, and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't." And like, I'm like, "All right, I'll capitulate, but I'm gonna burn down everything at the same time. Like, let everything just drop. Yeah, because then I'll be at least if I'm gonna be the one that's been destroyed, you're gonna be destroyed with me at the same time. Yeah, and I'm not even joking about that. Yeah,
Raindrops here.
Oh, raindrops in the backdrop, is he? Raindrops in the backdrop.
Sufi specs.
Good job, Baji. How long are you here for, raindrop? He's always delayed, man. I'm sure he's on some like kind of like, oh, what's happening? Raindrop. Oh, he's embarrassing the Sikhs now.
Big up, Paji,
big up,
Raj, big up, Simon, big up.
How long are you here for? Because then I'll do what I can when you're on here about certain things.
So I'm gonna be in and out because I have like stuff to do. So maybe I'll be here for 20 minutes and then I'll just come back if like just drop in and out. Did you check my message in the back chat?
All right. Oh yeah. So I actually need to check it. So Yan of China has made a very good point that I am prophetic. I'm prophetic, not pathetic, but prophetic for my views because I was wearing the mask before everybody else. So yeah, big up to myself for prophesizing the coronavirus. You know that there's been more cases of the coronavirus in the UK now. I think there's up to 25 now.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit. Like America's really screwed too because they don't have enough what do they call them? Those masks. Like, like I don't think Donald Trump is the best person to be in charge of this thing. So it's like I don't know. I mean, we didn't have I don't think there's many cases here in America, but people are kind of freaking out. Like in the stores and shit, they're all packed because in America they have this prepper culture, So they're just, buying like 100 packs of water, like 200 packs of,
why don't we just like put Yan and Chinese people into like some kind of house?
It's all Yan's fault.
Let's get Yan. I'm only joking, Yan. I mean, while you're on here, I'm just gonna quickly just go over I spoke to Bups earlier on the phone. Bups from Speakers Corner.
Yeah, big up both.
Yeah. So there's this kind of like Raspek is getting proper shook, and he's like, "I'm gonna call Bups." I phone Bups up, and Bups don't give a shit about that guy. Yeah.
No, but see, I don't understand this. Okay, please explain it to me. How does a grown-ass black man go to a Sikh temple to tattletale that someone is calling him finger bingy? This is just so pathetic, dude.
Could you synopsize this again for me? Because I didn't fully get it on the phone yesterday. Could you?
All right.
From what I understand, Raspek went to a Sikh temple. The Sikh temple.
Don't tell people we talk. Simon, don't tell people we talk on the phone.
They'll think there's something going on.
They're gonna be like, "Oh, you're talking to a gay man. There must be something going on." Yes, you can talk to a gay man and have a conversation, and there not being anything to do with gay.
Am I correct in the description that there's a grown-ass man who's tattletaling to the old Sikh guy that there is a Sikh making fun of me by calling me finger bingy? Holy shit, what the hell's going on, man?
I mean, if it wasn't so stupid, it'd be relatively funny. Oh, big up to Sophia Lewis. Jump on if you can. So let me explain a quick I don't know what I'm talking about. Basically, the situation with Zabida a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you know what happened about Raspek or sellout spec making a whole show defaming Zabida, saying that she was talking about
getting cash off someone.
No. It started with a lady called Queen J. Yeah, she's a regular kind of like mod. Yeah, and she's like one of the most beloved females ever. What a lovely lady! You can't say nothing about Queen J, even though she talks pure trash about me 24/7. And so what happened is that there was a rumor going around that Raspik and her were in a relationship. Yeah. Now, Zabida was told by Raspik a while ago that I'm dating Queen J as a cut, and he said it as a joke, but he said it. So what happened is that I think Zabida might have just mentioned it to somebody else, yeah, and then he done a whole show titled that Zabida is defaming this lady called Queen J because they're not going out, yeah. So it's a lie, yeah, and that she made the lie up. Now, to cut a long story short, he started to attack her mercilessly, yeah, because obviously, you know, when you're in love with Queen J or someone like that, yeah, you're going to be upset if someone said that. So he's acting like he's kind of like a boyfriend scorned, and so he started going mental, yeah, and he doxed her. He says by accident, but it doesn't matter. Her whole home address was there. On top of that, bank details, including sort code, was put out.
Zabida.
Yeah, on the screen. Yeah. On top of that, so they were going through text and stuff, but he didn't edit nothing. On top of that, people started saying in the chat that her home address was a brothel. Yeah, they were like, it's a brothel. We've Googled it.
Zabida, they did that to Zabida.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You say one thing and it becomes internet Chinese
no. So imagine you got her address on the screen, yeah, in a text message, and then somebody said we Googled it. It's a brothel, and so it started going around the chat. It's a brothel. And so then Raspik repeated, people are saying it's a brothel. Now think about it. In the home, there's like 4 women, yeah, and one of them is an elderly lady, yeah. Imagine if some madman went over there and said, oh, someone said it's a brothel, yeah. Also, Zabida was looking after this 65-year-old man, yeah. You know, when she used to do cleaning around his house. He's a white guy. And what happened was that, do you know when Waleed and Zabida split up? Yeah, you know they split up. You know, when he was angry, he said that she slept with a 65-year-old man. Now, he said that in anger, but then told everybody, including Raspik, that was a lie. But what Raspik did, he put up a stream with the picture on the screen for like 3 hours of an old man that with Zabida that she used to look after, insinuating that was a 65-year-old man that she had sex with. Yeah. Then he started dragging in, because the thing is with Zabida, she's had a few issues with her child. I don't want to go too much into it. Then he started to drag her kid into it. The fact that her kid, she kind of has not got full access. So he got real nasty. Now, the reason why it stopped was because God is looking after Zabida. Because I'll play the audio later for you, Simon, so you can gossip a bit. Raspik left his mic on, yeah, and he was talking to this Queen J at 4 a.m. in the morning, and he called her babe, yeah, and then also said that, okay, I've told them that, you know, X, Y, Z, and he also said, we're not in a relationship. We was in, basically he said, we basically implied that they were in a relationship in the past, but not now. So after that come out, he then had a truce with Zabida, yeah, because obviously it finished, but he didn't have a truce with me. Yeah, if I want to talk about it, I'll talk about it. Yeah, he hasn't had a truce with me. Yeah, and I have asked Zabida, I said, if you want me to stop, I might stop, but you know, I'll talk about what I want. And the reason I'm doing this is because this guy has defamed and slandered people for years. And one of the things that he says that to say that what he's doing is legit, he says, if you have proof of something, it's not slander. Yeah. So if you got concrete proof of a recording or something, and I've got concrete proof now that he was speaking to this lady and calling her babe and all this at 4 a.m. in the morning. So I played it. Now the problem now is that obviously he went ape shit and he's just going crazy. And one of the things he did, because I was mocking him and calling him finger spect, yeah, because obviously Waleed said that if they went into a fight, to humiliate him, he would put his finger in, you know what. And obviously, you know, that's disgusting. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I know, Simon. That's like a Friday night out, yeah. I'm sorry.
It's just a good weekend. Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm like, you know, bringing it down to level. So basically, he said that. So Zabida started doing the song. Finger the bingy, finger the bingy, finger the bingy, finger the bingy, finger in his bum, finger the bingy, finger the bingy, finger in his bum. And obviously, you know, I was saying like, okay, I would never let Waleed finger Raspik, yeah. I would never let him finger Raspik, yeah. I
wouldn't even finger Raspik.
Yeah. Well, let's go. Oh no! What did you say? Oh no! Oh
to quote
What
Sargon's.
Oh
To quote,
no!
I'm sorry, I'm just doing Sargon. Sorry.
Oh no! Oh no! Did you say that you wouldn't eat our poor rice, but you got rejected, man? Oh well. So yeah. So then that happened, and then the other situation was that with the Banksy situation about him talking about like he said. Although I strongly disagree with what he said, and I think it was a stupid and disgusting thing. I don't believe he's a paedophile, so I'm not going to go with the flow of other people and say he's a paedophile. So remember, he said that comment about he would draw a 5-year-old, yeah, and he would what over it, yeah.
Sorry, who did what? Which
Banksy said on a live stream to prove a point about cartoons not being real, yeah. It's about drawing.
It was one of those hypothetical questions.
Yeah. So obviously, I disagree with that because you can actually draw. Like I can draw pictures of kids like ultra realistic, and so if you're going to do that, I'd be suspect. So, but what I was saying, I don't believe he's a paedophile, and so for me saying that and still talking to him, he's now told the Sikh community that because I call him Finger Bingy sometimes, and that I'm still talking to Banksy.
You're now a paedophile apologist?
I'm a paedophile apologist and a rape apologist. So what he did, yeah, he went to.
I just guessed that. Yeah, that's what's going on Discord as well. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So he then went to meet some Sikhs at a temple that my mum goes to, my brother and my nephew and stuff. And over there, he met up with some Sikhs and he told them that I'm a rape and paedophile apologist. Yeah, on top of other things. So what people don't understand, this kind of allegation can not only get me attacked. It could actually destroy my family's reputation.
It's very, very serious. I've literally
serious.
I've been called a paedophile within the last hour on Discord by an angry fundamentalist Christian, because, well, not even by association or apologist, just for being a fucking homo. I've just been out in the car park of my estate screaming at the cunt. Do you know what I mean? It seems to be being bandied around really lightly. Paedophile this, paedophile that, paedophile apologist, and it's like it could be life wrecking. It's slanderous.
Yeah, of course. Like I mean, in my community, saying someone's a rape and paedophile apologist.
Sorry, could I just address this? Sonia whatever, who no longer has a spanner, who on the result of Ralpesh, the big-eared Indian cunt, christening me Philadelphia Simon, which is an HIV/AIDS joke. Sonia whatever posted Simon from I Hate It Here spreads AIDS. This is a woman who claims to be a fucking Christian. You are a cunt, Sonia whatever.
All right, so with Sonia whatever, I'm going to have to reassess. If you're doing this kind of stuff, I can't accept it, man. Like, you've been my big supporter and stuff, and I still appreciate the support. But please refrain from doing this. Simon's actually somebody that I know in real life and consider to be a real life person and a friend. So, I'm going to have to weigh up who am I going to support more? And unfortunately, he is somebody that, I know in real life, yeah, and somebody that I respect. Yeah, and I do like Sonia whatever, but that's why I'm a bit shocked about.
Who stabbing demons was the second comment, but the HIV, I'm sorry, that is filtered down from Ralph and from Street Soldier. Not so much England, although he has allowed it to happen on his channel. But when it goes from taking the piss out of Philly side to Simon spreads HIV, you can fuck right off, you cunt. And Sonia, I have screen grabs, and you're in my video. So when you say liar, you're going to look like a cunt, more of a cunt.
All right. Do you want to show it? I don't know whether to go. I don't want to put under the bus, though. Show it to me privately, man.
I will do, but it features strongly in my next video. So evidence, Simon, that you will wait for your evidence, Sonia.
All right.
And you'll think about it.
I thought he was going to say you're going to finger about it. Sorry.
I wouldn't even finger. Sonia,
don't. So what's happened now is that, this has happened and he's done all this kind of stuff. And from that, I started getting threats online saying that if I go from Sikh, saying if I go Speaker's Corner, I'm going to have to take my turban off. I'm going to have to do this and that. And last Sunday, 3 Sikhs actually turned up to Speaker's Corner looking for me, yeah. And so things are kind of escalating, like, to a point where, he's actually going to affect me in real life. Now, the thing about me, yeah, is that when you start doing shit like this, there's only one route. I'm going to just freaking go savage mode.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just going to go savage mode. That's it, man. So there's no way, yeah, because I do not work in your traditional ways, man. Like I showed you with the other situations, when I've been confronted and tried to be intimidated. There's only one route. I don't go backwards. I'll go forwards, and I'll actually go worse. So I'm actually getting, like, sometimes I get bored of Speaker's Corner. The last 5 weeks, I just haven't been able to go because I was ill. Then the park was closed, and then last week, blah blah blah. And today I'm around my sisters, but next week I'm going to be down, hopefully, as long as everything pans out. And I have said, though, so Raindrop, yeah. I spoke to Books as well, yeah, about this situation, and he's in agreement with me that if any Sikhs come down, do you know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
I'm going to say, dude, Bajis, come over here. Let's go and COE. Tell me in front of the camera what you're going to say. No Sikh is going to come down. If you cannot speak on camera, do not bother turning up, because I got a camera that I'll put into your face, yeah, and I'll record you. If you're going to come down to confront me, you better be ready to be on camera. Full stop. Anybody. Yeah, any Sikh that comes down. Oh, Bet you want to go? Okay, let's get Betty on.
Is she in the, I don't know if she's in the back, but she's saying...
No, is she in the back? Because I actually sent her a thingy.
Yeah, get Betty on.
Oh, Betty's in there, man.
I thought so.
Big up, Betty.
There she is.
Hi.
Hi, everyone, man. Big up, man. We'll go over that. I'm gonna kind of go over what happened earlier as well about what's the name, Isabella, but not in a joking way. Please, like, we'll go over it, but let's not joke about it. I want to go over it because Betty actually knows Isabella in real life.
She does need help.
Yeah, and I think like when I was watching it, like, it is a very serious situation. So so when it comes to this, like, when the Sikhs come over, because you know what, Rango, I actually anticipated this move anyway. I just wasn't sure at what time it would come. And do you know what? This is the final kind of boss battle. You understand?
I don't think any Sikh are going to come to confront you, Raj.
No. What I'm saying, whether they're going to confront me or not doesn't matter. I'm ready for confrontation.
Yeah, they won't.
I'm just warning people. If you're now, the 3 guys that come last week, they were actually Amritaris, which meaning they're actually what's it got? They're actually baptized Sikh, yeah. And so I'm going to give them a bit of respect here, in the sense that if they are baptized Sikhs, that's fine, yeah. But for me, like I said, I've had Raj 9.0. Now, for me, if I've got to go savage mode on my own Sikh brothers, I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'm telling you straight now. I'll do the same tactic I've done with everyone else. I don't want to, but if you leave me with no choice, and I'm going to say something to people. Being under pressure in Speaker's Corner with cameras all around you is not easy. Yeah. Do you understand? You know what I'm talking about, Simon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm cut from a different cloth. Yeah, I don't get pressured like you guys anymore. Like, I'm no offense to you guys, but if there's 30 people around me, 40 people around me, 50 people around me, I'm not gonna buck under that pressure. Yeah, what will happen is that I'll do their bestie, and trust me, this is what I'm good at. Yeah, this is what I'm cut out for. I will actually freaking ruin them. Anyone that come up to me to try and do shit. And do you know what the worst thing is, Raindrop?
Yeah,
Raindrop. There was a guy, you know the guys that were going to go last Sunday. Do you know one reason why they're looking for me? Because of Adnan Rashid. Adnan Rashid.
Can I also draw attention to the Sikh Sense guy who was posting stabby emojis the other night?
Yeah, they're Mirpuri, they're not Sikhs. There are a lot of people begging.
Yeah, there's a lot of fake Sikhs. Don't take them seriously, because most of them are actually fake, and they're normally either Pakistani and they're pretending to be Sikh. So that guy's probably one of them.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's his profile name, but he was posting stabby things the other day, and now he's posting Raj got 26 rolling up on him next Sunday.
So let me say something. SC King says Raj is scared. You know what? Yeah, the only people I fear is Sikhs, and you should be fearful of Sikhs, because one Sikh can do more damage than 50,000 Muslims. You understand? Yeah,
but people don't understand.
Yeah, what I'm saying, in terms of fear, I mean respect. I know my Sikh bras here, that you only need 1 year to do damage like me. You only need one of me. You only need one. So when one Sikh turns up, I see him as like 50,000 Pakistanis. Yeah, like I don't see them at the same level. So yeah, I do see my Sikh brothers as more formidable than you guys. You guys are easy to just troll and totally what you could call like totally get into your minds. So don't worry about that, man. For me, all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be going Speaker's Corner every week now, just to prove the point that nobody, not nobody, is gonna intimidate or try and force me out of Speaker's Corner. Yeah. The thing is, yeah, what's so sad though, the guys that were coming down last week Sunday, guess who they were there to defend?
Is that
Adnan Rashid?
Oh fucking hell!
So think about this shit. Adnan Rashid, yeah, the reason I was confused, first I thought they were with Raspik, and they might still be with Raspik, yeah. Sorry if we're talking about this, but I want to talk to Ranger while he's still here.
Yeah.
So when he goes, we'll move the subject on. So I was confused about, because he wrote a comment, yeah, and he said, the way you've treated Adnan Rashid, yeah, is totally despicable, yeah. And I was like, what do you mean?
Fuck Adnan Rashid.
Well, Adnan Rashid said Guru Tegh Bahadur was a killer. And the reason why... So just to explain to Sikhs, yeah, or to anybody, so to anybody that don't realize, so Adnan Rashid is a historical revisionist for Indian history. So one of the gurus, Guru Tegh Bahadur, the 9th guru of the Sikhs, was executed because he was protecting the religious freedoms of the Hindus. Yeah. Now, what Adnan Rashid said in a lecture was that he wasn't murdered for. Sorry, 1 minute. He wasn't murdered for protecting the religious freedoms of what's it called? He wasn't for religious freedoms of the Hindus, but he was executed because he's a murderer, a killer that was going around North India, actually marauding and basically destroying the North India, and he had to be executed because of that. So any Sikh here, and he also said the story of Chote Sahibzade, you know, the young boys that were executed. Yeah. He said that wasn't a true story either. So any Sikh here, I'm going to be honest with you, any Sikh that comes down and said, we're here to defend Adnan Rashid, I'm not, even if I'm going to be honest with you, even if they're Amritari, yeah, baptized, it's going to go left, straight. I'll have zero tolerance for that.
I don't give a shit if they're baptized. If they're defending a turd like Adnan Rashid, that doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not going to tolerate nonsense.
Yeah, so if they come down, so I did speak to the guy, I told him to ring me, because I need to make this one thing clear. If he comes down and says you've spoken to Adnan Rashid like this and you've got to stop doing this, it's going to go totally left, straight. I don't care if they're Amritari, I don't care if they're pillars of the community.
I don't care. That doesn't matter.
For me, it's going to be real peak. I'll go full on savage mode, yeah? So there's no way I'm going to accept that. No man he's coming down to Speaker's Corner from the Sikh community defending a man that is saying that the Gurus were liars and that Guru Tegh Bahadur was a killer, that's why you got executed, is not going to get no respect from me. Yeah.
No way. No, I don't care if they're a Amritari or not.
You know what's so pathetic, yeah? They need Sikhs, yeah, to try and deal with me. One little Sikh.
Well, I mean, don't you know, Raj, that in 1971, there was just a handful of Sikhs and 90,000 Pakistani soldiers surrendered to the Sikhs.
Well, but the thing is,
Did you know that?
Yeah, but it's true, because I'm a social experiment to show people that one Sikh can control the whole Muslim Ummah, or the Pakistani Muslim Ummah, with me. Yeah, they can't take me down by themselves. They've got to have to use everything within their arsenal. And you know what? They're going to foul.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they're going to foul, and it's going to be embarrassing how you foul. Because the thing is, yeah, unless you put me 6 or under or in a cremation, you're not going to be able to stop me. It's as simple as that. Anybody that knows me from before knows what type of person I am. So it's kind of cute, yeah, that you're doing it. I'm not going to lie. I find it kind of cute, yeah. You know, you're doing this, yeah. So it's cute. I'll deal with it how I need to deal with it. But I am going to get Bup. So Bup said he's going to come back in he's gone to Punjab, you know. He's going to India next week. He's going to Holla Mahalla. Raindrop.
Who's going?
Bups. He's going, because I found him earlier. Yeah, because what is it? When
he's going to Anand-Prasad.
I don't know if he's a Anand. Where's the Holla Mahalla normally?
Usually Anand-Prasad.
All right. I'm sorry, Ray. These two are thinking again. What are they talking about? Those bloody Indians? No, we're talking about our thing, man, for a minute. So I spoke to him because Raspik was saying that he's going to bring down, or he's going to speak to Bups here to sort me out and stuff like that. So what's going to happen? I phoned him up just to double check. And obviously he was lying. He's talking shit. So when I spoke to him, I just explained the situation, blah blah blah, and he's the one that told me that okay, if any Sikh comes down to Speaker's Corner, just tell him to go straight onto the camera. Don't talk to them privately. Yeah, just say, look, if you're gonna come down, you're gonna have to go on camera. It doesn't matter, and you're gonna have to do whatever you say for the whole public to see. Yeah, and we'll see how you fare in a public arena, because it's easy to talk, yeah, when you're by yourself one on one. But I'm telling you, man, when you start to talk publicly and your face is out there and you talk bullshit like supporting Adnan Rashid, and then when I tell people what Adnan Rashid said about the Goodalls, I'm telling you, you're going to look stupid. So watch what you do and how you say it. And if you can't show your face and you can't speak on camera, then don't try and speak to me. Yeah, it's not happening. I'm not going to speak to you. I'll be like, no. You're going to have to book an appointment like everybody else, man. So that's the situation. So earlier today, I don't know if you lot heard, Betty, did you, because I'm going to go over the stream later, yeah, with the stream I had with Sellout Spect about slavery, yeah. Did you hear it, Simon and Betty?
Oh God, yeah, that was just amazing, bro. It was shocking. Because see, the thing with Raspect, right, is that he's grown up in England. He's not grown up in America. So in America, I remember when my father, he told me that they would not even allow black people to drink from the same water fountain. This was in the 60s. So to someone in 2020, a black man saying, giving excuses, saying, oh, it's okay that this form of slavery is okay and that form of slavery is bad. It's pathetic. I mean, he's betraying Haile Selassie, all the American activists. He talks about Malcolm X. Dude, Malcolm X would be rolling in his grave. Malcolm X didn't have access to Bukhari or Sunnah.com. He didn't know all this crazy shit. So, they came out from the Nation of Islam and other forms of Islam.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Even I was shocked. But I'm gonna just explain something. When it comes to, Fogha Faz, yeah, he let out, yeah, and I'll go over the audio that Raspect is basically a Muslim, yeah. And I always had my suspicions. That's why I called him Sunni Spect and Pakistani Spect, because his bias was so obvious now. And so, SC King, don't worry about my safety, Pudida. I'm not a little cockroach and pussy-hole like you. Yeah, I know you're scared to look at even your shadow, and so you walk about kind of, I don't know, shitting your pants 24/7. But I'm cut from a different cloth, man. So don't worry about myself, man. Unless you want to be my bodyguard, I'll pay you with baked beans in a day. Yeah, you could take that bullet for me if you want. So when it comes to this situation, I always suspected that Raspect was Muslim for a while, just because of the way he's so. If you say that Prophet Muhammad is perfect, the Quran is perfect, and everything within Islam is perfect, then you have to become Muslim. Otherwise, what you're saying is that you're going against God then, if you believe it to be perfect, yeah? But when, Sir Faz said he was Muslim to stop the beef, because Zabida was whooping his ass all over the ring, I was like, okay, yeah, this kind of confirms it, yeah, that he did take the Shahada, and that he is a Muslim now. That's why he's now made up with See Alive. Random Exposure is now okay with him, and both of those two hated the guy. Now, Sir Fazia then went on to say that what he said was a lie. Yeah. Now let me preface this: the thing that was a lie is him saying it's a lie. The truth is actually that Raspect is Muslim. The reason why the Muslims have not turned on Sir Faz like I thought is because Sir Faz is actually doing taqiyya now. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I just think he's just kind of pretending, or he's dangling that little Muslim card because he wants the Muslim gal. I just think he's trying to get hitched or hooked up, and it's a good, avenue because he has a lot of fans. I mean, look,
I actually think he truly is going that way now because
I think so too.
Yeah.
So do you think it's going to be the next Suleiman holding Uncle Omar's phone?
Yeah, probably. Oh, SC King, what time are you going to the park, pussy? I need to make sure I show the screenshots of you threatening me indirectly, and we're gonna have to make sure that if you do turn up, and you make sure you introduce yourself, pussy. Let me say something, SC King. Make sure, pussy, You come over to me and say, I'm SC King. If you don't, you'll probably ever be known as SC Pussyo. Yeah, because a lot of internet gangbangers think they can talk, and then when they come speakers corner, they stay silent and they don't say nothing to my face, and then they go back home and say, "We met Raj, we met my king, we met my god," and I just looked at him from a distance, salivating. Yeah, so yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, so when it comes to respect, yeah, so I bet you believe he is Muslim now, because I truly believe he is Muslim.
Yeah, I think he's Muslim. I don't believe that he's Rasta.
He's going to be like Zachariah.
Especially when he got found out to be with that Queen J. I don't believe that he's a Rasta.
Yeah. So, Jay, I mean, look, I know people are going to get angry, but let me say something. He put a picture up of me without my turban on, photoshopped with this weird kind of hairstyle. And I'm saying something like, that's a disgrace here, because as a Sikh, I do see my hair as something that is religiously kind of like, a part of my religion. So what it is here, when he did that, he's mocking my kind of religious belief. Now, I'm going to say this, respect, you cut your hair because you're not Muslim anymore. I mean, you're not Rasta anymore. You cut it because you're now a Muslim. Yeah. Now, if you want to go down that route and disrespect me with my hair, and you're putting up pictures of me being disrespectful without my bug on, yeah, because remember, I don't show myself without my turban. So putting that up here shows that that person, respect, has no respect for Sikhs. Because if you'd done that to any other Sikh here, they would have bust his head open. I'm telling you straight now.
Can you imagine the passes someone?
Yeah, could you imagine how disrespectful that is? Yeah, that someone would actually do that. Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable that he would actually do such a picture. And when I start showing the Sikh community that picture, just that picture alone is going to get people in a lot of trouble. I'm telling you.
So he's not Rastafari anymore.
No. I don't believe it. I don't think he's been Rasta for a while, to be honest with you. And I'm going to go over the thing that I finally now. I'll big up to Torek, man. Should I get Torek on as well? Let's get Torek on as well, man. I'll get Torek on. Shall I get Torek on? He needs to email me though.
I remember I saw one of the videos. This has happened a couple of weeks, but he was like ripping. He was ripping Bund. Turok was on fire, man.
Yeah. So email me at Pentacular Artist. So the thing is, for me, I don't respect Respect's locks anymore. Before I didn't go down that route because I thought, okay, he hasn't done nothing about my hair or nothing, and I was like, okay. But now he's gone down that route, and obviously, like, I'm going to make sure that's going to be part of evidence to show Sikhs about the level that Respect has gone to kind of mock my hair and stuff. Yeah, and so, like, no Sikh here would actually agree with that. Only someone who's Muslim or a Pakistani or someone that hates me will be there. Oh, Speaker's Corner's King. Yeah, I'll see you at 4 p.m. Make sure you come over to me and say you're Speaker's Corner King. I'm gonna make you into Speaker's Corner's bitch.
Speaker's Corner's Queen.
I know. I'll walk you around like a kutta. Yeah, I'm gonna walk around like a kutta. Yeah, you know how I normally make people walk around like a dog. Yeah, doing the pilgrimage to the Raj. I'm gonna have you on a leash mentally, and you're gonna follow me. I'm gonna truck down little poo drops, and you're gonna be eating those up, pussy. So I'll see you on Sunday, man. Wait in queue though. I'm gonna have a secretary that is gonna kind of book you in, and then what you have to do is wait your turn, because obviously I'm famous. Like you lot say I'm not, but I am, because they're coming there to see me, so I must be famous. So what can I say? So I'm gonna go. How long you got? Thing. Oh, so Mr. Singh's in the chat. Yeah. Let me say something, Mr. Singh. Yeah. What you said, yeah. Do you know what you said about Zubida's kid, Mr. Singh?
Nope.
So basically, you know, Zubida's had problems with her with a kid who's a 4-year-old kid, and you know she's young. She's only 22. And
but Zubeda, look, the thing with Zubeda, she's a young kid. I don't know why people are so harsh on her.
They were mad yesterday as well because she was having a bit of fun dance or like.
Yeah, what's the big deal, you know?
Yeah. So obsessed with ridiculous.
It's unbelievable, man.
I think that's a fancy the way he fixates on her. I think he might fancy her.
Yeah. Frogger Fires will fancy. I don't know. Another frog or something like that. I don't know, a frog or something. So basically, you know, Zubida, she, like, you know, whatever anyone thinks of her, you know, I get on with Zubida. I don't care what people say. Yeah, people tell me, oh, don't talk to that person, don't talk to that person.
She's
If I
only
get,
only a
yeah,
youngster.
yeah. So if I get on with her, I get on with her. Like, what can I do? I can't help who I get on with. Yeah. So, like, when it comes to children,
Sorry to interrupt, Raj.
yeah,
You've been chatting for a long time, man. Let Betty the second
yeah,
come
go
out.
on, go on, go on, go on, go on.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing was, she was only dancing. We were all dancing. She had the flashing lights on. We were all having a disco in our own private yard. And she said something when she went, I don't know what they're moaning about because I'm actually at home just dancing. And this is it. She's not in the nightclub. And this is what it was just ridiculous the way that Irish convert was fixated on the milkman screaming off. It was just I think some of the fancy. It was weird because it's not like she's in a nightclub. She's not in a nightclub. She's in her own yard, and with the flashing lights kept making me disco. It was like a proper disco because the lights kept flashing. It was just like they don't leave the girl alone. It's too much. That just a weird, and that the Irish convict is a married man. He got some Somalian wife, but he's fixate on a young woman that he's never going to meet. They're just weird.
Oh, the potato guy. He cracks me up.
Yeah. So the thing is that so with Zabida, like she lost custody of her child, yeah, and Raspek, the righteous Raspek, was mocking her losing custody of her child, yeah. And that's no joking matter because, like I said before, I know a lot of people say, "Why do you bring your look?" My sister, yeah, who I'm staying around now, she fell ill when she was younger. 30, and she had to go in hospital for a year. And her father, obviously, the guy that I did bottle him in the head, so and he punched me in the foot. He's actually broken my nose almost. So that guy's a very violent guy, and he actually took the child away and didn't allow her to actually see her kid for like nearly 10 to 11 months. Yeah. And so the thing about that, that you don't understand how painful it is when someone takes around someone's child, yeah, especially the mother, yeah, and they can't see them. So it must
they
have
shouldn't
been very...
involve Zubida's kid. I don't know why they're.
But Raj, don't forget to mention how Raspet had his kid taken away, him and his missus, because they were fighting with the police. That's what
I'll be honest with you, when it comes to his kids, I'm going to leave myself out of that. I'm going to be a better man.
Let's not talk about kids.
I know everyone stoops to those levels.
People's kids, he's bringing up Zabida's kids, so for him to talk about having her kid taken when he had his kid taken, it's the hypocrisy is real.
It's true, yeah.
So let me just say, basically what happened the other day, I've got the screenshot, I'll probably show it, was that this guy, this nasty so-called Sikh who tries to be the barometer of what a Sikh is online with the name Mr. Singh, he said, go and find your kid, yeah, and get your, mocking her, yeah, on the live stream. Like, this is like, for me, it's embarrassing, yeah, because this guy, yeah, you have to understand the word Singh, Mr. Singh, is actually a religious name. He hasn't called himself Raj Singh. He hasn't called himself Harry Singh or anything, or Randy. He's calling him Mr. Singh. So he's trying to kind of portray the Sikh religion in a way that's not acceptable. And now people can say, I'm doing the same thing. But yeah, I take responsibility for that. Yeah, I'm saying, okay, I'm not a good representation of Sikhs, no doubt about it. But Mr. Singh and these people are so vile. I'm not gonna lie, the Sikhs on these online they're the type of Sikhs that make me actually hate Sikhs. Yeah, remember when I said, and I don't mean I hate Sikhs, but when I said it that day, these are the type of Sikhs I've met in real life who I really despise. Because they're the type of people, they're in every community though, yeah, where they believe that butter doesn't melt in their mouth, and they're kind of like holier than thou, but they're the most biggest devils, yeah. Have you ever met people like that? Like, they go to the temple and stuff like that, and they kind of criticize everyone else, but in reality, they're the people that are the most demonic, yeah. So for me, when I meet people like that, when I said that day, yeah, I hate Sikhs, and I still apologize for that. I meant Sikhs like that, the hypocrite Sikhs, not Sikhs, but the hypocrite Sikhs, the Sikhs that tell me I'm a bad Sikh when they're the demons, yeah, in sheep's clothing, yeah, and those are the type of people that obviously are gonna burn, or if you believe in reincarnation, are gonna be reincarnated as a goddamn cockroach, which they probably wore in their previous life a billion times, because that's how disgusting they are. So yeah. So I don't know how long you got left then, because I'm going to play a little bit of I'm going to start playing the audio of the. I want to go over that video of Raspek talking about condoning slavery.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. Like, but I was just shocked when I saw your video about Raspek and he's defending it, and I'm thinking to myself, like, does he know what slavery is? Does he know what? I mean, my God, because I don't think in England, when did England ban slavery? You guys did it before America did. So in America, this shit is recent. They did this shit in 1860. It's not some ancient history. America, there was this old lady who voted for Obama and her father was a slave. So she was 90 something and she could remember her father being a slave. And I'm thinking to myself that this is 2020 and there is a grown ass black man defending slavery, saying that slavery is halal, giving excuses. I mean, oh my God, like this is a sickness. It's a mental sickness. Anyone who can think that owning a human being is somehow justified through their retarded, whatever belief system, religion, I don't care what the hell they call it. It's sick. They're mentally ill, and there's no justification for owning anyone. I don't. You could, it's like trying to. Rasper was trying to put sprinkles on a turd and tell me that it's a fucking donut. It's a turd. It's a doogie, and I just hope his community doesn't accept this kind of nonsense.
Where's Betty gone? I think she might have dropped bad internet connection. Yeah. So the thing is, like, even I have to admit, the reason I kept on asking the question, because obviously I did the killer. Let me just go and get Torek on, because I want to go over the video with Torek, the real black man, and let's see what he can say about it. Yeah, because I think it's disgraceful. I'm going to talk to Torek about a few other things as well, because he kind of makes me laugh a bit, man. He was cussing out Asians last time, Punjabis as well, a couple of weeks ago. He was mad.
Turok is right though, because in America he was talking about how Asians they take up. So let me tell you, in America, like what they do is we have like Korean, they have like Korean beauty supply stores. So in America, what happens is that this is one of the big causes of the LA riots too. After Rodney King, the whole Rodney King thing happened, is that Asians, what they'll do is they'll go into black neighborhoods and they'll buy up all the shops, and then they'll just share it within the family. So a lot of the Korean stores. The Indians do it too. Like they'll just buy up all the liquor stores and stuff. And the black businesses, they don't have that type of capital, or they don't have that many family relations, so they get kind of cut out. So this is true. What Turok was saying, I 100% agree with what he said.
Let me say something about Torek. He comes up with some of the craziest disses though.
Yeah, that's the thing I love. He's good for Dubby too.
I was like, what kind of a diss is that, man? So big up to Torek, man. Is there anything you want to, because this video about the slavery thing, I'm going to go into quite a bit. So is there anything you want to kind of play before that, Simon, that you want to highlight from your channel? Because I can play it.
No, you go ahead. I was just providing Sonia whatever with the proof that she requires.
Okay, all right, yeah. So Sonia whatever, man, please, you've been a supporter of mine for a long time, man, and I don't want to have to start kind of bunning fire on you and stuff like that, man, because, you've always been supporting me, but, I can't accept kind of homophobia against Simon and stuff. Yeah, sorry, man.
Yeah, but try to find that video of the oldest African-American woman whose father was a slave voting for Obama. And I try to think to myself, like, what would Raspek tell this elderly lady that it's okay if as long as it's halal, and that the Islamic slavery is better than the chattel slavery? I mean, it's just pathetic, man. I'm like, what the? I mean, holy God, what kind of? I don't know how things go in England, but in America, the African Americans would tear him a new asshole for saying stupid shit like this.
The thing is that, like, he's running into my business all the time, yeah, telling me I'm not a good Sikh, I'm not that, and yeah, I agree, I'm not a good Sikh. Yeah, I'll be the first to say that. I've got my own journey and I've got a lot of growing to do in that. But the thing is, like, if he's gonna start running into my business, yeah, about Sikh issues and stuff like that, then I'm gonna start running into his business about black issues, yeah, and start highlighting his hypocrisy and what he's doing that I feel is wrong, because even in that stream, he said some crazy stuff, yeah, about, like I asked him a simple question. I was like, if someone robs your house, yeah, and then threatens your mother, your family and everything, yeah, and then they get arrested by the police, what would you do? Would you try and get them out of prison? He said, yes. but he'll deal with it himself afterwards. So this kind of message, if you're telling young black kids that the prisons are worse than slavery, think about this. What message are you giving? If you tell a kid that prisons are worse than slavery, like what you're saying is that no one should ever go into a prison then.
And the even more damning when he was saying that as long as if Britain followed Sharia and they followed the slavery, the Islamic slavery, he would see it as a blessing. But he would see, I don't know the exact, what he was saying, but I'm just trying to think. So would he be okay if the British followed, right hand possesses?
No. I asked him. Look, if you listen to the beginning of the stream, I jumped on. I went straight for the jugular. I said the simple. I don't know if you heard the whole thing. I went on, and the first thing I said was, okay, hypothetically, if the British went into Africa and instead of using the transatlantic slave trade, they used the Islamic version of slavery, would you be okay with that? Would you accept that? And he said yes.
Oh my God.
And he said, oh, because they would free the slaves. And I said, okay, in order to free someone, so I said to him, in order to free someone, you need to enslave them first. Yeah, correct? To free someone, you have to put them in slavery first. Yeah, is that correct? And so,
yes, of course.
Like, I tied him around in knots, man, and freaking dragged him around like a rag doll that day, yeah? And the thing is that every time he tried to get out of it, he actually lied to Lady Divine, though, which is the thing that I found really annoyed me. Because later on, because he knew what he said was so abhorrent, that, people getting pissed off, he started to retract and stuff like that, yeah? So this is the problem with the guy.
Bro. It's just think like, so if the British were following the Hadiths and they took black women as their right hand possesses, would that mean that Rasper is okay with that? Like,
yeah, and can I say something? Can I say something to Mr. Singh? Yeah, this is all your fault. Yeah, because you allowed Raspek to think he can talk about SAS and call them racist, to talk about myself and feel like he's comfortable to now go to the Sikh temple and talk about me. You're going to now indirectly be responsible for the downfall of Raspek. Because I'm telling you, yeah, if he thinks he's met anyone like me, yeah, he hasn't met no one like me. And I haven't met no one like him. So either way, yeah, it's going to be pretty savage. But if you think I'm going to back down and let this guy run into my personal life and talk shit, yeah, in a place where my mum goes, you're insane. I'd rather freaking let my own self be destroyed than let him do that. Yeah, so don't worry about that. Yeah, don't worry about that. Oh, guess what else I found out today? Yeah, Torex here. Big up Torex in the house. Big up. So we're gonna have a juicy show today because we got Torex. And Torex is the real black man to actually talk about this, not the fake Rasta. I don't know if I don't know what you classify yourself as though, Torex.
I'm just West Indian, really.
Oh yeah, West Indian, yeah. So we're gonna go over that video. I know you probably listened to it about Raspik saying that he would accept his own people to be enslaved under the Islamic slave trade. I mean, what do you think about that kind of premise?
With those sort of premises, it's kind of I don't know. It's kind of weird as a descendant of slavery to pick one over the other in a sense like that, and that's what made me sort of a bit go against being part of Islam, basically, because I saw it was the same biases what happened in Christianity and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing here. If you look, everybody should be against all form of slavery. So if somebody says to me, like, so for me, slavery is this: if you are in the possession of someone and you can't leave without physical consequences, then I believe you're a slave. Yeah. So some people call it servitude, and even servitude, if you can't leave without being captured back and then have some kind of repercussion, then I believe you're a slave. Yeah. And so that's how I see it. And for me, like my people, the Sikhs, have also been enslaved in a different way. They used to capture Sikh women and they used to make them into concubines. Now, the other day I was having a chat on Belly, big up the Belly, and they were mocking the fact that the Sikh women under the Mughal Empire were being captured and made into concubines. Now, the thing, did you hear that one, Raindrop, when they were taking a piss out of me?
No,
Saying,
no.
Oh.
I was on Bellies and I was trying to explain that. You know that saying, Bharavaj sings Pagal on there, yeah? It's like basically at 12 o'clock Sikhs are mad, yeah? You know that saying in India?
Yeah, Barabanti, the Sikhs
sing
were mad.
yeah.
They used to kidnap women, and then the Sikhs
Yeah.
went out in the night to kill and get the woman back.
Yeah, so basically, I was telling the story about the serious side to that, because that particular saying is now a joke in India, that Sikhs gone mad at 12 o'clock here. But in reality, the story behind it's very, very sad. And that was that the Islamic conquerors, the Mughals used to take the females and they would make them into concubines under what you call the right-hand possessors. Yeah? So only right-hand possessors that you can have concubines and sex with your slaves. And so the Sikhs, in order to get their females back, used to do guerrilla tactics. And at night time, under cover of night, they used to go in there, and people would say, "Oh, Sikhs go mad at 12," but no, they were really capturing their own women and getting their women back. Obviously, they had to go savage mode in order to get them back and chop some heads off. No doubt about it.
Serious?
Yeah. So that's the story. So I was telling this story. Oh, Banksy's here. Is Banksy in the back chat? Jump on, Banksy. We need to review the video of Fingerspect. Condoning slavery.
The slavery thing was just.
So basically, I was telling that story, and James Jones and a few other people on the panel, and they were taking the piss. Oh, Raj, right. Oh, Raj, right. And I was like, hold on. If I was talking about somebody was talking about the transatlantic slave trade, and they were talking about, their females getting taken and raped, I would never joke in the background, and try and mock it. And this is what happened to me that day. I'm going to go over that video. I'm not going to lie. I lost my temper with that James, because James Jones is a freaking nasty piece of work. I've sent it in the back chat, Banksy. Check on your thing. Can someone send Simon? Have you got Banksy's? Have you got thingies? Yeah, because I can't get access to Twitter because I can't remember. So,
what confuses me, Raj, right, is this: that drinking a little Johnny Walker is bad, but honoring a human being is allowed. Like, what kind of sick? This is a sickness. It's a sick idea that you can own another human being. And it's pathetic to see in the year 2020, someone whose own family and ancestors were enslaved, protecting another form of slavery. It's just sad.
Look here, the thing that, is kind of like really irritating is that obviously the transatlantic slave trade, if you was to say out of 10, how bad was it? Yeah, it was 10 plus. No doubt about it. It was one of the most savage kind of slavery you're going to know, because they transported people over areas by ship that nobody had ever done before, and so millions of people died just in the process of getting over, and the level of savagery was on the next level. Now that doesn't mean just because one is a 10 that the one that is an 8 here in terms of Islamic slavery or a 9 isn't still bad. You understand? They're all bad, but some of them are worse. Yeah, and so yesterday, if you look at Fogger Faz's channel, they had the most craziest thumbnail. Yeah, let me put the thumbnail up. Yeah, did you see the thumbnail from yesterday?
No, bro, no.
All right, so let me show it to you. So yesterday on Fogger Faz, it said Islam abolished slavery. Yeah, think about it. Islam abolished slavery. Yeah, and I'm like, hold on, there's still slavery going on today in the Islamic world. How could it have abolished it? If it abolished it,
it didn't abolish it, regulated it. So it made stipulations that you can do this and not that. So what I'm confused
Big up. Yeah. How you doing, Banksy? Is that you? Is that D Banksy? It better not be a troll.
Hello. It is me.
Hello.
Oh, big up.
All right, guys. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Carry on.
Yeah, so we're gonna on Sir Faz's channel, I'm gonna just quickly show you a screen share. Tell me if you can see it, because I'm actually not on my system. I'm not actually on my sister's. I'm actually at my sister's house, so my computer's a bit slow. Can you see that? Yeah, can you see that?
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, so basically, if you look at the thingy on this one here, it says Islam abolished slavery with a ball and chain taken away. Yeah, like. How is this even possible to name this? Because there's still slavery in the Islamic world. If it abolished it, yeah. So when it comes to this situation about the slavery thing, it's such a disgraceful kind of like kind of stance that, you know, especially people, someone like Respect, whose people were enslaved, has taken. Like for me, it shows the true nature of Respect. He's not righteous; he's unrighteous.
Just
And in
imagine that 90-year-old woman who voted for Obama and she met Obama and her
Mm.
father was a slave. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck are you gonna tell her? Oh, Islamic slavery was good.
Mm.
You know, you would have been the right hand possessors of some, you know, fat, you know, Arab or something. Like, this is just it's fucking sick.
No.
It's
He
a
would
mental
go up to
illness.
that 90-year-old woman and go, "Look, love, I know chattel slavery was terrible. Nothing is worse than chattel slavery. But if you were a slave of a Muslim,
Mm.
you would have been so much better off.
Mm.
Life would have been so much better for you if you were just a Muslim. If the guy
Well,
was saying Allahu Akbar, except instead of God save the Queen, you would have been so much better off."
well, the thing is, like, I don't really tend to criticize the Quran that much, because to be honest, I'm not really interested in the Quran that much, yeah. But there is one verse that I find very, very abhorrent, and that's the right hand possesses. And the reason I find that one abhorrent is obviously because that particular verse was used against people of India over thousands of, over the 800-year war. And so even with Sikh females and stuff like that. And I'm telling you something, like, you've had encounters with James Jones before as well, haven't you, Banksy?
Oh yeah, no, screw that guy.
That guy is the most filthiest, nastiest cunt. Yeah, and I don't like swearing, but he is. I've got to say what he is. He's a demon of the next level, man. Well, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna start playing the video, yeah, of Raspik. So I want to go through it. And when you leave, is he gone now? I think he's gone now. Have you gone, Raindrop? Are you still there? Where is Raindrop?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Hey, still there, sorry. I'm on. No. I hate it here. Me. All right. So let me play the video. I'm gonna go through it, and I'll keep on pausing it a bit in here. But I want you to listen to the beginning of me demolishing Raspet, because I'm gonna have to say this is probably my biggest win I think I've ever had. Yeah, and I'm not saying that lightly. Even when I was doing it, I was like, dude, I'm taking some freaking scalps today, man. Like literally, literally one after the next. I was just destroying him. So let me just play the beginning, because you're going to hear how Raspect is now, in my opinion, Muslim because of his response to the question of Islamic slavery. So let me just screen share. How you been, Banksy?
It's been good, man. It's been good. It's good to see you on Manny's for doing a little live stream thing like this.
You know that you know the news that I'm kind of distancing myself from Tommy Robinson. Now I'm going my own way.
Are you not? But the thing is, I never really associated you with Tommy Robinson. I don't know why people kept plugging that towards you, but you were sort of, you were on the same page, but it wasn't like you were,
Yeah, I mean,
in
I
the inner circle of the Tommy crowd.
Yeah, not in the inner circle like Waleed's going to be the inner circle of Raspect. And I don't agree with that. I would stop him if he tried to do it.
Yeah,
so
that's good.
I agree with you, but the problem I was having was that, especially since the Tommy Robinson movement's kind of split, it's been like a constant bickering, and I'm just fed up of the kind of bickering. Like, before I could say, okay, I agree with Tommy Robinson, and it would stop like that. Do you understand? Yeah. Now, now I have to justify the civic nationalists over the ethno nationalists, and I can't be bothered.
This is what I mean. This is an internal sort of fight amongst these groups at the moment, and I'm not particularly interested in either one. All I'm interested in is sort of changing the demographics or the consciousness of this country so that they recognize Islam.
I might try and get James Goddard on if you want, because he emailed me.
Yeah.
If he jumps in the chat or something, I might actually. Or should I actually send? Should I send him an email?
I could text him if you want.
No. Oh, you got his number. How dare you?
Damn. No, Simon's hooked up with a lot of people. He's in the inner circles of many.
He said he wouldn't go into
no way.
But he said he wouldn't. Let me preface something. He said he wouldn't ever go into the inner circle of Raspect, though. That's what he said.
I see. So he's still out of the inner circle of Raspect, but he just plays with the outer circle.
Yeah.
Toys with the outer circle.
Just cleans around the edges.
Oh damn. But yeah, either way, I mean, Simon even said it earlier on, where he was actually not particularly sure, because Tommy Robinson, in his recent speech on Friday, he's talking about taking the side of Muslims who were protesting outside the Birmingham school, and he was saying that he's been in the WhatsApp groups of some of those Muslim parents, and they have come across as extremely anti-Semitic and anti-homophobic. So even that particular alliance that Tommy is now trying to make, as
It's
I guess
awful.
as his little olive branch of coming together against this, trans movement, is not a particularly good alliance. His alliance with the Muslims in that sense is not going to, I think, shape out so well for him. But the thing is, I think, as far as my perspective is concerned, the trans community have overplayed their hand a little bit.
Yeah.
The gay and lesbian community did not really go and say, okay, now we got the rights to marry and do all of these things, now we're going to come and teach your children about how to be gay. But the trans community are literally doing something which they're crossing a line in which it's going to backfire on them. The problem is, as it backfires on the trans community, the gay and lesbian community are going to get caught up in it too. They're going to get those buckshots coming their way too, because people are going to turn against the whole movement rather than just the trans movement. So unfortunately, Simon, your if you like, your categories of
LGB
groups, the LGB are going to get caught up in that. You guys are not going to get out of this unscathed.
I've joined the LGB alliance, which apparently is transphobic.
I mean, the thing is, it's a difficult one because they've lumped you all in the same thing, and I know Sophia Lewis doesn't agree with it as well. For me, I'm kind of like, I'm of the mindset, because a lot of people think that I've kind of moved on from Tommy Robinson because of what he actually said yesterday. But I actually said this 2 days ago, like with your best mate Zabida, that I'm moving on. I don't know if you heard it. Around 2 days ago on a live stream, I said, look, I'm just going to say something. I'm going to announce it later that I've actually got to move away from the Tommy Robinson movement because it's too much of a mess and I need to do my own thing.
I think you were always there as an individual anyway.
I mean, this the thing. I always made it very, very clear whenever I spoke to anybody that I'm not part of any group. I'm an individual. But what started happening was that I started getting pigeonholed. Yeah, I said the word pigeonholed into that.
Is that different from bro-holing?
So for me, like I said, if you say that I'm a pigeon, I'll keep on calling myself a pigeon. Yeah, I'm not that type of person. And if
you're being pigeonholed,
and if you say I'm Tommy Rob, because remember, I didn't come out with the name Tommy Robinson. I didn't go, saying I'm Tommy Robinson. I never even thought about that. It happened that over a period of time, people started saying Tommy Robinson. And instead of fighting it and saying no, I'll just say, okay, I'm Tommy Robinson. Yeah.
Raj, James says that he emailed you and you've not replied.
I just replied now. Because I didn't want to reply until I had an actual date that I could actually do it, because he wanted me to do it. I might do a separate show maybe during the week then, on like Monday or Tuesday.
Now he says he's emailed me.
Yeah. So the thing is that for me, like, I'm glad I never really aligned myself too much with them. But like I said, I do believe Tommy Robinson has done a lot of good. But it doesn't mean he hasn't done some stupid things himself. Now, with this LGBTQ thing, I actually kind of agree with him up to a point. Like, I do believe that we shouldn't be kind of shoehorning all this stuff onto kids too young. Yeah. When I was 6, I mean, all I really cared about was, like, Transformers. Like, I didn't really want to know about, whether they were men or women or whether they're gay or whatever. I do think that there should be some kind of concessions. Like, imagine if you had a family in the school and one of them was a same-sex parent. Yeah. I think maybe you can make an exception there. Maybe kind of like do a quick little kind of like course or something to educate people about why that's happening. But that shouldn't be rolled out. But I do think when you're 10 and above, that I don't really have a problem with people kind of educating people on this. Now, I don't know what you think about that.
I mean, sex education is vital, and yes, we should have children know about sexuality. It's just there's teaching children about sexuality and sex education, and then there's having men in dresses flaunt themselves in front of little children. If you go and look at these drag queen story times, these are not appropriate for children.
They're not even story times. It's working.
Oh no! Do you know what I just realised? Sophia Lewis, big up Sophia Lewis. She said you're going to get trolled for that. You only cared for Transformers. Now, remember they called her the Transformer. I didn't even think about that. No, obviously the reason I said it is because I am actually I was a massive Transformers fan. Not the movies. I hate the movies, but I used to just watch Transformers all the time.
Yeah, I had I've still got my Transformer toys in the loft. I've got Soundwave, the original Soundwave.
I will say that I was too poor to have actual toys.
Poor
I don't know. Like, the plus side was that I was very talented in model making, and actually could make. Yeah, so actually, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but I am. I'm actually killer at sculpting. I'm gonna get back into it to show people.
Dude, you should make some Transformer sculptures.
No, I'm gonna start making sculptures of some of my characters though. Do you know what I'm gonna start doing is actually making a game of one of my characters. You know that Rajanator character that I've got, that cartoon. One of my friends, and I do have a friend who I classify as a friend, and he's actually Sikh outside of Speaker's Corner, and he's starting to make games. So he said he will try and arrange something that we can.
The Rajanator game. That's actually that's actually really good. It's not a bad idea at all.
You're talking about something like Rajanator 2099 or something. It's kind of like a side scroller kind of RoboCop kind of.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking. If you look at the 1980s RoboCop game, that could literally be they could just take that whole thing, just put a turban on him, and then have all the Ed 209s to have faces of like Shamsi and.
No. We're not gonna make it a Muslim Sikh thing yet. Remember, we have to keep it.
You could have respect. Come over, going my community. I'm righteous. My community, fam.
I might have him with like a big finger or something in there.
Exactly.
Like a big fingered like thingy. So yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. Yeah, I think it'd be a good way to kind of see my character kind of go over to that. But I can imagine like a lot of people, what is it called, trying to destroy it by like hacking the thing. So if I can do that, man, how hard is it to do games and everything?
I made a short game, although it's time consuming, but there is an application that allows you to it's a game engine. You can get these game engines, and they can actually make games. Make it Unreal, exactly. They can make games, especially if you're looking at side scrollers. It's not that difficult. I actually made one about a sperm trying to make its way to a woman's egg. I know.
I was actually gonna ask you. So let me just quickly show you something. Before I go on to the more serious stuff, we'll enjoy ourselves a bit first, and then we can go into the more serious. But because I was thinking about like how to get the character kind of a little. Because if I can have exposure through some kind of like other means first, I thought it'd be good to kind of like get kids to see the character. But I've tried to keep it non-political. Because obviously I don't need. Can you see the visuals on my? Because I've actually got a site called Pentacular Artists on DeviantArt, and so I got my drawings. Let me have a look. Actually, this is one of my favorite drawings. Actually, this is actually the first ever Sikh to be naturalized in America. I met his son. I gave this as a gift to him when I went to the States.
Wow.
So yeah, it's actually.
So all your stuff is on DeviantArt.
Yeah, I haven't posted none of my newer stuff because I'm working
on
your
old stuff.
All of this is redundant now.
It's good stuff, man.
No, most of it's not what I'm here for. So what I'm doing now is doing more kind of thought-provoking artwork. This is more just I was practicing at the time, so I didn't really.
I could see some of the portraits and stuff that you did, and
so if you look at some of the older stuff, so I've had to. Let me just go to where's my cartoon though. This is somebody that I know. This guy's a real person.
Wow.
Where's that bloody thing? Someone's going to probably take. Oh my God! Here's me exhibiting.
That's Alien one.
Yeah,
the RoboCop. Yes, the Rajanator.
That was actually one of my first drawings. Actually, I did. I didn't draw. So here you can see the Darth Vader mid-process.
Mm.
Where's
It's
that
all gone blank.
Yeah, computer's playing up. Hold on. If my computer bugs out a bit, I'm around my sister's, so it's not. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. So I think I've got my.
Your controllers.
Yeah, I actually done a. Can you see anything? No, I think my
Yeah,
computer.
it does go blank every so often.
Yeah, I think my computer's because I'm around my sister's at the moment. Yeah.
Ooh, the page is gone.
All right, so can you still hear me though?
Oh yeah, you're so fine.
All right, so let's go. I'll do that later on. So I'm trying to do. I'll big up to ROC. I'll get in contact with you soon. You know why, and let's try and get what we're going to do rolling. And so we'll do that next time. So let's get the thingy. So can you see this now? So let's go through finger specs thing. So we got Torok. You know Torok, don't you, Banksy?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Torok, I've spoken
Yeah.
to Torok.
Torok has the best cusses though.
He does. He's good. I gained a lot of respect for Torok because of some of the stuff that he was saying, which I thought was full of shit. And then I looked him up, and he was right.
The same thing happened to me the other day. Yeah, he was talking about something, and I said, "You're mad, Torok, man. I like you, but you've lost your mind, yeah." And then I actually looked it up. I can't remember exactly what it was. He was actually right.
I know. The man knows his shit. I don't fuck with Torok much. He knows what he's talking about. You gotta kind of accept.
Is my computer now working? Because I'm a bit worried that
it's not loading. It's spinning.
You are buffering. Yeah.
No, my computer's actually messed up, man. My connections keeps going. Let me just get the connection up and running first. You'll just talk for a minute so I can.
No worries, man.
Are you not looking out? Have I dropped out yet?
No, you haven't dropped out. You're still with us.
So just talk between yourself because I'm gonna have to reset the internet.
James will be on in about 10 minutes, you say?
Oh, is James gonna come on? Okay. Oh, we get James on as well, man.
So, Simon, did you manage to go to the Tommy Robinson event on Friday?
I didn't know.
Okay.
I think I probably could have, but I think it would have been politically not good as Amy was getting an award. and she hates me, although I have to admit, in the interests of diplomacy, I dropped my first ever super chat on Busker's stream and said, buy Amy a drink. And gave him a $5, and people were messaging me saying, was that really you?
If I actually
but it was for a laugh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
If I actually get chucked out of this because I'm hosting, can I still? You're not gonna get. Chucked out,
you can come back. We wouldn't get chucked out.
Okay,
The problem is,
let me
I don't know
reset my
if the
thing.
stream will carry on. I'm not 100% sure what the stream will do, but we will still be in this chat. That won't change.
Okay.
I think it still runs somehow.
Yeah, will it still keep going?
Yeah, I think I've seen it really goes in and out, sort of.
That's true. Yeah. The host can leave and come back, and the stream will carry on. So you should be all right.
All right, let me reset the computer before James Goddard comes on.
I'm really interested.
Oh, wow.
I'm really interested in. Well, I've spoken to him a couple of times, but not in detail. And I'm interested in James's position at the moment.
Yeah. How about you, Torok? What are your thoughts on this flux that the Tommy Robinson sort of groups are going? Do you even care? Have you even taken note of any of that?
No, I haven't been watching. I've just been seeing it. What's been going on slowly? It seems like they've sort of lost faith in him for some reason.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of what James has said has been true about the outer circle and about people like Glenn and Busker and people like Voodoo even taking information off Busker, shitting all over Tracy. It's just fucking awful. I'm just sending James now.
Tracy, I don't know Tracy. Is that the lady that I met at the pub that time when we were there, or someone else? There must be someone else.
No, that was somebody else.
Okay. I don't know. In that case, I don't know who Tracy is.
Tracy Blackwell. The three boys.
Yeah, James seems like an interesting character. Like,
He seems very level-headed in a sense.
You know these really nice people. Shell, the spyman on his period, having a bad day because I've just dared to mention Ricky Millwall.
Oh, big up Ricky Millwall.
Oh my god, these people! Fucking hell.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of his debate with Raspic, and I thought it went all right, but it seems like they need to. I don't think it's like there a lot of people ready to go a whole 3 hours with Raspic like that.
Whoa. Copy link.
Oh, okay. Tracy Blackwell. Yes, she's. I recognize her now. It's just I had to go Google her just to remember.
There's a lot of fuss when.
Ooh, someone's echoing badly. Go, Simon.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have your headsets on?
Yep.
Why is it echoing? I'm getting mad feedback from you.
Let me just mute them now.
Oh, that's a bit
I
better.
won't.
Okay, oh, that's good. You're good. You're good. It's perfect right now.
I won't go out and in again while Raj isn't in here because.
yeah. Otherwise, you'll be stuck in the backstage. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's all good. So sorry, Toruk. I missed the. So it wasn't like you haven't really kept up with the drama there.
Not too much. I know there's a lot of it though, because like I noticed there's a lot of them. I think they're based in Northern Ireland now. Some of them.
Is it the same as Jada Franson? Are they all in Northern Ireland? Have they all gone to Northern Ireland?
Yeah, I think there's a certain franchise of them that are more based in Northern Ireland because they're trying to win some sort of political ground there, I think.
I see. Do they? It might be that they might think that the political ground is more fertile and easier to get seats in Parliament through there.
Could be.
That could be it because the demographics and possibly voting patterns, they may actually have a better chance. Because I know some groups like Brexit Party or Britain First or was it For Britain? All these sort of nationalist type groups. They're going to have a hell of a lot tough time in southern England, and they're going to have an impossible time in London. So the chances of them getting anywhere is really, really tough in these parts of England.
It's mostly the outskirts, and I've noticed like the tactics what they do. Take for instance, Nigel Farage. He a lot of them they go to like the most poorest areas, like on the outskirts.
Yeah, and also northern England, and you know what I mean. That's where the Brexit Party pretty much dominated, was the north, Wales, and sort of that area. But whilst in London, they really didn't make much of a dent. Labour, in fact, won London even during the general election.
But saying that, I think times have changed a lot because you got loads of different sort of people from say the outskirts of London living in London now. So maybe when they have children and certain things, they might even change their political views and certain things like that along the way.
Yeah, I mean that's for sure. When people have children, when people have responsibilities. But the funny thing is, people tend to go more conservative the older they get. Hey, Raj.
Oh yeah, it's a freaking nightmare in this freaking area, man. The internet just getting so if it cuts out. Oh, so that's called in, so I can actually drop out and still actually jump back in. Okay,
back in, yeah. So if you have issues, you can jump.
Yeah. So what was you talking about when I went?
Just the fact that some of the groups like Jada Franson and some others, according to Toruk, they've actually all made their way towards Northern Ireland. I was speculating that it was probably because they can potentially win votes and be elected as MPs and stuff in those parts, whilst they have a hell of a hard time in southern England and especially London. So I think that's why these guys are all congregating in Northern Ireland. I would imagine Northern Ireland is far more Christian, far more conservative.
Yeah, I don't want to say who I speak to, but I speak to somebody from Northern Ireland, and they say that Northern Ireland is much more Christian.
Well, James would be the best person to speak to about Jada Franson, because I think he's been getting to know her a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like those guys. Let me just quickly just go over my character design for me, because see before James Goddard's comes in. So remember I said I was going to start doing a game here. So this is the game I'm thinking about doing here. So if you see this character, I designed this
Yeah.
character when I was around 16, but I
Wow.
redrew it. I redrew it because I was come from a product design background, so I can use magic. Obviously, I'm very talented, as you can see, because not only can I use pencils, I can use ink. Color
Jeez.
pencils, paint, markers, you name it. I'm pretty much good at all of them, but I prefer to use thingy. So the character's this, and he's got like a sword in the back. He's like a half robot, half thingy, and he's I'll call him Rajanator for now. I never really had I used to call him
Jeez.
Rajman before, and what I want to do is to try and get him on a side-scrolling game. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, what you need to do is look up sprites, gaming sprites. They are the template effectively for each character and all their moves. And once you see a gaming sprite, you will then know. In fact, I'll search for one and put it in the side chat. Then you'll see exactly the kind of things you need to draw in order to get a character to have movement. You know what I
So
mean? To be able to
here's the
strike
bad
and hit.
here's the bad guys I've already designed. So I'd have them as like end bosses. So here's one of the. None of it's to do with Islam. I know everyone thought I'd probably have some kind of mullah, like standing up Bin Laden, but these are just generic characters. So as you can see, and then you got the other one. Yeah, I'm very talented. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, sorry about guys. I know that's why you hate me. Yeah, because I can do stuff like this in my dream. Yeah, and and none of these are all by hand, man. But a lot of people now they have to use computers in order to create characters, and so I can still do it by hand. Actually, what's the other one? Oh, that's actually my drawing of Batman Saraguri. So,
Wow.
big up to myself, man. That was actually in Sanders Military Academy, that one. So let me just double check because I want to show the gun that I designed for it. And Mr. Singh, man, I know you're jealous because you're a wannabe artist, man. You know people that want to be artists here and they can't draw like Mr. Singh. Yeah? It must hurt them hard that I'm just literally demolishing them with.
I wish I could fucking draw like this. You know the amount of characters I would have created.
I've got loads though. I'm not gonna lie.
Awesome if I could draw like that.
This is one of the very few. All my drawings of maybe 1,000, only 2 I've made the cut from my old drawings. This is one of them, and obviously this is because this is a drawing that's kind of represents myself in terms of if I was on Mars. Yeah, this is what I'd want to be doing, like chilling out, sitting down with baked bean can in my feeding me. Yeah, and it's going through the tube. I'm drawing that and baked beans here, and just have my own little house. And that even this spaceship here is called Shared Up Punjab. Yeah, so Punjab. And you got all this buggy here, and it's like, oh, the British flag! Oh no, I can't British Punjabi sake! Oh no! Everyone's gonna go mad. They're gonna go mad. Oh, these are the girls actually. You know, when I had a documentary made about me, they actually filmed me for 4 days.
Wow.
So I actually did their portrait for them and actually included it in the movie. She didn't like the buck teeth though, unfortunately, but that's what she looked like, man. What can I do? You know when people No, but it's true though, yeah. When people tell me, so see these drawings here, yeah. No, but see these drawings here, yeah, they look impressive, but they're boring. Anyone can do them. Like there are no. What I'm saying, there's artists out there that can do this. It's not hard it's technique, not talent. Like you can do it, yeah. So I also do pets and stuff as well. So here's little Barney. So yeah, I'm advertising my services. I need to start doing more pets as well because pets are so easy to draw. It's easy money. Because when I'm doing a portrait, I have to really concentrate in getting the features right. But these dogs, man, I literally close my eyes and draw this kind of stuff because there's just lots of lines. If you look at it close up, there's loads of lines. Look, just lines. And I'm normally live streaming and stuff when I'm doing stuff like that. Let me just show you the actual gun, and then we're going to get James Goddard in a minute, and then we'll talk about.
Well, hopefully he's not showed up yet. He looks a bit bored, I think.
Did he show up? See this one. Yeah, so this one here is another example of like technique.
I think your art might be boring him, Raj. He wants to talk politics.
Oh, so is he in there?
He's in there. Yeah.
Where is he?
Well, he's in the front chat.
Oh no, he needs to get into the back chat.
Drop him a link for the back chat.
He's got
he's got it. So he needs to jump on those. So don't worry about getting bored. As long as I am interested, it doesn't matter. And I'll be honest with you, that's the way I live my life. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. As long as I'm interested, it doesn't matter what other people are doing, man. Like, so yeah. So let me just find out one last thing which is about hold on, where is it?
Yeah, well, Raj, I posted some of the sprites, images that that you should be looking into if you want to make your game. You want to create a series like that, and then all those images can then be used in order to animate a gaming character.
The thing is, the problem is I was gonna do a side scroller, but I just realized that some other guy's done a side scrolling Seek character. And he's quite a famous Seek artist. So I'm going to try and I might do a top down or something like that, rather than a side scrolling one. So yeah, I mean, there's not much money in it though, is there?
To be honest with you, you'll be lucky if you put this game on like Google Play for free and try to make money from advertising. But yeah, it's not going to be exactly a giant seller.
So to anyone thinking that I can only do black and white, look at this. One of my designs that I did for a PlayStation.
Wow.
Yeah, this is years ago, like just a year after I graduated, I think. So I was thinking about, you're talking about like 2000. So anyone saying that I can't draw in color, eat that, Puddy does. Eat that. Look at this. Actually, even this drawing here is a good drawing, but it's in the art world, it was just technique over talent, man. Just so people know, the character that I've got there, this is me drawing at 16 years old. So when I was at school, I designed. This is actually the drawing. That's one of the only comics I've got from when I was 16. Yeah. So look how good I was when I was 16 years old.
Wow.
Look at that. Yeah. Look at the detail on that. Even now, I probably. So this character here is the character I redesigned, and I'm gonna have that in the game. I might even put these guys in the game as well. So I basically got all the characters already. Look, her, him, that, the android, the bad guy is this guy, like some kind of like boss. So yeah, I don't think it, because the main thing about the game is you have to kind of where is it? You have to kind of think of the characters first, isn't it?
Yeah, the characters. I mean, the thing is, once you have your characters, once you get the sprites ready to animate, then the rest is just matter of time. As far as side scrolling, I mean, you got to set up a storyboard so that you've got like after each certain number of time that you go forward, you have an end boss. So you have 2 or 3 different end bosses, which looks like you already have. Now, I'll be honest, these sort of guns and stuff you're doing, these are far more sophisticated games than just simply side scrolling.
So when you see this gun, I would have like the gun is a 2. So if you see it here, you got a gun, and then when you got it here, the gun is actually a sniper rifle and thingy separately. So you can, as you bonus up, you can use a sniper rifle, then you use the gun, and then when you want to get the mega gun out, they join them. Yeah, and then it goes like this. Yeah, so I've really so for me, like I'm just got everything already planned out. I just need to make sure I draw up a good. The only thing I don't want to get screwed though. That's the thing. So like by contract, but
just make sure that you have some sort of 50-50 thing, or I don't know, whatever contract you draw up. Just talk to some solicitors. You've got lawyer friends.
No. But the thing is with this guy, he knows how much of a savage I am, and he even realized not to f with me. He knows me. But I've been warned him the other day. I said, listen here, if you ever cross me, you know what I'm like. I'll make your life a living hell. He's like, yeah, I know. So I was like, all right. So we'd have to come to some kind of conclusion. Let's get James Goddard on and get the show rolling, man. Because I actually want to start going over. I want to speak to him about the movement.
You better draw him in and stop talking about art, I think.
Oh, don't worry, man. Let me talk about my hobby / profession. But I'll tell you what's very difficult though, is the art field. Yeah, the art. I think I need Simon and Banksy to kind of accompany me, and you, Torok, because I hate pillow artists. Like I really hate them. The art world is very, very irritating, very snobbish. I don't know if you know that. Like it's somewhere that I really, really feel uncomfortable. So I've done a couple of
schools and all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than that. They're very pompous and up their own arse, yeah. And like me, I'm very direct, like straightforward, yeah. And like, I just like to put my art out there and let people look at it and then decide what it is. But these artists, man, they freaking do my head in, man. They put a line on a piece of paper and like, oh, yes, this meant, during World War II, Hitler was destroying the world. And, I feel like the line means the kind of distinction between good and evil. and Hitler's the line. It's like kind of
It's all about the
representing his missiles.
interpretation. Yeah, it's all about
Yeah,
the
I
title.
know, I get that in terms of art. Yeah, that's one of the kind of things that I kind of like do like about art, that it's very subjective. But the problem also is that there's a lot of pretentious pricks in the art field, and to make it in the art world mainstream, you've got to play the game. Do you understand? Yeah, you have. I mean, there's no point me going somewhere and start like freaking ranting and raving against everyone, because I'm just going to piss them off. So I did do a few exhibitions mainstream, and I'll be honest with you, I hated everyone I exhibited with, and I've got put off now. So I'm gonna have to start doing it again. But and one of the other reasons why I'm actually doing very complicated artworks to make you think is so I don't have to talk. So you understand, like if I put up an artwork of a woman's face, yeah, and someone looks at it within I don't know, within like what, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, they'll be like, okay, what else have you got? Whereas if I put a drawing up of like I'm playing chess, you're playing Connect 4, yeah, with all those pieces with all the words and stuff, and the one about 1984 and the kids being put in ovens, yeah, I can just leave the drawings up and people can kind of like just have a look at it, yeah. Oh, shut your mouth, people in the chat. Make your own goddamn stream, you puddy does. You hear me say, what did Manny say? Raj will most likely be hosting and most likely shouting. You want me to shout? You're not in control.
3 minutes. I'm making a coffee. Keep shouting.
Yeah, make your coffee. Yeah. Shut your mouth, put these eyes in a goddamn chat, man. Like, don't tell me what I can put on and what I can't. Oh yeah. I'll make sure I shout them later on. They need a good shouting, though.
I'm just gonna go to the toilet.
Oh, everyone's gone. Oh, toilet. So yeah, I don't know if you know who James Goddard is, though. Do you know who James Goddard is?
Yeah, I think I saw him. Had a little show with Respect, and yeah, he seems like a decent bloke.
But, but I have my own kind of issues with him at the moment. I need to speak to him and kind of clarify a few things.
Okay.
So I heard a few things. So with me, I know James Goddard in real life. Like I've met him a few times. He's a good guy, man. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna kind of like agree with everything. So yeah, one thing I'm gonna definitely do. The reason why I want him on the show is I actually want to show him what Raspik said about slavery, because you can't then say that you agree with the Islamic slave trade and say to James Goddard that his ancestors are bad because they did the transatlantic slave trade. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Like you can't have both ways. Like you have to condemn all forms of slavery and say none of them are good. Some of them are worse. There's no doubt about it. You can say some are worse. I agree. Shipping people off and then totally destroying their identity, taking away their language, taking away their culture, and generally they're doing that. Yeah, I agree. That's probably the worst form of slavery. But if you're saying that the Islamic slave trade is then okay, then you haven't got a leg to stand on, man. It's either you condemn everything or you condemn nothing. So yeah. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys, in the chat. I had to shout at you because I was told that the legend called the Raj is hosting and most likely shouting. So I had to shout. Sorry.
Yeah, because also like another point to bring up is like also the Sikh or like the Hindu sort of culture entwined with the Rastafari culture.
All right. Yeah, we can talk about it. When Raindrop drops back on, he's jumping back. We can chat about that. Because I'm still, I have to be honest with you, Torek, you're probably a big enigma. I don't really understand who you are, what you are. I'm always confused when I hear you. all I know is that I like you.
Yeah, no, I'm like basically like the whole world. Like I've got a bit of Sikh heritage or Asian background. Also got a bit of African, European, and indigenous American. So I look at the world in a different way because where I was sort of brought up in the Caribbean is like a multicultural place. You literally have different nation of people you wouldn't even think you would see. It's sort of like a mini version of London or New York.
We was talking about that earlier today, the word coolie. And I didn't realize the word coolie is actually a derogatory word for South Asians of low labor, like laborers.
Yeah. But I know
I've heard of it. I didn't know what it was really. I just thought it meant Asian.
yes, there, like in I was just looking through the what they call it, the Wikipedia, and they were saying there's like films based on like just the lower class people in it, basically working in films, or they're in love with certain higher class people in it, and all the sort of hysteria that goes with it. But these are sort of practices that's been going on for like for God knows how long in it, basically. Like even in Africa, you have like different classes of people where they can't really marry the higher class and certain things like that.
All right. Oh yeah, I mean that's even like we was talking about it earlier today as well. Like Ghost Speaker's Corner, who's a total inbred cunt of the highest order, was saying that he's a Jat. Yeah, so a lot of people who are from a Jat background, because I don't believe in caste, because Sikhism came about to demolish the caste system, and so although it's demolished in some sense, it's still kind of pervasive through this kind of cultural caste. So it's not to do with Sikhism, yeah. So anybody who's a Sikh and says I'm XYZ caste, then you're actually going against your own religion and gurus. And so I haven't actually. The problem is if someone says to you, Raj, you're a low caste, and then I say no, I'm not a low caste, I'm an X class. You know, you understand? What I'm doing is playing into the caste system, because they're trying to say that there is such a thing as a low caste and a high caste. And so for me, the best way never to do it is to actually, when someone says you're a low caste, what you have to say is that I'm just a Sikh. Yeah,
because
I don't believe in caste.
Yeah, 'cause I was just looking at this little Wikipedia page, and it was talking about the Indian and Chinese indentured laborers. It said said it began as mostly in the 1820s, and it said some of these laborers signed contracts based on misleading promises. It says some were kidnapped, some were sold into trade, some were victims of clan violence. Captors sold them to coolie brokers, while others sold them to pay off gambling debts for those who did sign on voluntarily.
Yeah, but they weren't slaves, were they, or were they slaves? Could they leave?
Yeah. Basically, when they got it's like the same what happened with the Africans. Some of their cases.
Okay, all right.
So it says here, for those who did sign on voluntarily, they generally signed on for a period of 2 to 5 years, in additional of having a passage paid for. Coolies were also paid under 20 cents per day on average. However, others would take from them every month in order to pay off their debts. The British companies were the first to experiment with this potential new form of cheap labor in the 1807, when they imported 200 Chinese men workers in Trinidad. One of the first people to begin importing coolies from the east was Sir John Gladstone.
Can I just say that big up to RS Sid in the chat, and Ultra Funky donated £2, and he said Sarah Garvey interviews Mega Man is top notch. Big up to Sarah Garvey, the true heavyweight intellectual of Speaker's Corner, who was basically I don't know, kind of like abused and intimidated to stop going Speaker's Corner, but you can never stop him. He'll be back. So yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, when Raindrop comes here, let's talk about the Cooley thing, because actually when Betty comes as well, she comes on later. So the thing about the caste system and stuff like this, like any Sikh here that, in my opinion, starts saying I'm a particular caste and I'm better than another caste, they're not Sikhs. Now the problem is, a lot of Muslims, like certain individuals like TYO and people like Go Speaker's Corner and stuff, because they're people up north who are Pakistani, are the epicenter. Manchester is the epicenter of the grooming epidemic. Did you know that?
Oh,
if you look at, so if you look at the grooming, it's all around the Manchester area. So because Go Speaker's Corner and TYO are from that area, what's happened is that they're actually embarrassed that their people are actually kind of responsible for the total kind of like disrespect of their own community. So the whole Muslim community is bearing the brunt of the embarrassment of their community actually raping and abusing young girls, and they're upset that I'm actually exposing that, because Ghost Speakers Corner and TYO, probably because of their age, they might have known people that were grooming and raping young girls. In my opinion, I'm not saying they did. No, but they must have. Well, you think about it, it's a tight knit community, yeah. And then cousins are marrying cousins, and there's a lot of cases in Manchester and places like that where they're from, where brothers, uncles, fathers, children, yeah, yeah. So all of this kind of stuff, they were doing this in groups, yeah. And so for them, yeah, I would actually say that it's a real disgrace because the Manchester Muslim Pakistani community in particular has to hold a big responsibility for why they're allowed this epidemic to kind of get out of control. Because at the end of the day, if someone come up to me, yeah, in my community and said, "Oh, I got, you know, a 12-year-old girl, yeah, and I'm going to be XYZ with her," what I would do is report him to the police. Like people like Go Speakers Corner and TYO either ignored it or we're still, we don't know. I'm not saying they did, but we don't know who participated in grooming and stuff. There could have been people involved in grooming, and it's going to come out in the next couple of months because, you know, Oldham is now trying to open up an investigation or some sort of like kind of like reopen cases that were closed down for political correctness. So right now, Manchester is going to be a real shitstorm of a lot of people are going to start getting arrested. I hope Go Speakers Corner or TYO have a clean past because any of them, if they ever used any services of young girls and stuff like that through their relatives or family or whatever, it's going to be real difficult for them. I'm not going to lie. You know, I don't wish that upon anyone. But what can we say? They got filthy minds, filthy mouths, so they must have filthy pasts. What can I say? So yeah. Are you lot back then, Banksy and them lot?
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I was just thinking. So, what time is it? What? Can you just text them? Oh, let me just check my email because I don't want to start anything until get the James.
I've just texted him and said, "Come live and this doll shit up."
Shut your mouth, you freaking little prick. How dare you, man? How dare you? I talked about my artwork for literally 5 hours.
Not your artwork.
And now you're saying
that's not dull.
Yeah, but I don't want to go into anything too deep until actually because I want to go over the extra stream of Respect. But I don't want to start it because I actually want to go over it when James is on there because I think James, I don't know if you heard.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, he went on there, but the thing is that the one thing that Respect keeps on doing was that, okay, James, your people or your ancestors were responsible for the transatlantic slave trade. And I don't think he knew at the time that, you know, what's it called? Who's got an echo? That at the time that Respect actually condones or supports the Islamic slave trade. And with that information alone, he can shut down... He can shut down James. He can shut down Respect in 2 seconds. So, yeah. And you got anything you want to say before we start and everything? Let's just go over the video until he comes in because I'm sick and tired of waiting. And then he can, if he can jump some, we can restart it anyway. All right.
Yeah, I'm around.
Video. Oh yeah. So what we're gonna do here? We're gonna start. Oh, James got out his hair.
Yeah, hey,
finally. Just in time. Is that you, James?
Fashionably late.
Right.
Bloody hell, man!
You get warmed up first.
Yeah, you're just trying to like build up a presence, man, and like he's coming, man, and we're gonna start begging you to come on, man. How you been though? I'm not
egotistical like that, Raj.
Dude, are you trying to say I'm a narcissist?
Yes.
Yeah, I am a narcissist. And
Simon, I think there's an echo on your end, mate.
Yeah.
There's something going on.
So James, how long you got? James, how long you got? Where is he?
James? There you go. The echo stopped.
Yeah, it's thingy in it. It's bloody Simon.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing exactly.
Is it still there?
No, it's gone. It's gone.
I have to mute and unmute, and it goes away apparently.
Yeah, it's you. What's happened to James?
James, you still with us?
I will wait.
No, we lost his mic. He's lost either we lost his connection or lost his mic. I don't know.
All right.
Okay, get stuck in, Raj. Let's get the ball
Yeah,
rolling.
but I
Tables
don't want
around.
to. I don't want to start the thing about respect.
Respect's or movement? Movement's more interesting.
Oh, James, is that you? You got two heads now.
You are? Have I
Oh,
got
bloody
two?
hell! All right. I got another one. Are you? Can you hear us now?
You sound really. I can hardly hear you.
Oh no! Oh no!
Can you hear
I
me?
can hear you now. That's fine.
He's
Oh
definitely me.
yeah. How long have you got?
How long do you want?
Well, how long you got, man? Because there's a lot of things to go through.
Sounds official. Why is it? Well, yeah, whatever. I don't mind as long as.
Yeah, and the one thing I do want to go through is a video of me demolishing Respect, and although I'm not on the same page as you on a lot of things here, but I think one thing you need to hear is what he said the other day about slavery, and when you hear it,
yeah, he's a hypocrite anyway. He has to play the victim all the time. But
No.
you are the same as me. You want Punjab for the Punjabis, so
yeah.
you need to stop trying to distance yourself away from the truth, Raj.
Oh no, he's already firing shots, man. We've only started, dude.
Come on, we all
just started. All right, well let's go. Like, he's going back right into the deep end already, man. So all right, let's discuss this then, because now before we go on, I do want to play an audio later, if you can stick around, of me talking to Respect. And
Do you want to do that first?
I'll be honest with you, it's a right shit show. Yeah, once we get into it, it's not going to stop. It's like freaking unbelievably hypocritical of Respect, because I made him pretty much admit on live stream that although he says that transatlantic slave trade is despicable and evil, and I agree, he would allow his own people to be enslaved by the Islamic slave trade. So I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, well, no, I didn't. Before I'd spoken to him, I didn't know what. I'd not watched any of his videos. I just knew who he was from, obviously, Speaker's Corner.
Yeah.
But yeah, he wouldn't answer the question about what's his face, Muhammad, and then he was like, "Oh, his example was perfect for all of time." It's like, come on, you endorse paedophilia, and then all he wants to do is moan about slavery. Yet he's not a victim of slavery, neither were his family, and he fails to mention facts about the slave trade. He's just trying to play the victim.
All right, so let's go first, because no, because I think I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying is that he is actually saying that although his family his descendants were enslaved by the British, he would allow the Muslims to enslave his ancestors and be okay with it, but he's not happy with the British.
He's an idiot.
He's actually Muslim
who
now.
would want their ancestors to be enslaved by anyone in the first place? You wouldn't, would you?
Yeah, of course, yeah. So let's go on to the main topic first here about this ethno-nationalism, civic nationalism. I don't know if you heard I know you've kind of like moved your kind of like position on certain things. You want to just describe, like, are you with Mark Collette or are you not with Mark Collette? Because I'm kind of confused.
Well, I'm not a homosexual for a start, so.
All right. Well, there is a homosexual on the panel though, so.
He knows
I know.
Shots fired.
Right. So number one, no, like I said, I spoke to Mark when we were back in December. We had an interesting conversation, and yeah, like I said, we've become friends. He's I think people portray him to be a lot worse. Like, well, obviously they lie about everybody, but for me, like, all he wants is he just wants to ensure that Indigenous Brits remain a majority in their own country, and that's not racist. Like we spoke about, I think you were on that panel that time with Respect, and you agree with Punjab for the Punjabis. So why in the West can we not remain a majority in our homeland? So that's like, so instead of just focusing on Islam, I felt that it was time to start focusing on other things other than Islam, because there's only so. There's other issues as well, isn't there? And we don't. And well, yeah, and also, like I said, the main thing about us becoming a minority in our own country, that's happening now. My hometown of Leicester, that was the first city in the UK where we became a minority. It's happened in London, Birmingham, maybe Luton, Bradford. All of these areas are changing beyond recognition, and I don't want to live in a country where I become a minority, because we won't be afforded the same rights and privileges that minorities currently receive today. And also, it wouldn't be Great Britain, would it? It wouldn't be the United Kingdom if the majority of the people weren't indigenous Brits. It's like we could have millions of people move over to I don't know, should we say Punjab again? We'll use it for an example. And then, you know, it's just not on. Why should our country bear the brunt of mass migration? And I'm sure you agree with some of this anyway.
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you my position, because I've said it quite a few times on even on Reactionary and all that kind of stuff. For me, like, I've said that the way I tried to kind of empathize with the Brits, like, remember, my people only come in the 60s, so I don't have that attachment to the land that you lot have, just because of the length of time I've been here. When I look back to my history, I'm not English. I'm a British Punjabi Sikh, so I'm a British citizen. I'm Punjabi by ethnicity, and I'm Sikh by faith. So when I look at my history pre 1960, it's going to be Punjabi Sikh history. Yeah, that's just the way it is. And I have said categorically, I've said that if I went to the Punjab and it suddenly become 30% Chinese, I'm not going to be happy. Not because I hate the Chinese, but because I would feel that the Chinese coming in will probably change what I think is the Punjab. Yeah, they'll make it into something else. And that doesn't mean I hate the Chinese. I would just hate the change. And so I kind of understand and sympathize with when people are saying that. But the thing is that it depends on, like, my issue is mainly this, is like, how firstly the solutions and stopping it, and secondly, what is the acceptable amount of immigrants within the country? I mean, have you got a particular number? Because I said to myself, I wouldn't allow the Punjab to go below 70%. So I wouldn't allow, say, I wouldn't want this Punjab to go below 70%. So 30% immigration would be the maximum I would accept within the Punjab from a different.
But do you not think? I think we. Like, I was at the position before where I thought, you know what, we could still have maintained levels of immigration. But if you actually think about it, we're an island that's got finite resources. All of our infrastructure, you know, the NHS, the transport systems, they're all failing, and we keep having more people imported into our country. So it's eventually going to reach a tipping point, which is why there has to be a solution. So rather than, like, there's some people just spend their time talking about Islam without offering a solution as to what to do. The moment you mention the term repatriation, everyone's like, oh, it's a dirty word.
I think, sorry.
Yeah, you're not joining as well.
I was just wondering. I mean, at the moment, they've given some money to Jamaica to get rid of some people that are already in prison. If you start with the people that are already inside, costing the criminal justice system cash, and do the points-based system, which is a good start. It doesn't seem to be enough for anybody else, but you can't kind of go rounding people up in vans. Do you know what I mean? And it's only now that they've started using kind of politically approachable terms like financially based, voluntary repatriation. Up until now, it's been Boris Boats, deport, and it's just been way more. The air quotes groyping has been far more trolling. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of
no, but see, like the thing is though with repatriation as well. Like, if you just for an example, like I said this, and you can go and check in the Guardian. There's an article where I said that I'd start by repatriating the Muslim population of the UK. I said that back in 2018, and I still would stick to that, because for me personally, these people, they do pose a threat, whether you're a believer or a non-believer.
You know, I agree with.
What was that? Sorry.
I said, I agree with that, but I'm just wondering how that would be implemented. Do you know what I mean?
All right, so let me say something. This is where I don't agree. So what about you, Banksy? Then you can say your bit in a minute, James. But do you agree with that? Because it's a very, very strong statement.
I don't mean all Muslims, to be honest. I mean, like, proven extremist.
Oh yeah, I agree with that as well.
You know what I mean? I mean,
extremists. Yeah.
How you could get everybody out? I just don't understand the actual logistics of it.
I sort of agree with that gentleman's point where he was talking about the Jamaican deportees. If there's so many Muslims in prison, then you should deport them.
Like, start off with illegals, start off with ones that are already costing the criminal justice system.
No, because it makes sense. If there's people that actually pose a threat to your nation and things like that, just how you deported the Jamaican people, it shouldn't be anything different then.
All right, so James, just carry on. Sorry about that, man. So I just wanted to put our points across quickly. So if you just...
let me.
Oh, Banksy, sorry, you didn't say your piece, Banksy Gun. Would you agree with that?
No, I actually don't fundamentally agree with this. This is the problem, because I've seen how people, and these things that we're talking about, deport the criminals, fine. Oh yeah, low balls, these are low hanging fruits. Deport the criminals, fine. Deport the jihadis, fine. Deport the ones who are extremists, fine. Eventually we will get to the minutia. Eventually you'll get to lines in which, is this guy really an extremist, or is he just saying his thing? How about if someone who talks about transgender story time being wrong, should we deport them? Are they being extremists? Are they bigoted? Are they not? Are transgenders bigoted people? Or should we get rid of them? You see what I mean? This eventually, what I will say to you, and this is my warning to everyone who talks like this, is that eventually there will come a time where someone will knock on your door too. And these things it's easy to get rid of the ones that are obvious, but things change quickly and movements get hijacked. And so this is why I am extremely careful about making moves like this, because when you make these moves, it's fine when it's all above board and people know where they stand and everything is good. But eventually some crazy asshole who's extremely charming, who's extremely personable and is a great orator, and he has all the skills, will come along and hijack this pull the carpet right from under your feet. I've seen it done in my own home country, and I am extremely worried about these sort of things.
All right. So James, do you know who Banksy is? Have you spoken to him before?
Hold on. Wait. So number one, where's your home country?
I come from Iran.
Okay, so you come from Iran, and you're concerned about what's going on in Iran. So why aren't you in Iran?
Well, because, as I said, because the Iran became a theocratic dictatorship, and I can't live there anymore because of the exact same situation.
But the exact same situation. So this is brilliant, because we've got people telling us that we shouldn't go around saying things like this, right?
No.
Please let me finish. Don't interrupt, because I'll let you speak. So number one, why would we want a group of people that are hell-bent on raping and pillaging their way across Europe, that want us to become completely subjugated to them? Why should we tolerate that? Why should we allow these people in Europe to maintain a breeding ground? Okay, number one. Number two, what's the difference between an extremist, a jihadi, and a moderate Muslim? There's no difference. You all read the same book. You all believe the same thing. Well, unless you're Sunni and Shiite, right? So as British English people, why should we tolerate a group of people in our society that want to do us harm? So that's where I'd start with the repatriation. That would be my first port of call, because for me, these people pose a threat to my way of life and the future and the stability of this country. And anybody that denies that, I don't know how you can deny history. Look everywhere Islam has been. It's been violent, and they conquered. Well, look at North Africa. Look at the Middle East. These were Christian places, and you completely decimated them. So why should we? And now we're being I suppose, invaded by immigration. So that's one of the issues. But as a country, we have the right to self-determination. Right? Israel's got the right that they're allowed a country where Jews are the majority. So why can't we have a country where we remain the majority?
All right. So the thing is, hold on 1 minute. So the thing is, before you go in here, I think you need to, like, Banksy is actually an ex-Muslim, and he's probably one of the biggest anti-Islamic kind of thing, because he went for a theocracy, and I'm not gonna lie, some of the stuff Banksy says, I get a little bit.
Yeah, I know about the Islamic Revolution, where they overthrew the
Shah. So Banksy is somebody that So Banksy, I mean, I'm assuming that you probably agree that you're definitely against theocracies and Islam, because I know what you're like, but I still disagree with this kind of repatriation of a whole group of people based on their religion. Like, obviously, if somebody's an extremist and they want to do harm to the UK, then I have no issue with those people being interned and even deported if need be. But to say that the whole Muslim community is a potential time bomb, is just something that I'm not going to be able to kind of like go with and accept that.
It's not that I'm saying that you shouldn't do the repatriation where it's warranted. Absolutely, I have no objection to the Jamaican criminals that were repatriated. I have no objection to any Islamic jihadists who came out and strapped knives to their hands or drove a truck into people to be immediately repatriated or shot in the head, as the case may be. Those are not my issues. I have no problem with
Never
what has
said.
transpired.
I never called for people to be shot in the head. Don't say
No.
that.
I'm saying I don't mind if the jihadi who's trying to stab people on a bridge gets shot by the police. I have no problem with those scenarios. Those are very cut, clean, understandable situations. My concern, and this is what I saw in Iran, where people who came out and protested against the Shah did not want a theocracy. They didn't come out and protest for a theocracy, but they ended up with one. And that is my fear, is that those who start revolutions are not always the ones who end it, or not always the ones, the last man who stands. They're the ones who started, but then somewhere along the way others hijack it from them. So this is why my warning is, be extremely careful about the steps you take, because others will come along and they will try to take your revolution from you. But I'm not saying you shouldn't start something. I'm not saying you shouldn't stop immigration from Muslim world, because I live in this country. I don't want this country to become even 20%, even 5% Islamic. I am extremely
All
worried
right, so before you go on, big up to Aris Sid for the donation. I appreciate the donation. He said, good discussion, man. Big up to Aris Sid, my Sikh brother, man. Take care. Go and carry on, man.
Yeah, but oh, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, go. No, you carry on, James.
All I'm saying is I'm 100% with you on all the measures and all the worries that you have, James. My worry is that you can start this revolution and you can go ahead with the variety of sort of tactics that you need to take, logistical or whatever it is that you need to do to keep your majority British, Anglo-Saxon, white. And by the way, Raj, when you were saying that you want Britain to remain over 70% white British, next year you'll find that that figure has either been reached or has been surpassed, as in Britain will be below 70% by the next census. Because right now
I don't believe that.
80.5%. It's 80.5% right now, and that was from the 2011 census. That was 10 years ago. Hundreds of thousands of immigrants have already come into this country since then. In fact, potentially, reaching millions.
I'd be very surprised if it hit that number.
I will be very surprised if we're above 70% come next year's census. That's my worry.
Do you know what? We can have a census every 5 years instead of every 10 years in the act about census. Surely, when all this is in such flux and no one really knows, and we've waited since 2011, is it? And we're waiting for the next one. Can we not have one every 5 years? Whilst this is a real issue, because
Simon,
we have the.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to abolish the census entirely now. They're so worried about the demographics. They're trying to I will be even surprised if the next year's census takes place. They're now talking about stopping taking census because they are so worried about the demographic change.
So if that's the case, then I don't get why you're skirting around the issue of repatriation. Basically, what you're saying, oh right, let's deport the criminals. Look, at the end of the day, it's not just the criminals, is it? Do you want to live in a country where your own people are a minority? Go to Leicester, go to London, go to Birmingham, go to these places. This is supposed to be England. It's not supposed to be the whole world rammed into one city where you've got. It's not on, and this is not what two world wars.
But I don't think it's England anymore. It's always been Britain.
No, but the point is, we live in England. What part of the country do you live in?
But it's called England, but on your passport it says Great Britain, and we have to acknowledge that there's a corporation of the empire still in force.
Yes, but you still live in England. England is your country. This is the country.
But what about the corporation, Great Britain? Then
what about it?
What do you mean? What about it? It's in full swing, mate.
What do you want to know? Well, I'm saying that we live in England. This landmass that we live in is England. Manchester is in England. London is in England.
And some people could say it's in Britain, and we could go on and go on, and there's a United Kingdom. What are you going to do about these corporations that have been formed?
Let's not get too deep into this corporation thing yet, man. Let's get to the basic kind of like premise of like, because the thing that
the basic problem is we shouldn't be deemed as racist or trigger people by literally saying what we want, which is what every other country in the world seems to have. India is not affected by these problems, is it? Pakistan's not affected by these problems. So why should it be that these countries are protected and they can remain a majority in their own country, but the nasty white people in the West, we're not allowed to remain a majority, and we should forever feel guilty for the actions of the British Empire? It's all bollocks.
Yeah, but James, you look here. Look, when it comes to the British Empire, look, I don't agree with the British Empire. No one wants to be ruled by anybody else. Yeah. So, but I'm not somebody that's going to start saying, James, you have to freaking rah all the time. I don't really mention it, but I would say that I don't agree with it. Now, the problem is that my parents come here on a British passport. A lot of other people come here legally on a British passport, and a lot of them are actually Muslim as well in the 60s and the 70s. And you know my stance on the grooming the Pakistani community. I mean, the Pakistani community pretty much hate me. Most of them want to freaking kick my head in. But even I, who have a lot of problem with extremism and people blowing themselves up and killing people, I will not accept people being deported just because they're Muslim. You understand? It's something that, you know, like I don't think is right. And even saying that it's right, I just don't see how you could do it without becoming a savage in order to do it. Do you understand? How would you remove them?
It is actually the logistics of who you would get to do that I'm concerned about. Like, do you subcontract to G4S, or how would it work? I don't get how it could be implemented without a civil war.
Yeah, so you understand, like, people are not going to just leave voluntarily. You would have to you'd have to force it.
Well, we could offer them cash incentives to leave. I mean, I don't know the solution for that and what the logistics of it would be. But the point is, we need to do something, because if we don't get if we continue in the same way and keep voting in Conservative Labour, this country, we will, it is going to keep deteriorating, and by 2066 we will be a minority. So the demographic change is happening, but so you can't deny that. That's how many years from now we're in 2030? So 46. What's this country going to be like in 30 years time? What percentage will we be by then? So and like I said, in regards to the Muslim community, do you not think that they pose a threat? Because I think that they pose a threat, because how many and plus their attitudes and beliefs towards certain things I don't think are compatible with our way of life. And everywhere, like I said before, everywhere Islam has been, it's caused problems. But the problem is the political class that are allowing this to happen, and we keep facilitating it by voting the same people into power, which is why there has to be a true nationalist party that is going to put the interest of us first. And if that means deporting people, then so be it. I'd rather the safety and security of our country and its people be at the front of the agenda, rather more than anything else. And it's about our identity, isn't it? Do we want to lose our identity? Europe's changing beyond recognition. It's being flooded with third world migrants. Why should Europe be? And it's the same as the UK. Why should these places be open haven for anybody from the third world that wants to move here? Why should we tolerate that? This is, it's not on, and people,
but you have to
annoyed about it.
No, but you have to
before you go, can I just say to people in the chat that want to jump on here, I'm saying it's a very close panel because you can only got 6 spaces, and I want to keep it closed anyway, people I know, and so I'm leaving one panel member open because I want Raindrop to jump on. So yeah, until he jumps on, then there's not going to be no space unless I know somebody else. So yeah, Gary on Dora.
Like basically, I understand what you're looking at in Europe aspect like that, but you have to understand some of these people have ties with different countries, different people for over 200 years. So how do you think you can reassess these ties and all these type of things?
Say that again. I couldn't hear any of that.
Like a lot of these European countries, especially like the Western European countries, they've got a lot of ties to certain countries in these third world countries. So some of these ties go back to 200 years. I know we're in a new year now. So how do you see go forward with these type of projects?
Hello? James, is your connection all right? I think his connection might have a problem. Can you hear me? Can you hear me though? Because I can hear. I don't know if James can hear
I can
anything.
hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. So just wait until he comes on. So yeah. What the hell? Can you hear me? Oh, freaking heck. Damn. Is it me or is it?
He's got microphone chip, I think.
Okay.
Just mute and unmute, James. Oh, he's back. There's two of them again.
Yeah, there's two of them, two-headed James.
It's the James twins.
Yeah. The craze, now the James.
It's breaking up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, don't worry, man. Don't worry. Go. So
Yeah,
did you hear what Torek said?
One at a time.
Basically, what I was saying is some of these Western European countries, they've got ties with some of these third world countries for over 200 years. How do you feel to either repair these ties or break these ties? How do you think Europe or Western Europe people can go about it?
Put the question in that chat box, because all I'm hearing is a distorted sound. I can't hear you properly.
I was saying, can you hear me? Hello?
I think he's got a connection problem. Connect. Can you hear me though, James?
It's all, but I can hardly hear it.
So can you hear? Who can you hear? Simon speak, because maybe you'll have to speak through Simon, or maybe through Banksy. Like we'll do like this kind of ventriloquist kind of like thingy. So who can you hear? Simon, talk.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me, James?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Not you nutcase.
Doesn't sound like it. Can you hear me, James?
All right. Yeah, go on. Banksy. Maybe you'll need to log out and then log back in. Turn the computer off. Turn the computer on. IT.
Hey, James, can you hear me? Am I coming through? Hello?
Yeah, you're coming through.
No, I'm just saying if James can hear me, because it looks like he can't hear anyways.
Yeah, I think he needs to think.
Yeah, I suspect he can't hear anyways.
Can I just say something here? Hakita Date, you're moving mad in the chat, yeah? I don't know what's going on with you, yeah? You're moving mad. I'm trying to think.
Hakita?
I don't know what he's this guy that I met at Speaker's Corner, a Sikh guy. He looks like Bin Laden, like reincarnated. But he was a Sikh. So when I saw him, I was like, damn, is that Bin Laden? This is my own Sikh brother, but he did look a bit like Bin Laden. So big up to him, but he's moving crazy. You know when somebody suddenly starts moving crazy in terms of what they're writing, and you're like, what? Is that true? Is that what you think? Yeah, so the thing with the James Goddard situation is this, yeah, like, I agree that there are issues with the grooming epidemic in these areas like Manchester, especially where Ghost Speaker's Corner, Ghost Speaker's Corner in the chat, it comes on the panels, and a guy called TYO. Both of them are from Manchester, and Manchester is like the epicenter of the grooming epidemic by Pakistanis to like white girls and stuff like that. Yeah, so they're pissed off when I talk about this and go crazy. But the thing is that hold on, let me see. He's come back.
Has he come back?
What about now, James? You cool?
Hello.
Right. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Is your phone fucking you about?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Go on then. Ask that question.
Go on, Torek.
I think it was Torek. Torek, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying some of these Western European countries have got ties with these third world countries you speak of, like for over 200 years. So now England has entered the Brexit. How do you feel these people will be going forward? Are they going to rekindle some of these old ties or just keep to themselves?
What do you mean in regards to the Commonwealth countries, or do you mean to countries all over the world?
Well, just before you were saying like there's loads of different third world people in Western Europe, and I was saying a lot of these other countries have got ties with some of these countries and different negotiations and things like that. I was saying now Brexit has got their own sort of separance from everybody in the EU. How do you think they'll be going forward? Because some of these Britain has got a tie with a lot of different countries for over 200 years.
Yeah, so we can have ties with countries without having to import their populations over there. There's nothing wrong. I don't want us to stop democratic relations with any country in the world. But at the same time, we shouldn't be encouraging immigration from these countries. The immigration issue has gotten to the point where we shouldn't be allowing any more people to move in. Immigration from the EU actually fell, but immigration from everywhere else actually rose. So that's an issue that the Conservative government need to take on board and actually do something about it, because I don't think, if you say, we need to stop all immigration, it's, you're racist, you can't say that. But it's true. We can't continue these levels of immigration into this country. It's simply unsustainable. And especially and one example you can use for that is, if we really want to help people, then why aren't we helping the homeless people that are in this country, right?
Especially
why aren't we getting them
first?
Yeah, 100%, the vets and everybody that's homeless. Why aren't we helping these people get into housing? Instead, no, we want to bring in people from all over the world and put them straight onto welfare and give them a nice new house, and they don't even have to speak English, and then in 5 years' time they can get a British passport. No, it shouldn't be like that. And our generosity and our hospitality has been abused, and like you said, this argument and I feel that the left perpetuate this is, we should allow mass migration because we were so bad and we had an empire. That's rubbish for a start, and people often slag off the British Empire, but you have to, I'd say, you do have to admire what we did. We did raise living standards across the world, and it is something to be proud of. We shouldn't be ashamed of it. But some people don't like that. And
all right, so let me just say something, James. One of the things is, let me just explain something. That nobody would you want to be ruled by Brussels? Like when we're leaving the EU, every country, even if you actually make the country by your own definition, added stuff, no country likes to be ruled by an outside force. It's just your natural kind of inclination to want to rule yourself.
Yeah,
and so when you hear about colonization, and they say that they don't want to be colonized, and then people start saying, well, we did this, they don't care, because the same with the EU, like the Brits here are probably going to be a little bit worse off in the short term because of leaving the EU, and they're going to have to pay a lot of money to the EU. But they don't care. I don't care either. I want the UK to be independent from Brussels and from Europe. And so this kind of logic about, well, we did this or we did that. Most people from colonized places don't care. All they want is to have their own freedom. And so I think
they've all got their own freedom.
No, I'm talking about in the past, when people are saying, well, we did this under the British Empire, we did this and blah blah. People don't really care. What they want is their freedom. That's why, when I hear this, I think a lot of people don't understand that. So when you was ruled by the Romans, they built roads and actually even created London. I mean, Londinium was created by the Romans. And so, but I bet the British at the time didn't want the Romans in their country. I bet they would have wanted to expel them. They didn't want to be ruled by Rome.
Yeah, what did the Romans ever do for us?
But look, the point is, why should we be made to feel guilty? And why should we?
No, I do. But this is where I'm.
But this is the point, though. But this is what the left do. They we have to be ashamed of our history. Why should we be ashamed of our history?
Yeah. So for me,
British people, white people, our history, it's rich. Like other races, we've got rich history. So why feel guilt for what our ancestors did? We should be celebrating some of the stuff that our ancestors did.
No, I'm not. For me, I don't expect people to feel guilt. Yeah, I don't expect people to go keep going, well, I did wrong. And you can be proud of your history, even if there were bad things in the history. Like every people in the world, whether you look back throughout all history of all peoples, they'll have good and bad in there. Yeah, I don't have any kind of problem with that. If someone wants to say, okay, the Brits managed to do X, Y, Z, and you're proud of your people doing that, okay, cool. It was an achievement, no doubt about it. With some of the Industrial Revolution and stuff like that. But it's when when people start bragging about subjugating other countries or taking over, that's when I think people start to get a little bit okay, it's a bit distasteful when you're doing it. I'm not saying you, but when you hear it. Yeah. So with the repatriation thing, the thing is, James, yeah, could you? All right. So let me give you a hypothetical. Yeah. say you gave a monetary incentive to a family, let's just say of a Muslim family who are hardworking, don't pose a threat to the UK, but you still want to remove them. Remember, I don't agree with this. I'm just giving you a hypothetical. What if they refuse your monetary incentive? I mean, what would the next stage be?
The vans, I guess.
No, James, let James answer.
Okay.
Hold on, because you're putting me on the spot here. But no,
no, come on, James. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, because the thing is that
he can't solve all the whole.
One minute. So no. But the thing is, one thing that I have realized when I talk to people about this kind of solution is that it always results in violence, because people are not going to really go.
Violence?
No, I'm not talking about you,
No,
James.
I'm not.
Hold on, James. Let me explain. No, let me explain. 1 minute, James. So what I'm saying is that when I've spoken to a few people, and when I've tried to say, okay, say if 50% of the people leave with the monetary incentive, then you have like 50% who don't want to leave. What are the next steps? Because that would happen. Like, most people, 50% will probably say no. So how would you go to the next stage, and how would you remove those guys?
I don't know. There'd have to be legislation drafted into place, or possibly. I don't have all the answers for everything, but so firstly, we'd offer them a cash incentive to leave, and then if they didn't leave, obviously we'd have to think of a legal solution to do this. But look, the point is, it's not about hating. Well, it's not about hating other people. It's about ensuring that we remain a majority. So if that means repatriation, then, like I said, that has to be done. Obviously, you're talking about the logistics and the methods of how it is. But firstly, we need to get as many people on board with this way of thinking, because people are still going, along that line of no immigration. We need immigration in this country. We don't need immigration in this country. You're going to see over the next, the next 10 to 30 years, the levels of it, what's happened with immigration, the effect of that. So it's a problem. And like I said, I don't understand why more people aren't talking about it. And hold on. But the people that do talk about it are then like, no, I'm not saying you, but other people. Oh, you're racist. You're this, you're that. But it's not, though, and it's not racist, and it's an idea that must be implemented, as I said, to ensure that we don't become a minority. That's the solution to the problem. You stop immigration and you start repatriation. That is the solution. I don't see any problem with that whatsoever. And
I don't. And when it's presented properly, I suppose it sounds okay. But the people that are representing this, maybe I've seen a really shit doorway into this from people like Ralph, because they're not talking about sensible solutions, and people aren't calling them racist because of discussing demographics. They're calling them racist because of Zeke Island 1488ing, complaining about race mixers, declaring people non-white just because they've got black husbands, using all this nasty rhetoric. It's just really bad optics. And I noticed, since I've called this out, even people like Chris TR Talk have come on, and Unwashed has come on and done damage control and said, we should.
Chris, he's not TR Talk anymore, though, is he?
No, I mean, yeah, Patriotic Talk. But even they've come on and made damage control and said we need to group, not troll, because how is anyone going to take a conversation about demographics seriously? How is anyone going to get onto talk radio or LBC saying abort all Jewish babies? The person taking the calls, or they're going to filter those people out, aren't they? So and I noticed.
Hold up. Number one, abortion shouldn't even be an option anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is specifically for Jews, then it's been racialized, so it's got nothing actually to do with abortion. It's to do with race.
Yeah. So on the abortion question, like I said, I apologize to anybody when I say this who they feel like I'm demonizing them or not. I do believe if you abort a baby, unless if the baby was going to kill the mother, or if she was raped or something, I do believe that aborting a baby is wrong, and I do believe it's murder. For me personally, I think abortion is one thing that should really be outlawed, except for very extreme circumstances. Is that something that you have the same mindset of, though?
What, in regards to abortion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd repeat. I'd make it illegal.
I had no opinion on it until I realised that people were having abortions right up until fucking the 9 months. Do you know what I mean? And that's just murder.
But look at what they're doing in America. I think it is in the state of New York, isn't it, where they can literally kill the child. Like, what? I don't
take it out, and then
and people are endorsing this and supporting it, and you know, it's a well, this is a society that people have certainly lost their morals, you know.
Yeah, but I can't remember, James. Are you a theist or are you an atheist? I can't remember. I don't think I've ever spoken to you about your religious beliefs. I don't. Are you?
Yeah, no, I'm a Christian. I'm Christian. I believe in God. Like I said, I don't claim to know like everything about everything. I've always been honest. And like this is why I noticed some of the chat comments in the chat sometimes, like, oh, this guy you didn't know, but I don't claim to know everything. But what I do, but I always ensure that I try and use my voice to stand up for what I believe in and what I deem to be a threat. And I always attempt to try and learn more each day. To make myself
because you do know in the UK they do actually abort like 150,000 babies a year on average.
And you think about that, and you think about all the, you know, this has been legitimized, normalized, and you know, people celebrate it.
Wouldn't that solve our demographic problem straight away? with less dead babies.
Incentivized births for the indigenous population would be a good idea. You know, and also as well in regards to when you talk about demographics as well, and you have to remember Muslim families on average have a lot more children, you know, than ours. What was
it? 4.8, 1.2 at 4.8 or something like that? Am I
right? No. It's like 3 or 3.5, whatever it is.
Okay.
Weirdly, and I'm not, like I said, I'm still not understanding why, but the Sikh community has gone down to 2 as well. On average, and so I'm not sure why that is, that the Sikh community has gone down to 2, because when I was growing up it was around an average would be like 3 to 4 kids in a house, and now I very rarely see a Sikh family going above 3, and the average is like 2. So our birth rates have dropped quite drastically as well, and the Hindu community I think actually even has a lower than the British. I think like 1.5 or something like that, and the Brits are 1.8. The only community that is retaining or above that is the Muslim community, from my understanding. So I'm not sure exactly what the reason is.
It's even
sorry.
No, it's not just the Muslim community. It's actually a wealth issue. The birth rates in Dubai and Abu Dhabi have also dropped below replacement rates. If you actually look them up, the more wealthier country seems to get, the more wealthier the people seem to get, the less likely they are to have more children, because they want to have that free time to basically enjoy their life. Whilst the Muslims who come to Britain are most, if not all, are from a lower sort of financial class, if you like, than the places that they're leaving. So they're the poor. The poor have a what was it? The K-type mentality when it comes to their child rearing. The fact is that when you come from a poor country, you have to have 5 kids, because out of those 5 kids, you're lucky if 2 of them actually reach adulthood. Because of lack of medicine, food, and nutrition, and etc., etc. So you have 5 or 6 kids because you don't expect all of them to actually make it. Whilst in Britain, you have 2 kids, and you have to worry about how much money you're going to pay for their university, because both of them are going to make it, and both of them are going to make it to university. And this is the difference between the mindset. There's a plethora of reasons why the birth rates of the white indigenous people in Britain and across Europe and North America are dropping. But the number one thing that seems to be the indicator is wealth. The wealthier you are, the more sort of middle class and well fed and well clothed and well housed you are, the less likely you are to want to have loads and loads of kids. Kids are hard work. You're not gonna, everybody wants to look after 5 kids, and unless you're a Hollywood celebrity or a multimillionaire who has nannies, you're just not going to want to be running around after 5 or 6 kids. So there is a thing to be said about that. Also, the fact, as I said, that my brother right now has 1 kid, and he is literally scratching his head how he's going to pay for the education of this one kid. This kid has already cost him £60,000 in the next 6 years because he's sending him to private school. So this is the challenges that families face, and if you're thinking about your children in that way, then you're not going to have many kids. Whilst I know a friend of mine at work, she has 2 children. She is, she's half Iraqi. Oh no, she's Iraqi, but she was born and raised in Britain. She has 2 children, and she's already, had enough of having any more kids. Her Somali friend, they were pregnant at exactly the same time. In the periods of years that my friend has had 2 children, that woman has had 8.
Fucking hell.
That's the difference.
You had 8? You had 8?
My friend's
loose.
friend, her Somali friend, my friend has had 2 children, and her children are, I think the oldest is like nearly 10. In that number of years, the Somali friend, they were both pregnant on the same time, but with their first child. That woman has had 8 children, whilst my friend's only had 2. Because that's the mindset. It's a mentality thing. They don't care if you have 8 children and all of them grow up in squalor and mediocrely educated. They don't really care, as long as they just have children. Whilst my friend and my brother and people I know, they are thinking about how much they're going to pay for the university fees of these children in 18, 19 years' time from now. That's their concern. A Somali doesn't give 2 shits if these children grow up and become McDonald's servants. They just don't care. They just have kids.
All right. So James here, the one thing I'm a little bit confused about as well is I've got a few things I'm confused about. Is are you now in line with Mark Collette on the Jewish question? Like, what's your stance on the Jewish question? Because there's a lot of let's say controversy according to that, which is why the Tommy Robinson movement is kind of he's gone again. He ran the Jews scared him off.
No, he's really lost his connection.
It's that Zionist connection, man. It's that Zionist connection.
It keeps breaking up. Can we do this another time?
Can I just say something? Yeah. I didn't say I'm kind of like separating from the Tommy Robinson movement because of his stance on the LGBTQ. Because I actually agree with his stance on the LGBTQ up to a point.
Well, the T.
So that's not. I only heard about, and also I only heard about that yesterday. And I was on your stream 2 days ago talking to Zabida, and I said, and Rashma Akhtar was listening, and I said on that day that I was actually going to be separating myself from the Tommy Robinson movement. So that was actually a whole day before I even heard that. So it was just a coincidence that it happened. But it's kind of weird because I actually sort of understand where he's coming from, but I kind of think that I don't know. It's complicated, man. It's complicated. So yeah. I'm gonna go through the thingy as well if he comes back. I want to go through him and show him what aspects.
No, his connection's fucking him off. He'd rather do it another time.
All right, do you know what? Yeah, let's go through it, dude. So we'll go through it, but tell him let's rearrange it and talk properly because I didn't really go through the whole thing. So does he want to leave it now? Because then I'll move on to the next thing.
I think so. Yeah, he's saying we'll do it another time.
Yeah. We'll arrange it for another day, yeah, so we can do it properly. So what I'm going to play next year is actually going to be the discussion that I had with.
Thank you, James.
Big up James anyway. I know we disagree on certain things. We can talk about it. Oh my God, you sound like you're Darth Vader, man. What's happened?
I'll mute again. Hold on.
Your voice, man.
Yes, I hated. Oh, Simon, your I don't know what it is. I think it's a connection thing because I was roboting crazy.
Sounded
is
cool.
That better?
Yeah, that's it. You sounded cool though. You sounded cool.
Record it, sample it. It's okay. Yeah. Ricky Millwall will be anyway.
It's on a live stream anyway.
All right, so let me go through this stream then, and let me just screen share it. Let me just get it on there, and I'm going to stop here and there, obviously. Or if you want me to stop, tell me if you want to just kind of go over something. Because I want to show you the true nature of the righteous so-called finger spect or sellout. Because I'm going to call him sellout spect from now on. And if anyone's in any doubt now that finger spect or sellout spect is not Muslim, this particular...
have we got room for John now? Have we got room for John Lawrence?
Who the hell is John Lawrence?
He's a mate of James's. He does lots of activism. He's often outside courtrooms. Up in Manchester, he's part of the Manchester Collective. He's a mixed race dude. He does a lot of activism.
Oh, is it John, the one that
Big
I normally see? Oh, yeah, if you want to jump on, obviously. Yeah, I actually know who he is. If you want to jump on, send him a link then. I know who that is, isn't it? So let me go through the thing, because it'll be interesting to get his take on this as well, actually, because he's actually mixed race. Is he half Jamaican?
I can't remember. He did say the other day he's... I can't remember his genetics.
All right. Why don't you ask these important questions, exactly where people come from?
Because I'm not like you.
I want to know everything. Yeah. So where exactly do you come from before I talk to you? So yeah.
But for a minute, when James was on, I wasn't the only white dude on the panel, like often.
I know. It's quite scary for you, I suppose, being with all these migrants. It must be terrifying.
Well, it's just rare. There's another white dude on the anyway.
So let me just the legend. The finger split supports Islamic slavery and gets destroyed on YouTube. Now let me just say something. This is very brutal, and to anybody in the cult of finger spect, sit down, have a cup of tea, take a tranquilizer or something, and relax, yeah, because I'm telling you, it's pretty savage in the way I kind of drag them around like a rag doll for 3 hours. So I'll play the first bit. So let me just play it. Can you not hear now?
To launch a nuclear bomb at me, it's gonna miss. Do you know why? Because I'm protected by the
I can hear it fine.
His power is an absolute weapon.
So they use the. Oh, let me just. I'm with you on this, but I will say that respect. You have suffered a lot of losses in the last couple of weeks, so I will be gentle. But I want to ask you a question, yeah? Do you believe that if the transatlantic slave trade, they used the Islamic version of slavery, would you still agree with them enslaving your people? So if they said they could free them, that they could clothe them, and they would have a different. So are you saying that? Are you saying that if your people were enslaved by
Well, you killed it, Raj.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that was me or...
No, he killed it.
Raj, you fucked it.
You clicked something, Raj. You killed the freaking thing.
Hang the DJ.
Dear God, boomers.
Man, boomers. Sorry. Oh, did I? Oh, sorry.
Working with fucking boomers.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Oh no, what a terrible host. Do you know what? I thought you were saying that I killed it in terms of like demolishing him. I thought you was complimenting me.
You killed the stream.
I actually really thought you were saying that, so I was bigging myself up like, yeah, I killed it, man. I was like, I didn't realize I actually killed the stream. So let me just do it again.
Killed the place.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, it's coming back.
For everything you've done, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain leaders that have tried to fight for the people, and they're the ones that get taken out and killed.
Is that better?
You know what I'm saying? Whether they're in the government, whether they're revolutionary on the ground.
Is that okay now?
Can I say one thing, right?
Yeah, it's perfect.
One thing, yeah. Like I said on air yesterday, yeah. If the government wanted to launch a nuclear bomb at me, it's gonna miss. Do you know why? Because I'm protected by the Most High, and His power is absolute weapon. So if there's something
how's it going, everyone?
I believe.
Hey, my man. Yeah, I wanna ask you. Look, can I say something here?
I believe that the bomb, if it's the Most High's will, it might even hit me, because I believe that, you know, for you to live a righteous life, death is just you returning back to the Most High. You're gonna have to answer for everything you've done, innit? That's what. Trust me. That's true too. That's true too. But at this point in time, if the Most High wants you to be alive, if He decides you will not die today, you're not dying. His power is absolute.
Big up to the theists. I'm with you on this, but I will say that respect. You have suffered a lot of losses in the last couple of weeks, so I will be gentle. But I want to ask you a question. Yeah, do you believe that if the transatlantic slave trade, they used the Islamic version of slavery, would you still agree with them enslaving your people? So if they said they could free them, that they could clothe them, and they would have a different. So are you saying that if your people were enslaved by the Islamic version of slavery, would you have been okay with that?
So if my people attacked Europe and got captured and went to do the indentured servitude that the Irish done, 100%.
Well, did Bilal attack anyone?
Hold on, please, 1 minute. Let me run with this. Okay, so you're saying that if the Europeans come into your land and you, let me ask. All right, so let me just first of all, let me just
do. You go to prison and put them in the prison.
Can you not stop talking for me? So, are you saying that if your people attacked the British and then they captured them, including women and children, and then sent them over to Jamaica and Americas because they attacked them, but they had the premise of maybe being freed, you're okay with that for your people?
You have to be freed. It's not a choice.
No, it's not. You have to be free. They can free you if they want.
The commandment is to free you.
All right. So let me ask you a separate question. Say if your family, say if you was killed in war, and then what happened?
Raj, now the question. You've already lost. You've already lost.
1 minute.
You've already lost, Raj. You've already lost. Submit, Raj. Raj, submit.
Let me finish. So if you went to war, with Britain, and they used the Islamic concept of slavery, and then what happened is that you lost, and then you was killed, but your family was still alive, like your mum, your daughters and sisters and stuff. Would you be okay with them to be captured, and they just might be what you call a concubine under the rulership of the British using the Islamic version of slavery?
Concubines were not allowed in Islam.
No, stop. No. So what your right hand possesses is basically you can have sex with your slaves. Are you okay with that? Yes or no?
Raj, you're finished. You're making a false argument.
I'm not using a false argument. Let me finish.
You're not saying you can marry the women. You're saying you can have sex with your slaves. Two different things. Getting married to a woman and having sex with a slave is two different things. But you like to put Jupiter, Reggie, you lot are obviously the same team. You lot like to put it in your disastrous way. This is what I believe.
I'm one of the few people.
Let him finish. Hold on, Jupiter. Let him finish. Let him dig his own hole. Let him finish.
All right. So, no, you're going to be disappointed, Raj, because what I believe about slavery, Islamically, is the same thing that the people that abolished slavery using the Quran believe. I believe if I was a leader under Quran 2177, there's an order. The only way you can be righteous is to free the slaves. So I would believe in freeing all of them and abolishing.
Right, so let me ask you this question, because in the Quran there is one verse.
The only time when it will be applicable is in war. That's the only.
One minute. So there's one verse in the Quran that I have a big problem with because it's used against my people as well. And so there's a verse that you can have sex with your 4 wives and what your right hand possesses. So are you saying how can you have sex with your right hand possesses and marry them at the same time?
Whoever among you cannot find the means to marry free believing women. So if you can't find any Muslim women that are already...
I didn't ask you that. So if you had 4 wives...
I'm reading the verse.
Hold on. No. Answer the question. You had 4 wives, and then you have a slave girl that you can also have sex with. That means you can have sex with your slaves.
Are you listening? This is the verse. And whoever can't find the means to marry a free believing woman. So if you can't get a woman that's a believer, then whom your right hand possesses. So these are people that have been.
What verse is that? Respect.
Verse 425. Of whom the right hand possesses of the believing servant girls, the ones who have been captured. And Allah is most knowing about your faith. You believers are one of another. So marry them with the permission of their people. Marry them with the permission of their people.
Let
me read the verse then, because someone's putting it up here. Let me read the verse to you. Hold on. So this is talking about sexual partners, and it's Quran 2, 3, 5, 6. Those who strain their carnal desires except with their wives and slave girls or right hand possesses, or these are lawful to them. Correct. So that's just a bit of it. I mean, like, am I mad, or is he basically agreeing to Islamic slavery? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, so far I find like he's trying to I don't know, it's very unbalanced, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it gets worse afterwards because he actually says he would actually be overjoyed if he gets captured by Muslims rather than, or the British use the Islamic version. Now, one of the things is that the reason why I find this quite disgusting as well is that there's a saying in India, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. 12 baje sings pagal honde, which means at 12 o'clock Sikhs go mad. And the reason why they used to go mad at 12 o'clock at night is because the Sikh females used to get captured. Is he actually being chucked out? Oh yeah, so the Sikh females used to get captured by the Mughal forces, and during that time, they used to use them as concubines. Yeah, and the concubinage is actually, or what you call the right-hand possessors. Yeah, they would capture Sikh women and then use them as concubines. Yeah, and so this is not an if and a but. This is something that happened in India, and this particular verse was probably what was being used in order to what I call kind of like justify that. Yeah. And so a lot of people don't really understand that, you know. So this is why I have a very big problem with that verse. Yeah, because it's actually being used against my people as well. Banksy, are you still there? I hate you here.
Yeah, I'm here, dude. I was just listening in, and the problem was when you stopped the video, I didn't realize you were the one talking and not the video of you talking. So I just ignored it because I thought it was the video of you.
Same here. Yeah, I was like, Raj recorded or Raj now?
That's how, do you know what's so strange here? It's like, you know, my voice is normally the same when I'm talking on that stream and this stream. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, that's why I couldn't tell the difference. That's why I didn't know which one.
Let me get John Lawrence on here. Yeah? Hey, John Lawrence.
You're right. You're right.
Hey, how's it going, my man? I've been wanting to speak to you for a long time.
Evening.
Man.
Evening.
So, no offense. Like when you kept on saying I want to come on the stream, I was like, who's that freaking nutcase? I'm not even no random person. But I actually feel like I know you a little bit because Raspect is actually a little bit obsessed with you and keeps playing these videos of you. And,
I know. I mean, like, let me just give you a bit of a brief run through. So, my dad's Jamaican. I'm second generation. Come over when he was 19. By the time he got to Oldham, he was involved in the initial Race Relations Act in the 1960s, helping everybody out, getting it all set up. Then in the early 90s, he warned the Labour Council and the government about creating ghettos by social housing and stuff like that. Then 5 years later, we had the Oldham Bradford riots, which was blamed on segregation and that kind of thing that my dad was warning them about. Then we've had the death of Gavin Opley, politically correct killing. And when you look at Rochdale as well, you have the 3 girls scandal.
Is Rochdale in? Because the thing is, I've been having these two. So sorry to disrupt you, but I've been having this real vitriolic kind of to and fro with 2 Pakistanis from Manchester. One's from Oldham called TYO, and another guy's called Ghost Speakers. And both of them are real nasty, gutter wrenching cunts. Yeah, who have no. So let me 1 minute. So one of the things is that I want to kind of establish, because they're getting very triggered when I'm mentioning grooming, and they're of an age that might have known groomers because they're in their 30s or 40s. So I see Manchester as the epicenter of the grooming epidemic in my
opinion. Definitely, but it's been covered up because it's a heavy labour area. You know what I mean? Not like other places. In Oldham, you've got one of the biggest Bangladeshi communities in the UK. You've also got some of the oldest Pakistani communities in the UK, and Labour have left them to fester, left them segregated. Then we had the riots, and this, you look at the riots; it's all proof how you just leave it. And at the moment, like you said, Oldham Council are under pressure to release data and that on child sexual exploitation. which has happened in Rochdale, which is just 7 miles away. And it's the same thing in Rochdale. It's heavy Labour area, political correctness rules in Rochdale and Oldham. And I say this all the time. If we'd have dealt with this problem in the first place, when it first arose 30, 40 years ago, there won't be no Tommy Robinson. There won't be no demos against grooming gangs. There won't be all these people coming.
There wouldn't be me. There wouldn't be me because my cousin was groomed by a grooming gang, Pakistani.
There wouldn't be any of this if the left and the government and Labour had dealt with it in the first place. And it's all proof. If you look at the riots, like I just said about my dad, he warned them. They just didn't listen to him. You know what I mean?
The thing about Manchester, like when I remember the riots happening, and even for myself, like when I watched it, I was like, the way Manchester seems, it's like in London, like we're in London, so London, like although it's not totally kind of integrated, everybody, people see each other a lot, and they're kind of like mixing all the time, and so you don't have these, although you have ghettos, but they're not ghettos like in Manchester. Like Manchester looks like two separate cities merged together, like an apartheid place. And I'm going to be honest, and this is going to sound quite cruel, but the Pakistanis I speak to on the net from up north and the ones I've met in real life are some of the biggest cunts I've ever met.
Honestly, honestly,
I'm sorry. I'm just telling you the truth. I've never met people like this before. I mean, I know Pakistanis in London, and they don't behave like these dudes, man. These guys are savage. They'll talk about your mother. They'll say anything or mock anything. And these guys, when I think about these guys being up north and the grooming, I now understand why the grooming is so epidemic up north.
But again, it's the north. Manchester is one of the Labour strongholds in the country, so they've kept it under wraps. They've kept it under wraps, and you look at some of the crimes, and that's all. You know, they sent these Jamaicans back, who'd committed nasty crimes. We all agree they committed nasty crimes. They can go back. In the 3 girls scandal in Rochdale, the 8 men involved in that, we give them 3.2 million in legal aid, and the cunts are still walking the streets, and none of them were born here. Honestly. And,
I've heard stories of, Rochdale, how far away is it from Oldham? Because I've had encounters with some people from Oldham, Pakistanis. Big up to Zabida there, man. Big up to Zabida. I've had encounters with Pakistanis from Oldham, and I'm not lying, man. I just cannot believe the way they speak, and if they're behaving like this on the net and the way they talk here, because I have very little respect from what I've heard about other cultures and other people.
That's what I mean. But Labour have never dealt with it. They've just left it, and they do it all the time. And this isn't just happened in Oldham now. They're doing it now across the country. They're just leaving it, and they're not dealing with it properly. And look what it's caused. Besides that, you're talking like Oldham last year was top 25 places for knife crime. We had the highest violent crime increase in the country 2017, 2018. And look at this situation. The Glodwick area, which is a Pakistani dominated area, 5 Somalians come in a car, run down a Pakistani lad at 3:15 in the afternoon and stabbed him death in the street opposite a primary school and 2 mosques. A Friday afternoon when they're all walking around, and Labour just don't deal with it. When we had the protests in Birmingham of the LGBT in schools, it moved to Oldham, and because it was coming up to a local elections, council never did nothing. And then about 2-3 months after the elections, had gone to them and said, look, you can't protest no more. By this time, a prominent Pakistani activist was live on telly saying, if you don't take it out of school, there's going to be riots. Honestly, it's the Labour Party. I haven't heard no one in here mention the left or the Labour Party. And I'll just give you bona fide or fact examples of the left and the Labour Party in Manchester.
Well, I used to be a Labour Party member, and I've got pictures of myself meeting Tony Blair, canvassing, but I don't vote now, to be honest with you, because I just don't have no party myself. And Labour Party is a disgrace at the moment. They're actually like, I don't know whether they want to self-destruct or whatever they want. But the thing is that one of the problems I have is that I've grown up with a lot of Pakistanis when I was younger, because I'm from a Pakistani area. A lot of people don't realize, they think, Raj, oh, you're a pussy, you probably walk around in a safe area. Now, my area when I was growing up, 95% of the Asians are Pakistani, and most of my mates are Pakistanis when I was growing up. So the Pakistanis I grew up with don't seem the same as the one from up north. There's something in these ghettos, and I have spoken to Pakistanis in London who are from a different area of Pakistan. So just so you understand, in Pakistan and India and Pakistan used to be one. I'm Punjabi, like by ethnicity, and there's a lot of Pakistanis that are Punjabi as well. But what happened is that when the country was split in half, we were split by religious lines. But there's a community which is they're from Kashmir, and they're called Meepuris. And the thing is, most of them, the Meepuris, emigrated up to these northern villages in Manchester. And even in Pakistan, they're known as the backwards hillbillies, a very backward kind of like very misogynistic kind of community. And they do see, I think, white females as slags. I think they see non-Muslim girls as easy meat, and they see a definitely white woman as whores. And so they have no issue doing what they're doing to them.
I honestly totally agree with you, Raj. Honestly, everything you said there just fits in with everything that I said then about what happened with the riots and that. The no-go zones in Glodick, 2001, Gavin Hopley's in the... you know where you said you feel safe walking the streets? You don't feel safe walking the streets in Oldham. You just get stabbed, run over, killed, beaten up. If you're gay, you get beaten up. I can give you half a dozen LGBT attacks across Oldham in the majority where all the takeaways are, where the Pakistanis running them.
What about vape shops? What about vape shops? Vape shops.
The what?
A vape. You know, vape, like those cigarette vape shops.
Yeah, there's loads of them opening now.
Yeah, because can I say something? There's a guy, and I'm going to say it straight. Yeah, there's a guy in Manchester that I have a lot of issues with. Who always jumps onto these streams, and one of the main reasons he jumps on is because I'm highlighting the grooming gangs. Because it happened to one of my relatives, and when I looked into it, like most of the grooming gangs are of Pakistani heritage. We've got to agree with that. They're not Muslim per se. You've got to say the word Pakistani. Then there's a hint of different communities mixed in. There's even one or two Sikhs, Hindus, one or two Hindus, but the majority are Pakistani. Then what will happen is that these guys from up north, what I've realized is that even if they're not involved directly in the grooming, there's a kind of like a real disgusting, what I call kind of attitude towards other communities' women. Yeah, so they've said to me directly on live streams that Sikh men, are drunks, so your women go with us. Yeah, and I've heard the same thing they say towards white people. Oh, your men are drunk and basically weak, so we can take advantage of women. That's what's been said to me loads of times. Yeah, and that just shows that they believe that the other communities here don't have their females under control. And if their females are not under control and we see them, it's fair game. Yeah, that's kind of the sense I get.
The left and the values were coming out now. Women can do anything, you can do anything you want. One big thing that I've been worried about is like drinking. And in the 90s, we had dozens and dozens of sex attacks on girls who've been in town drinking. And a lot of these girls were under 18 and, pretending to go in pubs and stuff like that. Oldham, the Labour Council didn't do nothing about it. They never put up any signs. They never went round to the kebab houses. In the 90s, I remember a few groups of fathers coming down from certain villages around Oldham. And they came down to the main town and they went to all the taxi ranks and said, if you don't stop messing with our girls, we're going to burn your taxi ranks down. Loads of these guys were arrested.
Yeah. So it happened to Sikh men as well. Like, I don't know if you understand that the Sikh community in the 80s was complaining about this. And they used to, because we look similar to the Pakistanis, we have a similar language or the same language. And it's hard to distinguish unless the person wears a turban. Like a lot of Sikhs don't wear turbans as well. They look like Pakistanis then. And so what was happening, the Sikhs had to kind of form like a vigilante kind of like their own kind of protection. And those guys here who are protecting their girls were getting arrested. And I know someone who's a very close friend of mine still who went to prison for like 5 years. And what he went to prison for was trying to get back a girl who had been kind of like pimped out. And what happened is that obviously instead of the police dealing with the situation, yeah, they then dealt with the guys that were trying to do what the police should have done, which was to try and help the girls. Are you so for you, are you in any kind of danger by speaking out? Because I mean, some of the Pakistanis I've met from up your area are freaking nasty.
All the time, all the time, all the time. If I see you in town, we're going to get you and all this lot when and all the time. But I'm not one to be like put down by things like that. And but let me just go through this. It's in the 90s. I've come out of a club and I've seen a white girl being dragged into a car, and there's 4 guys who I'm saying are Pakistani because I just know the area. Now, as I went down to the woman, because she was like intoxicated, to like drag her back, they started threatening me. And then within 5 minutes, they were threatening my life. And then about 2 weeks later, I'm walking through town centre. Next thing, I wake up in hospital and I've lost half my teeth. And I'm sure it's these cunts who jumped me. Honestly, it's bad. The Gavin Opler case, he's come out of a club, and instead of going right into the middle of the town centre to go get his taxi, he's gone left and he's gone under the bridge into Waterloo Street. 9 racist Pakistani thugs have chased him, killed him, and the highest sentence 21 months and the lowest sentence 9 months. And nobody said anything. The Labour Party didn't say anything. The Lib Dem, nobody said nothing. So what happened is the BNP come up to Oldham then, and the BNP were big in Rochdale at the time. And I was out on the night. Why I remember this is I was out on the night, and when I'm coming out of the club later on, with a few of us, police have surrounded us. Right, have you seen any lads being chased? I went, no, I didn't see now. And then 3 days later, I found he'd been kicked to death, and he'd not done nothing wrong. He'd not said any racist words or anything. He just went under that bridge into the no-go zone. So the BNP come up, and then I come up a couple of days later, and I went, and one of my mates said that these BNP guys were in. Nobody was listening to the communities in Oldham. Nobody, the Labour Party didn't come out. Nobody did nothing. So the BNP had a open like area, so they come up. And when I talked to these 2 BNP guys, they were just working class lads like me. They weren't racist. They were just working class lads like me, and they were concerned. And Oldham's had a lot of history around Rochdale. The 3 girls scandal.
So how far? Just so I understand, because my kind of understanding, because when I was speaking to these Manchester guys, because they keep gunning for me, I just had to argue with them earlier today. And I was pointing out that Manchester is the epicenter of the grooming epidemic. And they were saying, oh, Rochdale is nothing to do with Manchester. That place has got nothing. And I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure they're very close. They must all know each other. Because I know that the community is very tight-knit, And so I must know that, and they're getting very triggered with me. Like they're literally losing their minds whenever they hear me talking about it. So let me try and understand about Oldham, because I've never been there. One question, is there a lot of Sikhs in Manchester by any chance?
There is some communities in Manchester, but not so much in Oldham.
All right. And the Sikh and Hindu community, how are they kind of perceived in Manchester?
All right. They don't get no shit off anybody, not like the Pakistani or the Bangladeshi communities. The Pakistani and the Bangladeshi communities have proper infiltrated the council. I saw a video on there because I was on the Vindicated the other day. Big up to what was it? I forgot his name now, man. Sorry, dude, I forgot his name, but he highlighted the video. Then I went on there, Analyze Dunya, and so I was on there. And one of the things that he was playing a video of the Oldham Council, and the families were trying to highlight the grooming epidemic, and they just walked out. Wow. Honestly, and in that particular case, when Lee Rigby got killed, Oldham Council decided not to do anything not to release any details about child sexual exploitation, because it might inflame the situation. Yeah, and what they've decided to do is they'll have a review of the child safety things in Oldham for a couple of years between 2012, 2014, when I know and people know there's cases going back 20, 30 years that they're not doing nothing about. The Labour Party and the left, they're messing up our country, man. And when you look at my videos, I'm always screaming about the Labour Party. I don't blame the Muslims. If we'd have dealt with these situations in the first place, we just wouldn't. There just wouldn't be no Tommy Robinson.
There wouldn't be no me. The thing is, there wouldn't be no me. Like, one of the reasons I drifted towards Tommy Robinson was because 10 years ago, and my cousin is from North. I can't give too much details because these savages will literally try and do more damage to her. Yeah. So 10 years ago, she was 14, and she was, let's just say, taken advantage of by 4 Pakistani guys that started pimping her out and got her onto drugs and everything. So very similar.
One sec, Raj. I'm listening to you on my phone. I've just got to open my front door.
Yeah, go on. I'll wait for you. Go and do your thing. Actually, do you know what? It's very good that he's jumped on today, mate. You too. You can speak as well, man. You're not. Everyone thinks I'm subjugating you, like.
No, I just ran to the shop and I just ran to the shop and bought a beer.
Right.
I was still listening, but
wondered where you went, man.
I'm definitely listening, man. Definitely listen, because it's some good information. This is things what a lot of people don't get to hear in London or other areas.
London is a very different beast to the rest of the UK. I mean, I don't think we can understand like how different it is.
Can I just one of the things I wanted to say when James was talking is because I've been stuck in London for ages and I haven't visited anywhere like Rotherham, Oldham, or Telford, any of these places that seem, at least when you see them on the telly, to be a lot more unofficial ghetto-y. Not no-go zone areas, but they definitely seems to be more concentrated, and the communities seem to be more in closer confines, and so in bigger conflicts. And I haven't actually seen that for myself, so I can't really. I'm only speaking from the London bubble. Do you know what I mean? So I'd be really interested to visit Oldham, Rotherham, and those places.
Well, the thing is, in London, like, there's not really. Even when I was younger, when I used to hear, because the Sikh community has always had these stories about these grooming cases of Sikh girls being pimped out and groomed and stuff. And that wasn't really from London. It was always up north. Now, when you're looking at a particular, I don't want to talk too much about a particular group, but it's a group called Shed Up Punjab. It was actually formed in Birmingham, not London. So, but the north has a real problem with these kind of like, and it's partly to blame for the government as well, in the sense that they allowed these ghettos to fester. And now they've got to a point like you have a country within a country. Yeah. And you don't have that in London. Like, even if I go to a strongly, say, Pakistani area, it still is integrated, so people are still walking about from different communities. Even if you go to Whitechapel, white people are still there walking about. But I reckon, like, from what I've seen, like Manchester, it's literally people don't talk to each other unless they're in the centre. Like, it's 2 different places, and that's very dangerous, especially when you got one culture which is very, very kind of like different from the other. Like, you got 2 totally separate cultures with different mindsets, different ideologies, and that's just a recipe for disaster. Totally, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it seems pretty dangerous. Do you know the Vindicator? Do you think it'd be okay for me to play a video from his channel?
It depends what your relationships with them's like. If it's good, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, it's about a video from a council meeting where in Oldham just 2 weeks ago, when they tried to go there and speak about the grooming and past cases, and they all walked out. The actual councillors, they walked out in mass and disrespected the family for actually bringing it up. So for you, John, because I want to, when I speak to these guys next time, I want to have a few rebuttals, because some of the claims I've been making is from my kind of investigation of, because when I started to look into like all these real big cases, what I started to realize was that although there's like a handful of convictions, what I'm shocked about is the hundreds or maybe thousands of men that use these girls that have never been convicted. Like there was one case. So I had this. People say to me, Raj, it's only a handful of people. Only 400 people have been arrested who are Muslim or from a Pakistani background. I'm like, when I heard one case, there was one girl that she only managed to get 10 people convicted, but she said she had hundreds of men from Pakistani
I
background.
said it honestly, Raj. I say this all the time. People don't realise the scope. I said this all the time, exactly how you just said it. Victoria Agalogia, the one to do with the Manchester coming out, she reckoned she was raped by 100 men. Not even any of them are in prison. The guy who gave her drugs got sent down. That's it. And the guys who they investigated, half of them was linked to rape cases, but none of them have been sent down. Oh my God! Honestly, you just
so that's the thing that pisses me off is like, okay, you're saying that XYZ have been convicted and there's only like a percentage of the community, but when you hear the stories of the girls, you'll hear that they cannot even remember the hundreds of men. So I reckon if they were to convict everybody, because remember these girls are underage, if they were to convict all of these guys here, I reckon half of Manchester would be in prison.
Definitely.
Yeah. Like the half of them will be locked up, and I'm sorry they don't like hearing this, but they're actually causing people like me to be created, because for me, like I said, when my cousin was being groomed, and it was like 10 years ago, my family was from a very good family as well, actually religious family, affluent, and the girl was still taken advantage of, and they managed to get her out of it with the help of SAS, Sikh Awareness Society. In the early days, Mohan Singh. So they managed to get her out of it. And even today, she's slightly still damaged, but we've managed to help her by the strength of our kind of like family. And when I started looking into stuff, one of the things I appreciate, because right now, I don't know if you've heard, I used to be quite a big supporter of Tommy Robinson, And although I still believe Tommy Robinson is great, I've had to distance myself for a particular reason, which I can go into later. But for me, Tommy Robinson, I'll always be grateful for being one of the very few people to actually speak about the grooming of Sikh girls. And he did that at a time when it happened to my family. And then when I looked at, a guy not from my community talking about it, I always appreciated that. And so I kind of like went with Tommy Robinson and started looking into him. I was like, okay, he's a rough diamond in the sense that I believe he's done a lot of silly stuff, in my opinion. And I think he's made a few mistakes. But when it comes to the grooming and the extremism, I think he was pretty much bang on. And so although I kind of am going my own way to a certain degree, I would still say Tommy Robinson done a lot of good stuff, especially raising awareness of this. Well, what do you think? What is your position on Tommy Robinson and the grooming thing?
Well, right, I've explained this to people. I'm 52 years old.
You look younger, man. Big up, man.
The Oldham Bradford riots happened before Tommy Robinson. The death of Gavin Hopley happened before Tommy Robinson. The rape of the girls from the town centre happened before Tommy Robinson. So I've been well aware. And the first people I talked to who were raising the issue was the British National Party. It weren't Tommy Robinson, it was them. Now, they've been shut down and Tommy's carried on the thing. And I'm grateful to him for that. I've moved away from the Tommy Robinson sort of like movement because they don't like you talking to people who they don't like talk to. And it's sort of like, and I've said this a few times, if you don't, they want you to follow them and nobody else. But if anything, I would say I want to talk to people from the British National Party. The nationalists. I want a bit more talking with the nationalists, me. I'm not interested in the Jewish question, Raj, because the Jewish question didn't make the local politician, councillor in Rochdale blame the parents or the children. It's nothing to do with the Jewish question.
Can you just clarify what do you mean by, because the thing is for me, I've been kind of like part of the movement for a while. And like for me, I'm fed up of the movement in the sense that it's cracked in all different pieces. And I cannot be bothered to keep on talking about ethno and civic nationalism. I just want to talk about what I feel is right and wrong here. So I've decided to kind of like go independent and just speak about what I feel. Now, some of the stuff I still agree with in terms of extremism, the grooming and stuff like that. But I feel like the movement is like Tommy Robinson's movement just hit a brick wall and it just cracked. And there's only so far you can actually keep on highlighting an issue and then keep on doing it, and there's no real kind of like end game to it. So what's your position with BNP then? Because I'm a little bit confused. Like, obviously you're mixed race. So I mean, why would you want to be? Are you saying you want to talk to them to find out their views, or you agree with them?
No, it's not that. I had the same things as everyone else, you know, like the BNP. These are racist people and all that lot. When I come to Oldham and met these two lads, they were just the same as me. They were just working class lads. One of them worked in Oldham. He wasn't racist. He had a mixed race kid. You know what I mean? And then I realised then that like all the media and the government don't want you to like talk to these people because they say they're nasty, but the majority of them weren't nasty. And Anne-Marie Waters says it good because we've only ever had like 3 parties. When people got disillusioned, like you don't vote, you said, and used to be a Labour voter, but if another party might come along that's like maybe run by Indians that you'd vote for, but we don't see these parties. They never make anything. And the BNP was sort of like a working class party. You know?
Maybe you do. Look, I know you might have met. Yeah, I'm being straight with you. Yeah, I know you might have met a few good apples within the BNP, because I believe the BNP sometimes attracts people that are frustrated because they don't have a voice. I think even Tommy Robinson was in the BNP for a bit because he felt like he was powerless. But when you're looking at the actual core of the BNP, I mean, you can't deny that it is pretty much a racist political party based upon.
They may have been 20, 25 years ago, but I really don't think they're like that now. I really don't think, and I've talked to.
So, I mean, what do you talk to Mark Collette? Because I think you do. I'm pretty sure I've heard.
I like a lot of the stuff Mark Collette says, but with the ethno-nationalists, and I always ask this question, I want to be a leader in the ethno.
That's a good. That's a good. I've heard you say that, and it's actually a very good indicator of the movement. Because I've been told by a guy called Braden, who I used to. So there's a guy at Speaker's Corner called Braden, and 2 years ago I met him, and he was actually a pretty. He was a nationalist, but he wasn't what I call a racial ethno-nationalist. And over a period of time, because of whatever reasons, he's become one of the worst when it comes to that. And his argument is that I shouldn't ever run for office. Like, how dare I even try? And I think that shows that, you know, his kind of ideology is not compatible with what I believe to be, for me or anybody in the UK. So if you can't be a leader, then I don't think you should be part of that movement.
I've said it in Mark Collette's chat that in an ethno state, I want to be a leader. I want to be a government leader. That's what I've said 14 times. And
I don't think you stand a chance, John.
What did they say?
I've not. Now, let me say though, there is people who follow Mark Collette, right, who I don't think are ethno-nationalists, but would accept me as a leader because they know me. But on the whole, I always ask that question. But I can't deny.
Well, you should ask him this year. What about having an ethnic minority minister? I bet they'd still want a white person for an ethnic minority minister. Right, you should ask that question as a troll.
I know this is such a cliche, but on comments like there is no place for gays in an ethno state, do you think they'll have a gay kind of, I don't want to say rights because it sounds really whingy because it gets covered under human rights, but, you know, do they allow gays in? I haven't seen much gay interest.
Probably have. I can imagine Raspik being the gay minister under.
Yeah, maybe Ras will do it.
Raspik, the gay minister under. Anything is possible considering he said he would enslave his own people under Islam.
And Jedi can be on a pole at the side of the stage.
So my particular issue is this year. Like I was the problem with the grooming epidemic and extremism, it creates people like me, who become a nightmare to other people because they can't stop the Rajneeta. Obviously, I call myself the Rajneeta, and I come about because of the grooming, and then I saw that with my own eyes. And I remember hearing stories when I was younger, but when it happened to my relative, I actually saw real life cases of other girls, so I knew it was true. Then the whole grooming epidemic started to explode, And in 2017, that's when my life kind of changed because I decided to go public. Because prior to that, I was moaning in my home like a madman. And so in 2007, because you're in Manchester, they had the Manchester bombing, yeah, in 2000. Then they had the London Bridge attacks, 2 of them. On top of that, all the grooming epidemic suddenly was exposed. Like, you know, a lot of it was kind of coming out all over the place from 2015 onwards. And so I was just fed up. I was like, okay, because they were calling it Asian grooming gangs. I was like, hold on a second. Like, there's no secret. There might be 1 or 2 bad apples in there, but my community isn't doing this, yeah? In fact, my community's been trying to fight it, and that pissed me off to the max. Then, if you look at my avatar, I don't know if you know what I look like, John, but, you know, I wear a turban and all that kind of stuff. When I go Speaker's Corner, I look like freaking ISIS on steroids, yeah? And so, with me as well, when I'm walking down the road, I get stared at on that stuff. But when an extremist attack happens, I'm kind of like, my people are also singled out. And my nephews and stuff are baptized Sikhs. I'm going to meaning that they've got long beards and stuff. And for me, I'm sick. I don't think my community should bear the brunt of another community's kind of thing. And I'm not saying I want the other community to get the brunt. I'm not saying that, because most Muslims are innocent in this. But I get frustrated that my community that is totally nothing to do with it, yeah, is getting backlash. And if I've got to be the bad guy in order to show people that, okay, the Sikhs are against this, yeah, or I'm against this, and my family is, or they don't agree with me on politics, I'll be that bad guy. But I've been demonized and stuff for the last 2.5 years. I've had so many death threats, people trying to get me out of Speaker's Corner, even Sikhs trying to stop me and stuff like that. But for me, like, I believe that you're going to create people like me. People like the grooming epidemic created Tommy Robinson. The extremism that happened in Luton, because people have to say Tommy was from Luton, created Tommy Robinson. Because when they spat out the soldiers, that created him, yeah? So that's the thing. Until they start dealing with the situation head on within the community, you're only going to create more people like us.
Yeah. Brass, can I just... a question. Someone said something. John begging to be in the BNP. It's not that I'm begging to be in the BNP. We should talk to people. And what I find with all the movements, if they don't like someone and you talk to them, you're not part of them. And that is the more ignorant fucking comment I've seen all weekend that guy said. Do you understand what I mean? And look at my videos on my YouTube. I cover shitloads of stuff. I cover Melanie Shaw, which is linked to white establishment paedophilia. You know, I do stuff on the rape gangs. I do stuff on Joseph and Bobby Blur, which is linked to Catholic priest child abuse on white kids. You know what I mean? I don't just pick on one thing. I'm against it all. But that guy said, John begging to be in the PMP. I'm not. I went talking to him and found out that these 2 lads, not the leaders, were just working class lads like me who had the same concerns that I'd seen coming up, you know, growing up. And I find that in the movements and all the movements we have, and in the Tommy Robinson movement, because I go on the the nationalist and sometimes the ethno nationalist chat, I'm a Jew hater and all that. I never ever said anything about the Jews. I've read about, I know about the Holocaust. I've been taught about it. I'm not denying, you know, that like, I'm not denying that like there was no Holocaust or anything. But if I go talking to them people, then I'm one of them. You know what I mean? And that is not me. You can see that on all my YouTube, all my hundreds of Facebook live videos. It's just not me, you know.
I'll be honest with you. Sorry, Tarek, I'll let you speak. I have to admit, when I just saw you for like, sometimes I see your face over the times being in the movement. I'd see you and I'm like, all right, who's this dude? And then I'd sometimes see you in like kind of like weird chats, like, you know, with people. I think, oh, they're very extreme. But I have started listening to you rather than just seeing you for a second. And yeah, I think you seem like a very sensible guy, man. And some of the points you make, like, even I remember you talking to somebody, I think it was on someone, could have been Raspek's channel or something, I can't remember where it was. And you even kind of won them round to a certain degree. I said, okay. And the guy you were speaking to is one of the biggest cunts known to mankind, a guy called James Jones.
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah, so when you...
this is what he said to me. He said, one of the things he said to me, he said, don't you think that, like, the white people are just, like, doing this to get... No, because Oldham is a massive multicultural community. We've had the oldest Pakistani, some of the oldest Pakistani communities. We've got the biggest Bangladeshi community. I don't see it as like a white community. I see it as a mixed race community, and then a mixed ethnicity community. And well, let's look at the bigger picture of Manchester. Now, the mass immigration, we've got Somalians coming in. They've turned one of the areas called Hume in Manchester is now a Somali ghetto, and there's pure trouble coming out of that, just like it did in the Oldham ghettos. So when we go back to it, I'm blaming the left and the Labour Party again for not dealing with the situations when they arise. And I'm not just saying it's the Labour Party; it's happened in other areas, but majority Labour areas. Look at Lord Ahmed. From Rotherham, he's up in court on buggery and rape.
What? Oh my God, I didn't know that. What MP?
From the 1970s.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's a video made about 10 years ago, and the member of the public is addressing the chief inspector in the Rotherham area, and Lord Ahmed's next to him. Yeah, and he talks to the chief inspector. He says, "Oh, this, that, the other, the taxi drivers," and then Lord Ahmed sits forward and said, "Oh, don't be blaming the taxi drivers. There was an integral part of the group."
Oh, I know you mean by Lord Ahmed. Yeah, I've seen this guy loads. I didn't realize he was on these charges.
Honestly. So I'm going to his trial in July in Sheffield, and I'm going to point out the hypocrisy of the Labour Party. That's what I'm doing. I'm not going because he's a Muslim or a Pakistani Muslim and he's raped kids. I want to go to attack the police and the Labour Party for their failures to allow all this to happen. I keep saying it, and people call me names and all that, but it's there. All the evidence is there for all that.
Do you think that the reason why the council are trying to hide it is maybe because some of the council members might have been involved or maybe been used?
Definitely, Raj. We know that policemen have been involved, and we know that some councillors have been involved, but they've withheld their names and they've never properly gone through the court system with the public knowing. You know what I mean? Because they suppress the information before the Freedom of Information Act, which is we had that in the past, like from about 2008, 2007. So before that, nobody would have known nothing, and they've covered it all, hushed us. Yeah, council members, leaders of the communities, the imams and stuff like that. At the moment, on a yearly basis, there's two Pakistani extremists who come speaking in Oldham. Yeah. And what they did, they spoke out against a governor in one of the Pakistani. I'll try and find the link. They spoke out against the governor who wanted to reduce the blasphemy laws, and someone killed him.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
They supported the killer, but all allow them to come here. They're banned in Pakistan for.
Yeah, they're actually they did, like when they killed the guy, they now see him as a martyr. For killing him, because it was about that Christian lady, Cisa Bibi, I think, and he tried to kind of like reduce the sentence or something, and then he got murdered for that, the governor of Punjab. Yeah, so the thing is with Oldham, like that place, I'd love to go down there, but obviously I'll probably get my head kicked if I go to Oldham. I've got too many enemies around there.
Honestly, if you ever come up to Oldham, get in contact with me, and I'll have a safe house, and we have our own like personal security, and they all know Manchester and Oldham well, so you'd be fine with it.
So you know, I remember the riots all those years ago, like I was in the early 2000s. Now a lot of people are saying that, you know, like I don't know if this is true, but a lot of people are saying that's kind of like you know, there's going to be a lot more kind of like social disruption in the future. Like what happened with the Oldham riots here? Because I'm still not 100% sure about exactly how that erupted to that degree.
So like my dad said, hold on, I'm just going to get it's when my dad died, 2006, 83. And like I said, he had a lot to do with the Race Relations Act when it first come in. It knew people from all top people from across the country. He was a Labour Party member. He'd met all the old Labour politicians, and he was also a union man. And in the 90s, he's seen the change coming. He's seen how people were immigrating into Oldham, and he's seen these ghettos being created. And he tries to warn the council. And then when the riots finally happened, if you look at it, segregation is one of the major issues of why the riots came, why the tensions grew from around the areas near him. And even to this day now, let's say a fire engine goes on there, it'll get attacked.
What area?
In the Glodick area where the riots happened. If official people go there,
so who's in the Glodick area though?
Pakistanis.
Oh, right.
99.99% of them.
Can I ask you this question? Because I have been told there's no go zone areas, and I kind of laugh at that, to be honest with you. Now, I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to tell you why I laugh at it as a Londoner, but I don't know what it's like up north. I've been to places like Bradford and all that kind of stuff, Birmingham, but I haven't really gone to the areas enough. Now, one of the things I'm told is that if you were walking to a particular area, like a Muslim area, you're going to get your head kicked in or chased out. And I've kind of laughed at that because I sometimes believe, that like it's mentally that you don't feel like you're going there. So imagine your area, like in London. I'll give you an example, a place called Green Street. And Green Street is like a little Indian area now with all Indian shops. And I could imagine if like a white person who had not been used to that walked in there, they would feel so uncomfortable in their own head. They would feel it's a no-go zone area. But in reality, they can walk down and nothing's going to happen. Now, is there really real no-go zone areas up north where if you walk through, you get your head kicked in?
Well, there is. I explained about Gavin Ockley. Been out on a night out, and the town centre is directly boundary with the Glodwick area. Now, if you turn right from the town centre, if you turn left, you go into Glodwick area of Oldham. If you turn right, you go to the town centre and then the predominantly white mixed race area. And he's come out of a club that night and he's gone down under the bridge. Pakistanis don't like drinking. As soon as he's seen these guys, three guys like staggering down the street, a group of them have come up and attacked him. In the 90s, I was walking a girl through this area, and the Glodwick area was where the West Indian Club first got put up, where it was first founded in Oldham. So they had a club there. So any West Indians in the chat, imagine the clubs and the local club in the 80s. You'd have all kinds of people in there. You'd have your girl with the best dress on, then you'd have your wife with the best dress on, and it's very family orientated. Well, the club got attacked about more than a dozen times, and then he moved out of that area and they moved into the town centre. So it just became more Pakistani. And I was walking through there with a girl. We've been on a night out, so she's got nice clothes on. And they'll pull up in cars. What are you doing down here? This is how the act. And
I have been told that by a Bengali that lives. He came from, I think, London. I don't want to say his name because he's quite controversial. And he's married to a white woman, and he's quite religious. And he said that happens to his wife all the time. Like, or he did
all the time, right?
With the white women.
You don't listen to anyone on here. Don't listen to the mainstream media. If you want to know about Oldham, talk to me, and I'll tell you.
I would actually love you to jump on one day and speak to some of these guys, man, because they're trying to pull the. I mean, obviously, I hate the guys to such a degree that I don't listen to them anyway. But I have to tell you something. Actually, there has been a time where I was attacked for going into an area, but I wouldn't say it's a no-go area. So there was an area in London called it's called Southall, and the first migrants there were actually Sikh. So it was known as Little Punjab, and it was like very, very Punjabi and all that kind of stuff. And I went there again, I think it was like 2005, and I was standing there kind of like, I used to drink at the time, and I don't drink no more. And the guys, a group of Somalian guys come up to us, and just started attacking us. And what they did was like, they just started chucking bottles at us. This is our area, you can't drink it, rah, 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 rah. So maybe that was a form of like this kind of control, because the area is now very Somalian now. And when I said this to somebody a couple of weeks ago on a stream to Somalian, he said this is a Muslim area. Of course you can't drink and do that. Yeah, so maybe you got some legitimate kind of thing when it comes to maybe they did see it as their area, and that somebody that does something that they don't believe to be right. Oh, so Zabida, do you want to jump on? It's up to you. I don't want you to get. Sorry, there's a lady called Zabida. Yeah, I don't. If you want to jump on. But remember, you're gonna get a lot of stick for this. Yeah, so I'll give you the link. They're gonna think. So carry on, man. Go on.
So I was saying in Manchester, central Manchester, Hume area, they've a lot of Somalis have come. Now the Somalis I've met quite a few and they're quite nice. And why I remember this one Somali, it's what he said to me. When I was talking to him, I worked with him for more than 2 years and he couldn't hardly speak English, but he's come over here. He goes to school to learn English. He wants to drive. He's doing like working class skills, learning them over here. And his missus always had to wear head cover. And I said, what is it like that? And smart? Yeah. One day he's come in and he's shown me a picture on his phone of his missus with her hair down with makeup on. No, not major makeup, but like spruced up her lips. And he just said to me, that's not allowed in my country. That's what he said. You know what I mean? So I've met a wide, varied amount of people. And one of my best friends is his dad's Indian. I don't think he's a Sikh. But my mate he's not no religion. He don't practice. He don't, he don't pray or anything like that. But
what's his name? Like, I'll tell you what religion he is just by the name.
Hold on.
Don't give the surname, name, just like the first name.
Warren Jagtar.
Jagtar's a Sikh.
Well, and his dad's not alive now, but I met his dad a couple of times. He was nice, and his mum. You know what I mean? And so we're very mixed in Oldham, but like now we've got the Somalians coming over, and instead, when the Pakistanis and the first Muslims come here, they came over a period of 30 years. These Somalians are coming here in the same numbers in 10 years, and it's killing our communities across the board. It's killing them. With the Eastern European immigration as well. So the Eastern European immigration, they've gone and done the same thing. They put them all in the same area. And because they didn't know the English ways, the kids, the Eastern European children take up 50% of primary school places in Oldham. And secondary school is about 40%. That's the amount of Eastern Europeans coming. But the mums and dads.
But the thing is, though.
The mums and dads.
But the thing is, John, what's gonna happen though with the Eastern Europeans, and I guarantee you this, and you can replay this in like years to come, is that with the Eastern Europeans, there's Eastern Europeans all over the place. Yeah, when I speak to people, they say my father come as a Polish guy, but I see myself as English now. And what will happen over a period of time, just because of their skin color, they will just slowly melt into the population.
Definitely, but I haven't finished yet. I understand that we've talked about this. When the kids grow up, they'll learn the parents to do recycling. They'll learn the parents how our ways go. I'll accept that. But the government again making them ghettos, which makes what you're saying 3 times harder. You know what I mean? And there's already friction between the Eastern European communities and the already Pakistani and Bengali communities coming. And in one particular ethnicity, and this great Manchester police that we're taking in, is the Romas. So crime has gone up in Oldham. Some of the highest crime increases in the country across the board are in Oldham. There's only 270,000 people.
Yeah,
we might be able to deal with it for a couple of years, but if Labour don't control the way they integrate people into communities and into cities and towns, then it's going to take 3-4 times as longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, but I still think at some point, whether it's 100 years, 100 years, 200 years, they would just slowly become English. Now, the thing about myself, I am a British Punjabi Sikh, and I know that triggers people, but I'm British by citizenship. I'm Punjabi by ethnicity. I'm not English.
But were you born here?
Yeah, I'm born here, but I don't have no issue not being English. I'm happy to be Punjabi, and I'm a Sikh by religion. So all three of them kind of merge who I am as a person. I know people find that difficult to understand, but like if you take one component out, I'll be different. I'll be a different person.
I think if I had a faith, if I had a proper faith, like if I was Sikh and I come over, I'd be just like you, Raj.
Big up, man. Big up.
But my dad was like from a Christian background.
What was your dad? Was your dad? Where was your dad from then? Was it Jamaica?
Jamaican.
Oh, yeah, big up.
And the Jamaica was a colony anyway. And my dad was born before 1974, and in 1974 Jamaica got their independence. So my dad already had English values in him. You know, when he come over here, he sent me to the Boys Brigade. I did Sunday school, along with all the white lads whose families have done that tradition. I've also recently traced back my English family, 22 generations in England. And when I said to the F-Nats, you show me yours, they don't even know 3 generations. Honestly, I tell them all the time, Roger. Don't I say it, Dave? My mate, Dave.
You know, Torek is also from the Caribbean, man. If you want to chat to him for a minute, there's a guy on the panel, man.
I think we've not talked before.
No, I think we talked before on Jupiter's panel. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I've introduced that a long time, but Zabida's on. And I don't know. Big up to Zabida. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to jump on.
Can I just get my question out, Pidi?
Yeah, go on.
Can I get my question out? Yeah, basically, with all this talk of who's British and deportation, how much percentage in heritage do you think people should be able to have to claim some sort of heritage to the land?
To me,
50%.
50% is good enough for any. As far as I'm concerned, my ethnicity is.
Not you particularly. I'm just saying in general, because a lot of people are classifying like who is English and who's British. So I'm saying like, how much percentage do people need to qualify to say, I've got a hold on to British as a heritage and also to the land?
50%. 50%.
But you also know that there's a lot of one could say quadroons, so like quarter caste people.
Well, I mean, in my family, I'm 50%. My grandniece is 3/4, but my grandniece has also got a half white, half Polish sister. Honestly, you know, and I don't think my particular mix will go any more broader black. I don't think. I think it will go more paler. If I have a child, it'll be quarter caste or something like that. It'd be irrelevant after that whether.
Yeah, but you do know when it comes to the ethno-nationalists, you're gonna be at the bottom of the
I know. That's why I said, Raj. That's why. Dave, tell him. Come on, my mate Dave's here.
Oh, Dave, how you doing, Dave? Dave, how you doing, mate? Dave, how you doing, mate?
Sure.
Jump on, mate.
Mank Dave, he comes on.
Dave, how you doing, Dave? Bring him on the chat as well. Oh, can I just introduce Zabida, yeah? Oh, so John.
He won't come.
Oh, Dave, don't be embarrassed, mate. Yeah, don't worry. You're with the Londoners today. Go on. So I got Zabida on here. Now let me just say, I don't know if you know who Zabida is, John. Have you heard of her?
I think so. If she talks on 10 panels as Jupiter, right, like that.
Yeah. So Zabida's quite fiery. Let's just say a little bit of a fiery character, and we got introduced as Zabida. I'm a little bit surprised you jumped on today. Luckily, Danky isn't here. So what do we have the pleasure of you jumping on for? What's gonna happen?
So basically I was just on Dan's show and Finger Bingy was on there.
Okay.
Acting as if it was his show. He kicked me out twice. And initially I came into the chat and his girlfriend Queen J, because Waleed's a mod on there. His girlfriend Queen J, I didn't say anything rude. I just came in there, do you know what I mean? And his girlfriend timed me out. Do you get it?
Oh, no.
So I came on the panel.
Girlfriend?
Yeah, his girlfriend Queen J decided to time me out for no reason. And she's been translating a lot of because obviously I've been doing some lives recently speaking Arabic, and she's been translating to Finger Bingy. And then I've got a recording of Khan, the woman beater, who is encouraging Waleed.
Can I just say, John? Yeah, I know this is gonna be left. Yeah, just bear with us for a minute. I'm a bit of a gossip. Yeah.
No, I want to get back to the topic. I just wanted to make something very clear.
Let me hear it because I'm very interested. Sorry, guys. Eat something for a minute and come back.
I've got a recording of that bastard Khan encouraging or actually telling Waleed to beat me up, saying that I deserve to get beaten up by Waleed, and Finger Bingy is absolutely silent. And it's only Finger Bingy, Khan, and somebody else. There's 3 people on the panel, and Khan saying that Waleed should beat me up, and Finger Bingy doesn't talk.
No, but what's good about this, me and you have a role in this world, which is to strip down people that are unrighteous, and show their true nature. And what I'm doing is not literally stripping down Finger Spect or Sellout Spect, but I'm showing that he's not really righteous, because he went onto the panel earlier too. He was really triggered. If you listened to it earlier, and he was basically saying that anyone should be able to attack my mother or my family now, and it's good. Like, I deserve it now. Now, I want to ask, why are you so triggered, Raspect? Is it because you truly are in a relationship with Queen J, and you're upset that Zabida kind of like exposed that you was lying about it? Because you seem very irrational at the moment. So I hope all your fanboys and your cults start to realize that you're not righteous. Because remember, Zabida has been defamed. Her address has been put out. Her bank details have been put out. She's been basically slandered, saying that she was having sex with this 65-year-old man who they put a picture up of. And also they said your house is a brothel, and nobody's really apologizing or taking that back. So, I will have to
he's definitely, the thing is, Raja, when I speak Arabic obviously I speak with a North African dialect. So the only people that will be able to understand me fully is an Algerian or Moroccan or Tunisian, And since he has been linked with, because obviously remember he said that he had another girlfriend called London Northside, who's also a Moroccan, and obviously he has his affiliations with Queen J, and he's been saying things that I said on the live stream, which only a North African could translate. Do you get it?
Is the stream still up? Because we can go over it later.
No, I deleted it. But it was just a quick one.
The stream with Dance. Where is it?
Oh, they're still live right now.
Oh, they're still live right now. What we'll do, let's go over this little bit with because I want to have your input anyway, and then I'll actually go over that while you're here, and actually hear what they say. Yeah. Now, I was talking to John, because John's actually somebody that I've seen about, and he is part of the right Zabida. So calm down. He's not aligned with Tommy Robinson, but he does have some alignments that, obviously I've distanced myself from Tommy Robinson now, and going my own way, because obviously I need to be able to think for myself. And
independence is the only safe course at the moment.
and the thing is, a lot of people say, "Oh, Zabida, why do you talk to Raj?" But I'm going to say something, like, people like Zabida make me think. Yeah, people like Zabida are doing their own form of dawah. You may think she's a terrible person or whatever, but trust me, I see people, like even people like Rashma and other Muslims at the park. When I think about certain things like deportation, I think about them. And I'm like, nah, I'm not letting people deport these people. You mad? So they do their own form of dawah, which you lot don't see. And I wish I could get some of the guys that I've spoken to at Speaker's Corner that have kind of made me think this way. Because when I hear people saying we're going to deport Muslims, I don't think of Muslims generally. I think about the individuals over the years that I've met that are great people. And yes, Zabida, I don't want to be like I'm like, brown nosing you, but you're one of them. So, and Rafa Actor is one of them. So
I'll just say one thing.
Go on.
One thing, and it can.
Go on, John.
It's because the women in the cars, right? And I hate this.
No, we can hear you. I think you've got.
He needs to turn off his YouTube.
You need to turn off your YouTube. I put headphones in.
Oh, sorry, mine.
Yeah,
Right, the women in the cars. I hate how they're always getting attacked. I hate how men treat the women. I don't give a. As long as that woman's not threatening to kill anyone or dox them, I hate how they treat the women. Now, maybe that's my Christian upbringing, my Church of England background in England, but I'm guessing in some people, I'm not saying everybody, some religious sects and some African black men treat women like shit, and I hate it. I hate it. It's just not me. It's not English. It doesn't seem right to me. I know there's causes where we do have men who beat women, but when I hear these chats and I hear how the women get talked to, it well distresses me. I'm not a violent person, but I could do serious damage to somebody when
Well, how do you know they're African?
Women.
Well, how do you know they're African?
I don't know what they are. They could be from anywhere. They could be Arabic. They could be African. They could be Jamaican. They could be Australian.
Have you seen African or online treating their women badly?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what about
Matthew? The way that Matthew and Jedi talk to Betty, who's and they're both Nigerian, and she's Nigerian. You see the way they deal with her.
Oh, I see what you mean in that aspect.
And yeah, all sorts of people. And when I see it on these chats, I don't like it. And I mean, I'm quite an easygoing guy. I'll talk to anybody. And when I say things, if someone don't like me, they call me smackhead, drug addict, or whatever. I'm at the moment.
Yeah, you've had a lot of those in there today. They're always going for the druggies.
I'm just tired at the moment. I'm on my second big coffee.
Yeah.
I don't like how women get treated in the cars, and I'm not just saying.
When you say the cause, what cause are you talking about?
I'm not. I'm the right side of the cause, and every other part of.
All right.
Speaker's Corner. Everybody in England, I don't like how women get treated.
Yeah. I mean, we're having this issue. Like this relates to Zabida. Like Zabida's. Let's just say she's pretty. Let's just say she's quite unique. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. She doesn't conform to your typical kind of like Muslim woman. Yeah. So obviously she has her own way of doing things. And she's had the most amount of revolting abuse. And I'm going to say something, yeah, and I know Zabida ain't going to like this, but a lot of the abuse has actually come from South Asians, like Pakistanis from up north, yeah. Like, you know, you're from Oldham, and I've said that the people from Oldham, and I'm sorry, the Pakistani community, but the ones that I've met online, man, like, have been real misogynistic, real backwards, and real nasty. And that's why I believe that the grooming epidemic is so rife up there, because that particular community has a real backwards kind of attitude towards females, yeah.
I mean, for me, Roger, like, look, when I weigh it out throughout the year and a half that I've been involved, I've received it from everybody, like black, white, Muslim, non-Muslim, whatever. So I'm not gonna specifically say a specific type of people, because obviously, like you said, someone like me, I'm very outspoken, I'm very independent in my thinking, and yeah, I can be a dick sometimes. Do you get it? But for me, I'm not going to discriminate against scum. Scum is scum. I don't think scum comes with a religion. It comes with a race. Comes with an ethnicity. If you're a scumbag, you're a scumbag. But I do agree with you when it comes to the Muslim side. Yes, there has been a repetitive behavior from the same group of people, and that is the South Asians in the chat. Or
racist.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I'm not gonna sit here and deny that, but that's not enough for me to say that they're all like you know, it's very disappointing, to be fair, on their behalf.
Like I said to you before, I was shocked to see. Like I said to you, I saw a video of Algerians celebrating. And there was a woman with a hijab, like dancing, and like, you know, nobody was saying nothing to her. And I was like, I could never imagine that, like, celebrating something. And I could never imagine Pakistanis, like, you know, they'll probably like freaking like never let their woman do that. So I think there might be a different in terms of the way different communities in the Muslim world see females. And I do think the South Asians, especially Pakistanis, have a real backwards attitude to females. Yeah, in my opinion, I'm saying it straight. I don't care what anyone says. That's what I believe. That's what I've seen.
I kind of a little bit agree.
Don't say too much though, please.
No, because I actually done a video with Betty and Rashma actually last year summertime. We was discussing a woman's issues, and I was highlighting the top 5 countries or the top 5 worst countries to be a female. And unfortunately, at least 3 Asian countries are on there: India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Now, just for instance, India, the abortion rate for females is very, very high. I think it's like nearly 1 million abortions of a female every year, just specifically because she is a female. Do you understand?
The dowry thing is a disgrace.
Dowry, forced marriages, sort of, there's this epidemic where if the girl doesn't want to be with you, then they end up throwing acid in her face. That's become like a very cultural thing. Do you get it? Obviously, in Afghanistan, young girls get killed simply trying to get an education. Pakistan, you got the honor killings, and obviously, I try not to generalize here, you understand? But if the facts and the statistics and the figures are very, very high, then there's an issue. If these are not like here and there cases. This is something that happens nearly almost every day. Yeah, and no one does anything about it. I mean, I don't know if you remember that case a couple of years ago in Pakistan with that young girl called Zainab, who was
shot in the head. Shot.
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't that somebody else? I can't remember.
No, it was a 7-year-old little girl called Zainab. I forgot her name. But she was raped by police officers. I don't know if it was in Pakistan or India. It was one of them. And I remember in Southall, there's a lot of Sikhs that came out and started protesting about it. And there've been many cases of girls getting stoned unjustly, for things that they haven't even done. There was a couple of honor killings here in the UK by Asians as well. I think it was one.
The honor killing thing is kind of across the board. I have to admit, there's cases of Sikhs doing this, cases of Muslims and Hindus. It's a very bad kind of like backward ideology, and it's kind of not as bad as it was before. So if somebody does something to disgrace their family, instead of dealing with it, what they'll do is they'd rather kill them, and that's just savagery on the next level.
Raj,
across the board.
You're right, because in Oldham and in the north of England, Bradford and Yorkshire, there's been loads of that. There's been loads of honour crime and forced marriages and stuff like that. That's what facts and figures show in the north, and these are the areas with some of the oldest Pakistani and Bengali communities in the UK. And like in Oldham, they don't address these situations with them at the beginning. Oldham, we have like one of the biggest benefit bills in England, and I think only Tower Hamlets covers it. And there's 4 areas in Oldham. They're all high in immigration. There's been loads of this honour stuff that's gone on over 20 or 30 years. Nothing's ever said about it. It's kept hush hush, and still Oldham don't deal with it. If they'd have dealt with it then, it'd be all right. And we know that roughly 50% of Pakistani families that are here marry the cousins. I can tell you.
Oh no! Don't talk about that. Oh no! This is.
I can tell you, but Raj,
I know. I mentioned that already. I mentioned it, and people say that I'm wrong, but I know it's true.
My nephew's half Pakistani, and his dad is married to his cousin, and his mum and dad are cousins married.
I mean, in the Pakistani community, and now everyone's gonna say, "Raj, you're bashing the Pakistani community." I'm just reporting facts, man. Because at the end of the day, when they start saying Asian grooming gangs, it affects my community. When they start saying Muslim grooming gangs, it affects the Muslim community. In fact, there is a Pakistani mainly grooming epidemic, which is from up north, not even all Pakistanis, but a northern issue that needs to be addressed. And one of the things I truly believe is causing a lot of issues is intermarriage towards cousins. And for Sikhs, we don't marry first, second, third, or fourth cousin, fifth. We have a very strict policy of not marrying any relatives. But if you're marrying your first cousin generation after generation because you're in these small towns, it's gonna cause problems. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I actually agree with that, Raj, because obviously in Islam, we are allowed to marry our cousins, but it does not mean that you have to. You know what I mean? So there's certain things in Islam, like God sets a limit, right? So God clearly makes it in the Quran. Don't marry your sister. Don't have relationship with your mother. But I'll put a stop to it. The cousin is the furthest you can go. Yeah, you can't go any further than that. Yeah. But I was watching this documentary of this Pakistani family. I think they were from up north, and the parents were cousins, and they had I think it was 3 disabled children.
Yeah.
And scientifically it was proven because of generations of cousin marriages. Yeah, a lot of these kids end up suffering, end up coming out deformed and stuff like that. So for instance, my great grandparents, they were cousins, and that's as far as it went. You get it? Like after that, their children married. Like my father, my dad's from Iraq, my mom's from Algeria. They're not related whatsoever. You get me?
It's called consanguinity, where you like if you do it once, it might cause a few issues, but if you do it generation after generation, it's not that it might cause issues, it will, and it will not just cause issue health wise. It will cause issues in other areas like mental capacity and stuff like that. And I know it sounds like we're kind of like dissing on the Pakistani community, but I'm sick and tired, like, because the Sikhs look like Pakistanis because they're from the same area. Muslims are probably pissed off because whenever you hear about the grooming gangs, all these names, you can't distinguish the Muslim names from someone from North Africa. Before I went Speaker's Corner, because the problem is with the UK is that until recently, there were very few Muslims from other countries apart from Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. So when you look at the north, it's predominantly from those areas. And it's only recently I've started meeting people when I went Speaker's Corner, the Algerians and Moroccans, and the different communities are very different in their attitude and the way they behave. Yeah, so I've met a lot of
4 years ago, Raj, 3 years ago, Conservative Conference, it was after the same year as the MEN Arena bombing 3 years ago. And I went up, I met a lad the week before, I went up with a board, and on the board was one side about Brexit and the other side about extreme things. And Honor was on it, right? And one of the cases I'd looked into was a 19-year-old girl in the Birmingham area. I can't remember the details of the case. I'd have to search it up. I put my number in the chat as well, my phone number.
Cool, man. All right.
And she was supposed to go and marry somebody, but she wanted to marry somebody else who was like the Iraqian. They were Iraqian. She wanted to marry another Iraqian.
Iraqi.
And she overheard a family talking about killing her. She went to the police. The police did nothing. And then 2 weeks later, she's dead. And you know what? They reckon up to 50 members of a community did that. And
that case is called. I know that case. It's called Banaz Mahmoud, who's actually Kurdish Iraqi.
I shouted it out, me, and cried for that girl in St. Peter's Square opposite the Midland Hotel while all Conservatives were coming out. And while I had all the lefties on one side, I did that because I studied the case. I'd looked into all the information about it. I don't know nothing about Islam. I don't talk about it. I don't rant the page, this, that, and the other. But I seen this and I seen this case, and it was a real case. It weren't made up. And then a couple of years ago, we had the girl chopped up in a suitcase in the London area, I think it was. And I cried for that girl. You know what I mean? And this thing, they let it happen. Political correctness or whatever lets this go on. And in the Oldham area, it's bad. In Rochdale, it's bad. And I would say in South Yorkshire and North and West Yorkshire as well.
Yeah, I think. Can I just say before I go on? Yeah, I just got a text from Sophia. Yes, she was talking to me on the text. We are married. And let me just say something.
What?
Let me just say that. She's saying she wants a guy called Let the Truth Prevail on. Let me just explain something. Let the Truth Prevail has threatened to take my turban off at Speaker's Corner.
Oh, get him on.
No, hold on. And also, this guy has been stalking me in real life and filming me at my supermarket, also at Speaker's Corner, and putting them online. And also, he filmed me once going into the toilet of McDonald's. Yeah. Film under. Yeah, it's him. It's that weird. Okay. He deleted all the videos. So that guy is not welcome on my thingy. He's a nasty piece of work.
That guy.
Let's track him and throw him away.
That guy's not welcome in England.
Yeah.
I'm not accepting that kind of behaviour because of someone's views or whether someone's religious or not. We're not we're a secular society. Religion does not run us, and it seems that religion is being used by political correctness, or they're using it whatever way, and that kind of thing. I don't want it in England.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I don't want it, whether it's Judaism, Islam, or Christianity, because at the fundamental end of all of it, they're all as extreme as each other.
Well, the thing is, I believe religion should be kept away from the state. Yeah, it should be separated. Now, for me, I do have a problem with, like, at the end of the day, like, if someone wants to, like, I don't know, pray or fast, or if I want to go to the temple 20 times a day, or a Muslim wants to go to a mosque, I don't care about that kind of stuff. It only becomes problematic if you try to want to kind of impose that on the state. Yeah, and there's Muslims like the reason I get on with Shamsi, and a lot of people say, "Oh, Shamsi's just as bad as everybody else." The thing about Shamsi, yeah, whether you like it or not, he has the policy that when you're in a different country, you shouldn't try to impose your religious beliefs on the host nation. Yeah. Now, if the host nation suddenly becomes Muslim, he would probably want to install it. But I'm saying he doesn't want to do it by force. Like some people, like, M Stacks and Abu Talha, they want to actually enforce it physically right now if they could, and that's the difference. So you need to do the distinction, because people can practice their faith and still believe in certain tenets, like they could believe in Sharia, but if they're not saying they want it in the UK, then okay, fair enough, that's your belief. We don't want it here.
But you know what it is, Raj? Yeah, like, a lot of people have been coming at me, and I'm becoming a little bit like you in a sense where you've recently changed your political allegiances, and I'm also, because when you come into Speaker's Corner, you come in with this mindset that I'm here to rep my community or whatever. But once you actually meet other people and you spend time, I've learned a lot throughout my time, and it's actually caused me to kind of shift my way of thinking and the way that I do things. So, I have a lot of Muslims telling me, "Oh, why are you talking to Raj for? He's an Islamophobe and rare tear." And what I find is I do not like to prescribe myself to a group. I'm a Muslim. I am part of the Muslim community. Yes, definitely. You understand? But at the same time,
you've got your own thoughts.
I've got my own thoughts. I do things my way, and I try to do it as correctly as it is possible to staying true to myself. But it's very hard, and what I found is how disunited the Muslim community is, because throughout my experience, a lot of the Muslims, and I'm not saying, and I hate to say a lot of the Muslims, because we're dealing with 1.8 billion people here, and these little turds or degenerates on the internet, about 10 or 15 of them, unfortunately, have treated me very, 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 very badly as so-called fellow Muslims. And people like you, who is not a Muslim, yes, we disagree with each other ideologically, but I don't think I think we agree more than we actually do disagree. And the only difference is based on the fact that you're a Sikh, I'm a Muslim, you have your principles, I have my principles. But you've never ever called me out of my name, you've never disrespected me. Now, I'm not going to force myself to be amongst Muslims who treat me like shit just because they are Muslims. And I don't work like that. And that's this sort of misogynistic mentality that's kicking in. If you don't like it, just be quiet. It's them sort of things where suffer in silence sort of shit. And I'm sure a lot of women.
I think Big Ard, although I have my issues with Big Ard for purpose, but he did say something quiet, because you've been I saw you dancing a little bit, or doing this kind of like in a club with the thing, but you wasn't really in a club. You just had some strobe lights and glasses on. And then I saw a video on Big Ard, and they were condemning you like you was a demon. And it's like, what is going on? Like, you're not really in a club.
Scarlet woman.
you're in your own home. With your
you would have thought I murdered somebody, mate. And I was like, this is the thing, like I've disassociated myself from a lot of Muslims, a lot of their channels, because at the end of the day, unfortunately, we just don't get along. And Muslim or not, I will not be spoken to like shit. It's not happening. I don't care if you're a Muslim. That's not going to change anything, because if you were a true Muslim, you know what I'm saying, you wouldn't behave in that way. And like I said, I was minding my own business. Like, like, as you see, Raj, I've stopped going on certain channels, and I had my own little show going on. I had about like 15 people, 30 people max. watching my channel. I was in my house. Do you know what I mean? Had my glasses on, had my little strobe lights, and we was playing different music. Because I'm a very cultural person. This is the thing. You know, obviously I'm a Muslim, and but I'm a very cultural person. You know, so I like embracing other people's culture. I'm very much, I'm like a gypsy like that. You know what I'm saying? And we was playing. No, but I am. I really am. Like I like meeting people in different cultures. So I was playing music from people's different countries. We was even playing Bangla music. Then China. Yeah, we was doing all of that. The light bulbs. Then China came with a Chinese song. I was playing African, and I was just minding my own business. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So,
no, but obviously I was just minding my own business on my own show, and they all come. Big Odds was streaming it on his channel, which I didn't realize.
Yeah,
and then they all
that's how I saw it.
Well,
that's how I actually saw it. I jumped onto Big Odds here just to see what he was talking about, and then I just saw in the background you with sunglasses. I was like, oh, she's having a bit of fun, and I was like, what? And then I started getting mad. I was like, what is she doing? So I jumped on yours, and you was just in your house with the lead by yourself, put a few strobe lights on or whatever, and just had sunglasses, and it was like you'd literally killed someone, and they were ostracized.
But that's the thing. Like, at the end of the day, like, like the thing is, these were sort of people that will actually push you away from Islam, because I'm a Muslim. That's like no one can ever change my mind about that. But I'm not a perfect Muslim. I do things that I'm not supposed to do. Do you understand? And like, every flaw that I make, they will use it to demonize me so much, and then they will use Islam to justify that demonization, and it can put you off because they will use Islam as to why I deserve to be called names. They will use Islam to justify why I'm a non-believer, and that's not the Islam that I was brought up with.
And also we'll use like non-Muslims out of respect will say that you need to be whipped. Now let the truth prevail. One minute. Yeah, 1 minute. So let the truth prevail. He goes Speaker's Corner, and you go Speaker's Corner. I know he goes Speaker's Corner because he filmed me, but didn't tell me it was him, and then he uploaded it because he stalks me. He's also the guy that followed me into the toilet and tried to film me underneath the cubicle. And this guy, he's so filthy. But he says to me, he says to you, cover up and act like a chaste Muslim woman, And this guy is running around filming other men in the toilet and stuff like that, and he's telling me to behave like telling you to behave like a good Muslim. Take that own lesson with yourself. This is why me and Zabida are probably got the similar things, that we're sick and tired of you so-called religious police from the Sikh community on my side and from your side in the Muslim community. You are telling us how to be good Muslims and Sikhs when you guys behave like the most depraved animals and savages and depraved perverts known to mankind. And that's the thing. Like, we do not want to listen to your bullshit. You lead by example. Show us how to do it. Don't talk. Show us. If we see your comments, remember Sufi Muslim the other night, I had to big him up yesterday because out of all the shit, the Sufi Muslim in the comments was saying the stuff that, was the most compassionate, And that stood out like a sore thumb. These people are deranged, depraved individuals. And you know what? You're going to have to be deported, all of you, that are talking this shit. Even the Sikh ones, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to deport you as well.
I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, bro, I'm done. Like, if these lot think, like, at the end of the day, my faith, God has the authority to judge me. God is gonna deal with me. I don't understand why these people are so bothered, and it's actually projection, because instead of looking at themselves and thinking, you know what, they're so embarrassed with their own faults that it's so easier to pick at somebody else's faults to make them feel better. I don't go around judging people. I don't need to, because I know the state of myself. And even if I was perfect or I was doing the right thing, even then I have no right to go around, investing my life or investing my time in other people's lives, because what I'm doing, I can understand if what I'm doing is actually literally affecting them in a sense where, they can't go to work or they can't make money.
No, they can't. They can't though. They sit at home and they're traumatized with a blood drip on them and like some, with the penicillin, and they're going, "Oh, Zabida,
I just want to make one thing clear, Roger.
Zabida's having fun. Oh, how dare she?"
I know. But I want to make something clear. The way that
So let me hear John. What did you say, John?
As an English guy, honestly,
sorry.
As someone who's raised in England, who's raised alongside English communities and stuff like that, the stuff you're saying just sounds barbaric, and I can understand why people don't want people like that, because my sister's 60, and I'll tell you what, if she heard that kind of stuff, she'd be like, you can't be like that, You know, honestly, it's awful. And people are scared. Normal working class people or the white working class see that, and if I'm seeing it, and I don't go on a lot of these channels because I see it a lot, and I don't like it. It's just not me.
But do you know who it is though? Yeah, which is weird. Yeah, it's either converts who become overly zealous, people that are from South Asia or Somalians. It's very weird that I very rarely see North Africans or Turks or Arabs kind of saying this. Like, so there must be something within the culture mixed in with the South Asian kind of like culture. Because I'm going to say our culture has a bit of misogyny and honor culture in it, which is quite deep rooted in all the communities. But I think within the Muslim community and the Pakistani community, it's very deep rooted. Like, it goes very deep. Because I don't really, I mean, Zabida, how much stick do you get from North Africans and Arabs, like, on general? I mean, I'll be honest, do you get a lot of
I'm being 100% honest. Not hardly anything. The only person that confronted me was that waste man Papa Cop, who's an Algerian, but he's just a beg. Like, I've spoken to Shamsi. Shamsi see me in the park the way that I am. You get me? And he's just given me the best Islamic advice, and he's dealt with me so gently. And you know, I just wanted to go back to that point where obviously I've changed my idea on how to deal with things, and it's more on an aspect of tolerance and finding solutions and actually communicating with people who have a problem and going through it via that way. People expect me to automatically just start burning fire and F this, and I've done it before in the past. Don't get it twisted. I've said some really outrageous things, and you know, and I think I'm not going to bend my views to please anybody, but I will bend the way that I go about it. You know, that's what I'm going to do from now on, because you know, before it's like.
Could I ask you a question about this? When you
know,
finish, sorry.
You know Simon? Have you ever spoken to Simon?
Yeah, we've spoken.
Yeah, I've spoken to him before.
I've apologised to you before. You've and we've reached an agreement. And you know that stuff about you, Remembrance Sunday. I don't want to get in an argument about it either. Saying it ain't my thing, fam, and fuck the British troops, etc. on Dan's channel. How would you go about saying that now? Because it caused so much bad feeling.
Okay.
How would you go about that now, even if that's your feeling? And this isn't to trash you. This is to try and.
No. It's a very good question. So at the time, he was kicking off on that show. You know, shots were being thrown. You know, your prophet's a pedo. You're this. You're that. And I don't actually remember saying fuck the British troops. What I said initially. I think
it's a mixture of you and M-Stack, so it may not have been.
What I remember saying exactly was. First it was like, I don't support Remembrance Day, that's not my thing, and then it got so wild and I said fuck Remembrance Day, and then I actually remember apologizing about that on Real Maggie show, and I said, look,
did you?
Okay. No, I did, because that's something that obviously the British people hold dear to themselves. Obviously I still stick to my view that I don't feel like I'm obliged to
it's not your culture.
It's not my culture, but also, like I said, when it comes to the veterans, from where my father comes from, there have been a lot of British troops that have gone over there and committed crimes against my people.
Just explain that.
Hold on, Roger. What you actually realise is,
I've explained your half Iraqi though, so you need to make that clear.
No, because obviously my father's Iraqi. Like I said, he came as a refugee. I've still got family members over there, and obviously we see the state of Iraq. Which was, you know, the British and the Americans had a part to play in the destabilization of Iraq. You understand? Like, for instance, now with this coronavirus spread, if that hits Iraq, or it has hit Iraq, that's going to be so detrimental, because Iraq is a war-torn country. It's still even rebuilding itself to this day. They don't have the necessary health facilities to cure this sort of stuff. So if it becomes big over there, they're going to be dropping like flies, and none of them are going to make it. Do you understand? And that is a direct cause of the previous wars, invasions, and destabilization. You understand? But the reason why I apologize for the fuck Remembrance Day part is because I had to put myself, obviously, the way I hold my prophet dear to me. When someone says F my prophet,
when people do the Allah thing,
so
all the gloves come off. And
obviously understanding it from their perspective, yes, how much the British troops means, because obviously, you know, the World War, and obviously they fought to liberate this country, and that's definitely fair enough. You know, I'm not against Remembrance Day as a whole being celebrated, but me myself, I don't feel like I have to I have to hold a minute of silence or be obliged. You understand? Before I hold a minute of silence for the British veterans, I'll hold a British silence for my people first. You understand?
Well, I think you're touched. I think you're touched to do both. But then, if you're on a live stream with a load of people that are saying we're going to do 2 minutes silence now, I think it would be respectful to hold to that in that company.
No, I jumped off the panel when they done the 2 minute silence. So what you'll find, Simon, is there was actually a case when Remember Stay happened where there was 2 videos that I watched. I see a white British English girl burning the poppy, and then this was actually on the news where Remember Stay was being held, and I think one of them English countryside towns, some white geezer let off a firework to disrupt the 2 minutes of silence. So
really,
you know, you can go check
I
it
hadn't
out.
heard that. I hadn't heard that. Okay.
Oh, so let the truth prevail, yeah. So when I go back to Speaker's Corner, they're threatening to take my turban off. So what I'm going to do is let the truth prevail. Make sure you come over to me and say to me, let the truth prevail. I was the one that followed you in your local supermarket to film you. The guy that filmed me in the toilet. The guy that is threatening to take my turban off. So you need to introduce yourself. And also go up to Zabida and say you're an unchaste woman in front of Waleed, and say the things you said to Zabida in this chat to Waleed. And let's see how much of a puddida you are in real life, because a lot of you guys do not have the mettle to do what we're doing. That's why you're goddamn cockroaches and jealous of us. It's as simple as that. So yeah, we need to weed out the cockroaches out of Speaker's Corner, man. I'll big up to Rashma Akhtar, yeah. She said she's the worst Muslim. I would say you're the best Muslim I've met, Rashma Akhtar. Yeah.
But can I say to Simon, yeah, because obviously I actually remember now I had a conversation with you, and a lot of people saying, "Oh, Zubaydah doesn't agree with gays," and I think you're quite aware of that, because we did have quite a long conversation about it. Same with Sophia Lewis, where it was actually on Surf Faz's show, and we both got a lot of heat for it because obviously she's transsexual, and I'm there literally having a long conversation just to understand the thought process as to why she's made her decisions to become a transsexual. You understand? Because I like to deal with things from a psychological aspect as to why people do these things. And I think I spoke to you about it, and I made it very clear I don't agree with homosexuality. I don't agree with it being promoted to our children. But I did also say that where I live in a country where they have their rights, I wouldn't go out my way to oppress that person or do anything to hurt that person. You know what I'm saying?
And you also expressed if it helps kids being bullied, etc. And you're totally. I don't expect people to. I don't get offended or demand that people agree with homosexuality. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Well, the thing is, I mean, you're going to get demonized for even saying that. But what you said is just being human, showing humanity. Like, I don't like. A lot of people think I'm an LGBTQ warrior, walking around defending the LGBT community. Now, I have very conservative views. I agree with a traditional family structure, yeah. But when I meet gay people or transgender people, I don't want to oppress or judge them badly according to them. I would treat them exactly how I would treat somebody else. But do I agree with everything? No. But I'm not going to keep on, abusing them and treating them badly. Like, even me kind of like saying, I mean, even I made a joke before, I was on the phone to Simon, and I bet people are going, "Oh, you was on the phone to Simon, he's gay." And that just shows you that, these people are very savage in their nature. And Zabida, you don't have to agree with them. But the fact that you took your time out to actually speak to them and understand them, you have to live with these people, whether you like it or not. And you've got to teach your children that these people are here, although you disagree with maybe what's happened with the way they are, that you can't abuse them. And that's what's your kind of take, John, on the Tommy Robinson aligning with the Muslims when it comes to the LGBT issue? He's kind of like,
it was always going to happen, I thought. Because otherwise there's going to be no action in it. And I wanted to attend the protests in Oldham, but I just missed them, and then they've been stopped. I've got to go, Rabs. It's been really
big up, man. Can we get you back on, man? Because I think you're a great.
Of course, I'll put my number. Put my number in the chat.
I'll get in contact with you
on WhatsApp and that.
Yeah. The one next time we do another one, I want to get James Goddard anyway. Let's get him back on.
Yeah, we'll get him on. Yeah. He's got to sort his internet out, or is it?
And I might get some Oldham cockroaches on as well, so you can kind of like stand them out. Yeah, let's do a bit of stamping, man.
Thank you again, and everyone's been great. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Big up to John
Cheers,
Lawrence,
John.
man. Great
Nice
to have
one.
you on
Thank
it,
you,
man.
man.
Great. Anyway, take care, man. Oh, can we do gossiping now?
Yeah.
Let's gossip. I've been waiting, man. I've been waiting for the gossip. Can we go through the video of Dan's what happened earlier, please? Can I play it?
Yeah, I mean, Willie came on there, bun some fire.
Well, what time was you on there though? Because I need to get the time.
When was you on there, Willie? I would say maybe go. How long have I been in? I came here. How long have I been on here for? Because then just before I got here,
an hour was an hour.
Yeah, so possibly go back an hour, 10 minutes on downstream.
That little bloody Asif is on there with that stupid goddamn avatar.
Isn't that guy's just
Anyway. Such a weirdo, man. Big up to the lead as well, man. Big up to the lead. Where is it?
He's done some players though.
Let me. All right, so I'm trying to find it. That little. Hold on. Oh, you're under the Tom thing, yeah. Okay,
yeah, I had to come in with different accounts because the bastard kicked me.
All right. So that makes sense. All right, let's gossip now. Can we do a nice little gossip? I do love gossiping, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's my favorite pastime. I'm sure I was born an old granny in my past life.
Like Les Dawson, was it Sissy and Ada over the garden fence?
But there is nothing like a good gossip, though. I'm not gonna lie, man. Don't you think? Like,
well,
nice
all
gossip.
the channels do it, whether they say they do or don't. It seems to be.
I actually sit there with a cup of tea, knitting, just generally making a full effect of it. All right, so you jumped on. Hold on.
What's it?
I'm gonna run off here. Big up to Talk as well, man. Talk my Indian, Jamaican, Punjabi, Gujarati. I don't know what you are, to be honest with you, but I just know I think he's a cool guy, man. So big up to Talk.
Can you get that comment off the screen as well? He just kind of doxed himself on my channel and left his postcode. I think.
How do I get it off though? Who puts them up? They had one about me as well. That I'm
you're in charge of those.
You just click on a comment and then click again.
Click on a different one. I'm just sick of looking at his name.
Oh, that's what happens. All right, so I had a comment on there for
Have you just worked this out?
Saying that I'm an ethno-nationalist, yeah.
I know.
And how the hell do I get it off?
I thought you were leaving.
No, I don't.
I thought you were putting it there for irony.
Is it true that why I love you because you personally? That's so sweet. This is Sophia. It's true. That's why I love you because you're personally. It's like same like me, Sophia. Rashma actor, man, one of the best people I've met. Yeah, so big up to Rashma, man. I know a lot of people give her a stick, man, but trust me, she's such a lovely person. All right, so 1 minute.
Yeah.
What did you what?
I saw her briefly down in the park.
Oh, did you? All right.
I don't think she recognised me.
Did she do any gang signs at you?
No.
You know she's a gangster. She was like, yeah. She's coming in my neighborhood now. Yeah, what you gonna do here? Yeah. Bruck. Yeah. That's the my gangster thing. she's like, all right, so can you not hear it? Oh, I don't know if I did it properly. I'm such a technophobe. Just give me a second. Hold on a sec. Right, so share screen. He was on the earlier Zabida. He was going mad. He went mad. I had to phone up Boops after, before he go on, because he made the threat that he's gonna get Seeks down, he's gonna get Boops, and he's only starting.
Yeah, he made a threat today that we can't go to the park. Apparently, a lot of his mates are waiting to meet us and all this nonsense.
Whatever. Do you know what? When people tell me they're waiting to meet me, do you know what I say? What time? Let me come. Like that kind of stuff doesn't work with me. I would just go more because you're telling me I can't go there, man. Now I will. Did he say this on the stream?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to report this to the police now because one, you're a female, and obviously females are very meek and petite and can't do nothing, and like easily scared of the dark.
I don't think you're describing.
Let's pretend. Not all women are very, very, very scared. I am also very female-like in certain areas.
Okay, we'll agree with that.
So I'm also because he said to me, he said, I've only started with you, and he said he's going to meet up with Seeks. He's very, very shook of something here because the truth is just like crushing him. And today he basically said he's going to get Boops and he's having a meeting with him. And I was like, all right, let me just, because obviously I got booked his number. I just phoned him up and said, what's going on? Are you meeting with this guy? He said, no. And I told him what's been happening. He's like, well, it's wrong. He said, because they're saying Sikhs are coming down to get me, and take my stuff. I said, you know what he said to me? He said, if any Sikh comes there, you just put the camera on them and let them do it in front of the camera.
Yeah.
If they can't do it in front of camera, then they're gonna I'm just not gonna do it. So what I'm gonna do straight away, anyone comes up to me, camera on, and I've even arranged with COE. So people need to understand, like, you're gonna roll up to me, anybody at the moment, Sikhs or not Sikh. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure the camera's right in front of your face, and whatever you do is gonna be done on a camera. Yeah. So if you're gonna take that risk of removing my turban or trying to do anything to intimidate me, you're gonna have to make sure you have your face shown for that kind of shit. But he seems to be moving madly, though.
Yeah, he ain't been on the Lions Den recently. His voice sounds like he's really ill. Like, he's just, I don't know, bro. The guy's obviously going through some mental issues. Like, he's just nuts, innit? He's lost his mind.
Hopefully, he doesn't have the coronavirus. Hopefully. Press 1 if you don't want Raspek to have the coronavirus, and 2 if you do. I'm only joking. Only joking. Only joking. No one wants the coronavirus in London or anywhere else. Let's deport all Yans from the UK. Only joking, Yan. All right. So let me play it. Can you hear? Can you hear?
No.
What? Oh my God! What is going on? Why can't I?
Screen share. Press screen share.
Oh, sorry. I know I'm so dumb, man. Sometimes I don't know how I wake up and get out of the bed. What's going on? Oh, let's have a look. Yeah. All right. You know, one thing I find funny, those of you that everyone says, in the comments, they keep saying, Raj, your family hates me. And I'm like, yeah, I've known that for a long time.
These are just like, you know what I mean, bro? I don't even know, man. They're so invested.
You know what they're going to say? They know my brother's name, yeah, and they go, oh, your brother Haj hates you. And I'm like, I know. Like, he finds me very irritating. Like, he wants to get me all the time, man. He's pissed off with me to the next level. And my dad's always moaning at me. So he's, oh, your dad's ashamed of you. I'm like, I know.
I'm the first person that knew that.
My dad, yeah. Let me explain about my dad, yeah. He's a very traditional old guy, yeah. And he doesn't understand art.
Right.
He just doesn't get it. So even when I was younger,
you're just doodling in your room.
So for me, when I'm telling him I'm working as an artist, he just doesn't get it. No matter how much.
Do you know what I watched one time, Roger, on Netflix? I don't know. I was bored, fam. I watched this Bollywood film, yeah, but it's not like the main. No, you got like them amateur Indian films. You get me?
Yeah, but
this one was like, yeah. So this one was about some artist. I think it was a Hindu artist, like during the time of the British Empire in India. And he was like drawing a lot of provocative art and shit. And he was like trying to get him in jail and stuff like that. It was just like some weird, crazy film stuff.
Dude, am I offline? Because for some reason things are going mad on my thing.
No, it's just buffering. I can hear you.
You can hear me. Can people hear me in the chat though? I might have to restart my computer. It's saying having connection thingy. So I might have to restart my internet connector. Can you two survive for literally 2 minutes, or is something going to happen?
I think we can. I'm sure we can. Yeah.
So if you turn the computer off, how is the stream still going to be?
No, it still works. I just need to turn the computer internet and restart it, and I'll come back. You two entertain the masses, and if I come back and you two are fighting, I'm going to boot you. So give me a minute.
We promise not to fight.
Right, it's so good. It's so good. But yeah, did you see what happened, Simon, with Isabella today?
I did. Yeah, I filmed her briefly on the way out. Just.
Oh, was you there?
Yeah. She should have been taken away so much quicker. She was sitting there for I don't know how long, and they're saying, "Look, we're trying to help her. We're trying to help her." It's like she's sitting on the floor for about an hour. You should have had someone here by now and just carted her off, be that in an ambulance or a police car.
I mean, for me, it's like it's so sad, bro, because obviously she is 100,000,000% mentally unwell.
She's not well. I mean, I was angry when she went for Steve Barnes because I like him, but at the same time, there's obviously something really wrong with her. If you're banned from the park, just stay away. Sitting in the path crying and making a massive deal about it isn't going to change it. She's lucky. She's quite lucky. She didn't get charged with a whole bunch of stuff. Do you know what I mean?
But this is the thing, though. We're obviously dealing with somebody that has severe mental health issues, and I'm not making it justifying the behavior, but at the same time, when somebody is in that condition, their thought process is not rational whatsoever. Like honestly, who would do that to themselves, knowing that people are vigiling them, rolling around the floor? No rational person. You'd have to think of the consequences afterwards, and that was not even in her mind. Do you know what I mean? Like she just let herself go, and that's really, really sad. And I don't believe that she should come to the park. I don't think it's a healthy place for her. I've interacted with her a couple of times, and she's always been fine with me. But at the same time, obviously from an Islamic perspective, I think she must be possessed, fam. I'm not gonna lie, because the way that she was acting, the noises she was making, that's that evil energy definitely within her, fam. I feel anyway.
Yeah, I mean, be it a spirit, a jinn, or bad energy you've taken on, I don't know, but there's mental struggle going on. And on one level, I have to say, I walked past and thought, "Oh, you horrible little bitch!" And on one level, I walked past and thought, "You policemen aren't doing your job. Get her out of here quickly." And about 3 paces after that, I wanted to go around and put my arm around her and say, "Are you okay?"
Yeah.
But I know that wouldn't have worked either. Do you know what I mean? So it's like this real mixture of emotions where it's,
Obviously, initially looking at it, you're thinking, "What the fuck is this girl doing?" Like you get me. But then, obviously, when you focus, you realize that this is because obviously I was watching Black Van Man. Black Van Man had a very good stream today. Big up to Black Van Man. There was a lot of fights, but there was a good conversation going on with Shifa and the Jamaican revert brother. I forgot his name, Carnane or something like that. And then you just hear this scream. You just hear this scream. The camera turns, and Isabella's literally running away from the police, coming into the park, and then
God.
you know what I mean. And I thought, wait, is that Isabella? Like it was just like such an entrance as well, because there's this debate going on. You hear this scream, and you turn around, it's Isabella running away from the police. And you're thinking, what the fuck?
She was already on the floor by the time I saw her, just kind of sitting there and say, "Is that Isabella?" I was like, "Fuck me, it is." Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
there's people laughing there's people laughing in the chat talking about possessed, but on some level, I know it sounds crazy, but you bring energy or spirits down when you dance. Or when you move. That's why a lot of cultures have that dance. It's ritualistic in a lot of manners. Do you know what I mean?
I'm back.
In some weird way, I can actually appreciate the way that Islam likes to keep some music secular, because you can actually charge a whole crowd of people. You kind of synchronize a whole crowd of people, and that actually can be really good with good energy. If everyone's synchronized, it's an act of worship. But if it's a kind of, I hate to use the word like degenerate, but kind of violent, nasty attitude fest, if the music is bad, it does kind of infect the people. Do you know what I mean? It can make people more violent.
Music is a frequency of waves, and obviously in our body, we have water in our body, right? So even when we listen to music, that affects the water frequency within our body, and it does affect your emotions. Music, depending on the type of music, it makes you feel. So if it's a very angry track, that is going to enhance the angry emotions. Music can be like a drug, with the happy hormones as well. When you're listening to certain music, it can either uplift you or put you down, you understand, depending on the mood that you're in. And music is very influential as well. So when you're, and like you said, the synchronization of rhythm, beats, and words, they become very mesmerizing, you understand? And some people can take
ecstatic trance. It's an ecstatic, it's same as Sufi.
And some people can take it literally, or some people could just vibes to it for the moment, and that's that.
Okay, you lot are very boring. Let me get to
we're speaking about Isabella, man.
I have to admit, yeah, when you're talking about music can be used for good and for bad. I think when it's used for good, it's amazing, and it can be very destructive. When I draw, I tend to go for orchestral music because it just gets you in the energy and stuff like that. And you can have other music that can actually, get you in a bad space depending on what you're listening to. So yeah, it can be dangerous in some ways, but I wouldn't. I love music too much to ever stop listening to it, but I do agree with you. But let me just play this. Tell me when you're on. Let me screen share. Let's do some gossiping. Let's put our little knitting needles out.
Who are we gossiping about now?
Yeah, obviously, he's a bait. Respect, the finger aspect. Who else are we gonna gossip? Who else is such a train wreck?
Ralph?
No. Just the thing about Ralph, he knows.
I haven't spoken to Ralph for ages, the bastard.
But the thing about Ralph, he knows he's a prick. The problem with this guy, he thinks he's the most righteous person. And what me and Zabida are going to do, we're going to show you that he's not righteous. Yeah, and you're not going to like what you're going to see, but it's the true aspect that I've seen for a long time. Let me just play. Can you hear it?
Should be that way too. So there should be
All right,
scholars
so let me
or
forward
imam.
it. When did you come on?
And then they just promote the hadith.
Oh, you're that goddamn Quranist. That Quranist, that nutcase.
Yeah, that's a good one.
God, he does my head in, man. You know.
I like that one, bro.
Family in the blood clot place.
I heard his voice is like he's like been defeated too many times, man. That's what
He
L's
sounds
do to
ill,
you.
bro. I don't know.
I just don't talk to people that like to put fingers up bums, man.
Yeah,
Oh, he's obsessed to that bum thing. Like
it goes against my religion.
Oh my god.
You know what I'm saying? Allah said it's an abomination.
Oh, he said it. Okay, he said it. That it goes. Do you know he's Muslim now for definite, Zabila?
Oh, he's a waste, man. He's a waste.
No.
Man,
Do you know what? Do you know? I was thinking. Let me just explain before we go on. Yeah. Now, if he's Muslim, cool. Yeah, he's Muslim. But don't pretend you're not. You should be, like the Walid said, if you're Muslim, tell people. Don't lie about it for whatever reasons. Yeah. And the thing is, the reason why I've realized he definitely probably is Muslim is because, you know, Sir Faz, when I listen back to a recording when he said, Wallahi, he's X, Y,
Oh, yeah.
Z.
I heard you say that, yeah.
But what happened is that when he said he was lying, he didn't say Wallahi. So in my opinion, he was told to lie about it, that he was lying. And this will explain why Sia forgave him. Random exposure has settled their thing with him. And he would even go as far to say Muhammad Taweed will probably settle it to some point. Yeah. It's just a matter of time. Let me just see.
You know what I'm saying? What do you think? I have to talk to Gay Paul? Do you think I have to talk to Gay Paul? Do you think I have to talk to Simon? No, I don't have to talk to none of them.
God, he's obsessed with gays.
Me?
You know what I'm saying?
No, him, respect. He's obsessed with gays.
That's what atheists are, defenders of nothing.
Well, that Ganji's on there now. When do you come on there? Oh, is it shoot
I
now?
can fuck you
Oh,
up.
here it is. Let me rewind.
Yeah,
Oh, here's
leave him alone.
Walid. Here's Walid making the entrance in the blue corner. Walid, and in the pink corner with the girly boys, finger spect. So let's go.
Let her run.
Unheard there.
Dean Stevens. What you saying, Dean Stevens? Come online, innit?
Well, any more stupid talking, you know what it is still. But I'm allowed it still. I'm allowed a bomber clock. You got me.
You get me.
He sounds like a girl. Hold on, go back to that. Bro, the guy sounds like a bitch.
Yeah, listen. You get me.
Can't lie, I'm just doing it for the fun right now. Can't lie.
We beating him so bad. He's like, you get me.
Let him on, man. Let him on. I want to hear. Walla walla. Come on.
Okay, I didn't know.
Walid. Yeah, Salino.
He's a...
Hey, what's he called? Born Rich. He's talking shit. Why don't you come online and talk shit, man?
Boy, leave him alone, man. He's a troll, bro. He's a wind-up. He don't mean it.
One of them
He's just hungry for attention. Born Rich. Come on now, bro. Play nicely.
I'll leave her. Where's this zoo beggar? The beggar of energy.
You can let her run.
No, I hit her, but I unhide there.
Dean Stevens. You say Dean Stevens. Online, innit?
Well, any more stupid talking, you know what it is still. But I'm allowed it still.
I'm gonna allow her still.
I'm allowed the bomber clock.
I'm gonna allow the bomber clock.
What drugs is he on?
Earlier on, yeah. People was talking about
oh my god.
Why don't they bring beef to their own channels? Like it's not just one person that brings the beef to this channel. Like it's not just the pigeon. You get me? Like, and that's the thing. If people don't wanna be honest,
Rich LK, come minute. If you're bad, come online, innit?
if people want to
say,
I know
Rich LK.
I see Jen saying, why don't they bring the beef to their own channels? But what she should have really said is, why does the pigeon keep on bringing his obsession with respect to Dan's channel?
Okay, so he talks about me all the time on his channel, yeah? He says my name like 50,000 times on a stream.
Pigeon, every time he jumps on a panel, want to talk about respect.
You talk about me, Padida.
On this panel, and every time I come on, I want to talk about the pigeon. You know what I'm saying?
He talks about me all night on his channel. Pigeon this, pigeon that, pigeon that.
You know what I'm saying? Anyway, it goes, whether it's Bellies had to tell him about it, Contents had to tell him about it, Dan's had to tell him about it.
I'm in his head. He feels the fed. Can you listen how annoyed he is? Now, let me say something, Respect, if you're listening.
Yeah. No, as soon as you came
no one is more obsessive or stubborn than me. Yeah, you think you're stubborn. I will show you what real stubbornness means.
But this pussy tries to say I'm a stalker, yeah? But he's been, when he took his little break, he knew exactly what channels I was on, who I was arguing with, the exact topic of conversation. He's there watching my fucking channel where his fucking girlfriend's translating. Like, and I'm a stalker. Allow it, bro. Pussy.
Oh, who's his girlfriend?
Queen J.
Oh, my God.
Queen J.
So my man had just finished talking, and I asked Dan if I could talk for a quick 1 minute 30, and then he started. So I don't know why people are lying. They can just rewind the Black Clark video.
God,
and see
he
that
sounds so defeated. Oh, there you are. All right, so let me listen. Let's listen.
Facts.
Well, Leeds in now, I think.
That's big facts.
Tom B has joined us.
Yo, finger bingy.
Who's this Tom B?
Waleed, how fat are them fingers, bro?
Ask your dad.
Waleed, how many fingers can you take? One or two?
Ask your father. You know, he will take in his ass a lot. You need to stretch his ass. His ass is so wide now. If you want to chill in the summertime, you can go dive there.
Dive? You're like a needle, bro. How are you gonna dive?
Yeah, don't worry. Your father's ass is so big, Akhi.
You're so thin, bro. Do you eat or do you spend all the money on crack?
I can fuck you up still. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you reckon? I'll get you in a headlock, man.
Trust me.
I'll get you in a headlock.
Yeah, come on my face and say that.
Bro, all right, bro. Are you for real? Are you for real? Are you about 8 stone? Bro, you're an 8 stone piece of string, bro. You're an 8 stone piece of string. I'll tie you in a knot.
You never showed your face. I only caught your face by laptop. You never showed your face even. You're talking
about funny. Shut up. Just shut up.
Don't talk hard, man. Don't talk hard.
You're gonna be watching me, bro? Are you for real?
Yeah, his girlfriend.
Waleed, I'm more scared of your girl. I'm more scared of your girl than you, bro.
Yeah, bro, no problem. I don't care. And do something else.
Just shut up.
Yeah, you can chat shit online, no problem. But all this is lies, isn't it? So
the thing about Kanye, he's such a beg. Like I can't stand him for that. Like sometimes I have good conversations with him, especially when it comes to like, you know, certain similarities in the Punjab, because there's a lot of Turkish words in Punjabi and all that kind of stuff. But he's such a beg, man. Seriously.
So
whatever, man. You're a joker. Yeah. You're a joker.
Comedy hour.
Oh no.
You rather stop the itchy finger wingy now or still itching? Finger. Finger bingy, ugly.
I can kick you out, but I think I'm just gonna laugh at you lot for about 5-10 minutes to talk.
Why are you not doing it?
Why don't come to the park then?
What's the reason?
Why you hard man? Why you hard man? You didn't come to the park.
It's cold, bro. Who's coming to the park?
نور قصدك إيه؟ مش عايز اوريهم حاجه ده شو
I'm just waiting for you lot to come to the park.
I baffa من ايش ورود I was
A lot of
each
people are
today
waiting, man.
I said it
Did you hear that? He said a lot of people are waiting for us.
a lot of people
I'll rewind it. Did he just say it now?
I walked from the
Yeah, he said a lot of people are waiting for us in the park.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's big facts.
Oh, did I rewind?
Tom B. Tom B.
Papa Cop that told me that.
You shocked though? Why are you?
Shut up, Malik. It's not even funny. Shut up. Just shut up. Don't even go there.
Don't talk hard.
You're gonna be watching me, bro? Are you for real?
Yeah, his girlfriend.
Walid, I'm more scared of your girl. I'm more scared of your girl than you, bro.
Yeah, bro, no problem. I don't care. And what? Something else.
Just shut up.
Yeah, you can chat shit online, no problem. But all this is lies, in it. So
whatever, man. You're a joker. You're a joker.
Comedy hour.
Oh no!
You rather stop the itchy finger wingy now or still itching? Finger wingy, ugly.
I can kick you out, but I think I'm just gonna laugh at you lot for about 5-10 minutes to talk.
Why are you not doing this?
Why don't come to the park then?
What's the reason?
Why you hard man? Why you hard man? You didn't come to the park.
It's cold, bro. Who's coming to the park?
No, قصدك إيه؟ مش عايز اوريهم حاجه ده شو
I'm just waiting for you lot to come to the park.
I baffa من ايش ورود I was each worried today. I said it. I said
Okay,
it.
I heard that.
A lot of people are waiting, man.
All right.
A lot of people. I was there. I walked from the park 2-3 times today, but quick look كده and I was there all day, and there is people saw me and no one.
He was out today. I don't know where he went, but
good. So you should keep on doing it still.
Yeah, bro. Listen. These pussy holes who protecting you, I don't care about them. When we meet, it's gonna be between me and you.
I ain't got no pussy.
Yeah, it's gonna be between me and you. Don't worry.
Yes, all right, man.
Yeah, don't worry. No one else. Bye.
It's all right. It's all right. Alhamdulillah. You know?
Fuck your mom.
Yeah.
Don't believe it, Muslim, not the fucking pussy hole.
Alhamdulillah.
this guy's playing with the deen, mocking the deen, you know, like constantly using Islamic words, but all now we heard the shahada.
You know how many fake Muslim I saw in my life? I grew up in Egypt, you fucking pussy.
You look in the mirror and you see a fake Muslim. You look in the mirror and
I don't know why no one can see this guy's game, yeah? Like, this guy's sitting here, speaking about Islam all the time, using these words, but when you ask him if he's a Muslim, he will sit there and say, I'm on my journey.
Bro, but he just said that his whole country's full of fake Muslims.
Your friends
Well, he just said his whole country.
No, he said, he grew up in Egypt, he see fake Muslims.
All my life,
but he just said his whole country is fake Muslims.
All my fights was with Muslim all my life.
Bruv, look at Turkey. How many fake Muslims in Turkey, bruv?
Yeah, but I'm not blaming them. I'm not blaming them.
Bruv, you see Turkey, fam? They're like the biggest sellout, fam.
I'm not claiming them.
So what are you claiming, Pakistan, yeah?
Turkey killing Syrian, killing Libyan, killing all the Muslims.
The Egyptians are fucking up the Turks right now, Libya. Right now, Libya.
The one that looks in the mirror, he sees a fake Muslim. When he looks at his gal, he sees a fake Muslim. So we know.
I know you have autism, so we're gonna bear with you a little bit. But I know autistic people, they have a bit of issues trying to like relay information. Giga, the guy's autistic, bro. We can't even be arguing with like that.
Raj teaches that the Quran endorses rape. Your friend Raj.
Okay,
all right. Rape.
Bro, I know the autism is kicking in sometimes. I'm not trying to do no hate crime out here. You get me? Like, I've got autistic cousins and that. No, I grew up with autistic people. They say things sometimes. You just have to like allow it, you know.
Look how he's bitching. He's like, bitch.
Like
you did this. You did this. I did this.
It's because us stalkers, you know. Well, it's because us stalkers. The guy sitting there, him and his girl are watching our channel. They translated, watching everything. The guy knew that I was on Bullets at 4 a.m. arguing with Big Odds.
I let you deal with him.
I know, let me deal with him, Waleed. This is enough for a bitch, bro. This ain't no man. When the real men come out, I'll send you, Waleed, yeah? But he's a bitch. I can handle him. Don't worry, Waleed. Waleed, don't worry. This is a girl. Get me? Obviously.
You got 5 minutes left.
Because you're shook. Why are you shook though? Why are you shook though? You get me? Why are you shook though? Because you're a pussy. But anyway, it's not your show. It's Dan's show, innit? So if Dan's listening, like obviously it's up to you. if you're letting this pussy try to run your show, cause his show got strike. That's why I ain't doing no live shows. You get me?
My show didn't get strike.
That is dead. So where's the show then? Where's the show? Why are you walking around homeless going from show to show?
Talking about, this is my brother, Dan. Who are you talking about? This is my brother's channel right now. Don't you see? Look what the hangout's called. TRIITN.
What you saying is the things in your eyes. Is she fingering it now? Is she fingering it now? He's like TRII.
He sounds very like out of the what I've realised, out of the lines then, where he has no control.
He sounds like a bitch.
He's not that good at defending his corner. Like with me and you, we can be in a stream. Like earlier today, I was against like 8. Like I can go against 9 people on the same panel and still hold my own. Yeah, you've done that. But you can see with him, he starts buckling under the pressure. That's why you had to have the StreamYard thing and keeping chucking people. That's one thing I'm a little bit surprised about, because I don't think about him. He very rarely gets people gunning for him. Do you understand? And I didn't realize how easy it is to kind of get him shook when it comes to that on these panels. Quite interesting. It's like we're analyzing some documentary. It's quite interesting.
You think the one
He's getting that Marrakesh style, you get me? Old Marrakesh style, G, you get me? I'm taking it deep inside. Deep inside. I know respect now.
You got 2 minutes left.
Obviously, each their own, G, you get me? Like, that's what you like, that's what you like, bro.
You got 2 minutes
just embrace it, G. I know you're getting shook, I know you're getting triggered, you get me? Our job is done here, you get me?
He was having an intelligent conversation before you You don't got no intelligence. You can't have a conversation.
We're more intelligent than you, because you got fucked up on belly show. Even your own black brothers have to tell you what time it is, bro. Fuck off, man.
Talking about coming and mess up the show.
Bro, he got violated. If you saw the whole chat on Eid, everyone was dissing it. But I had people from African spirituality coming to me and bigging me up, saying you finished the horsey. Even Hanifa says, "I've been done your whole life." Okay? Like I made the legacy as the one that slew the horse. Pray tribute, everybody. You get me? It's a warrior.
Yeah. I have to agree to that. Yeah, because the thing is, I've given the analogy, because I think Zabida is the one that literally has put the
broke the horse.
Literally broke the man, and
broken the horse's back. You got to break the horse's back before you ride it. You get me?
And the thing is, I gave it the analogy of in the kind of like Saharan wilds and stuff like that, like where you have the female lions doing all the hard work, taking down the prey, and then I'm like the lazy lion, the male lion, just eating afterwards. I'm just like feasting on the carcass of a horsey. So yeah, big up to Zabida, man. But the thing is, what he also uses, Zabida, to kind of emotionally kind of get people on his side, he'll always use that person, Raj or whatever, is an Islamophobe, so you have to side with me. No, you can say you're not with me, but you're also against respect. You understand? You don't have to be either or.
I'll never side with him. And I said this before, Raj, someone like me and you, ideologically, will have differences, but personality-wise, we get along. I'm not saying, there's certain ideological, obviously for respect, I don't see him as a racist. I don't see him as an Islamophobe. But so there's a lot of things that we can agree on ideologically, not everything, but personality-wise, we don't get along. And that's a lot with the Muslims. I agree with a lot of the Muslims, and ideologically, but personality-wise, we just don't get along. Do you get it?
I'm just I'm like that as well.
Just because you sit there and you pretend to care about my community, but really you're just talking about my community to get donations. I don't think this guy gives a damn about Islam. I don't think he really generally means what he says. It's all I think he's trying to get the RS Sid money as well, because recently, since RS Sid's come about, he's been constantly talking about CP and
please, RS Sid, can I have some more? So, do you think it might be a little like Raindrop keeps on writing something, and I don't know whether to. Well, I'll say it I'm going to blame Raindrop. So Raindrop, you're going to take responsibility. He's doing it in order to be with a Muslim woman. You think that might be it? That he's pretending to be Muslim and doing that kind of I'm about Islam and all that. Because I can't. When I think about it, he'd have to give up a lot of certain things that he likes to do.
Let me say my bit. Yeah, look. from my understanding, Queen J has been around in the chats for quite a while, ever since he started doing live streams, right? And this whole talk of him being Muslim, actually, from my understanding, was being spoken about before Queen J or whatever, right? So I used to see her in the chats, didn't really think anything of it. Then I see her come to the park one time. Somebody told me that it was her because they spoke to her. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And looking at her, because obviously when I saw her picture, I thought she was like my age, a young lady. But when I saw her in real life, I thought, rah, like she looks different to her picture. She looks much older. And then somebody said to me, yeah, she's 36 years old. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then, like I said, you know, you always see him saying, big up Queen J, and whatever, cool. And there's certain things that he would say which you'd really only say to somebody that you'd like in that way.
Like
Do you get it?
babes, like babes.
Yeah. So like I said,
babes.
it was her birthday one time, and I'm just like that thing only clicked to my mind later on, because I remember when it was her birthday and he was playing these romantic songs. There's a song by Stormzy called Birthday Girl. If you listen to that song, yeah, it's so romantic. You would sing that to literally the love of your life. Yeah.
Oh, let's play it. Let's find out. What's the lyrics though? Let me find.
It's called Stormzy Birthday Girl.
Okay,
yeah.
let me get this.
And then he got Waleed to jump on and say happy birthday, and got everyone to make this whole big thing about it. And I was like, all right, cool, whatever. Do you get me? And then what really confirmed things in my mind is when I spoke to him on the phone twice, and when I said to him, between me and you, I think Queen J is your girl.
Before we go on, I'm gonna just now I do have an angelic voice, yeah. So everybody prepare. So Birthday Girl by Stormzy. Yo, word on the road, you're the birthday girl. Don't be sad on your birthday, girl. Sitting in the club like you didn't want to come. So send a couple of bottles to the birthday girl. Hey, you're the birthday girl. Do what you like, you're the birthday girl. Yeah. Them girls watch face, but yeah, it's all bait. Them chicks will hate on the birthday girl. You're the birthday girl, you're the birthday girl, you're the birthday girl. Your day started off with some bullshit. Should have started off with some breakfast. I know you're standing outside with your bedrooms because you never put your names on a guest list. Rah 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 rah. So yeah, it seems quite romantic, man. So yeah, it's not something that you sing to a friend. Let's just say that. And I know any record companies want to kind of hire me. I'm not for that business. I'm an artist. I know I've got a lovely voice though, so I admit, yeah.
Well, I mean, you know. So yeah, I mean, like I said,
any collaborations, Abida, do you think in the pipeline with me and Gina?
Yeah, no, I don't know, Raj. I might have you like doing the backup vocals or like doing them one-liners like my hype man.
Wow, yeah, like finger, bingy.
Yeah, just in the background, like I'm like, yo, finger bingy's a dickhead. You'd be like, dickhead. I'm like, finger bingy takes it up his ass. You'd be like, up his ass.
Right, even raindrop. How dare you, my Sikh bra? Saying I ruined it. I'm gonna have to practice that track. I'm actually gonna start singing that regularly though. Yeah. So the thing is that
So I mean, there's a possibility, like I said, yeah. And for me, yeah, like I don't care, like the fact that that's his girl, whatever. But what I'm trying to really do is highlight the hypocrisy, because he's called everybody every single name underneath the sun, especially females, for so quote unquote immoral acts that he can't even prove himself. But then, you know, what everyone knows is you're not a Muslim, you're a Rasta, she's a Muslim. You know, there's indications that you're possibly seeing her, and she's not allowed to do that. Do you understand? So what does that make her then? If we're all sluts and whores, what about the girl that you've been seeing, which you're not supposed to be seeing? Yeah, what does that make her? Do you understand? And you know, luckily, the mighty definitely was on my side during that event, because he had to. Because when I broke down the conversation that me and him had, word for word, it clicked in his mind. And he even said, "All right, what you're saying has some truth to it." That's why he took it upon himself to apologize to her and say to her, "Look, I might have said certain things with a conversation with Zubaydah that's obviously insinuate that we're together, and without his knowledge." And I said this before, what are the chances of getting no one's ever heard Queen J's voice, you know? No one. Yeah. So, like, what are the chances of hearing her and him on a phone call? And obviously within that phone call, he obviously called her babes. And, you know, it's not fucking rocket science here. You can hear the tone of his voice. You can hear how distressed he was at the fact that she was upset. And, you know, he was calling her babes in order to reassure her. Do you understand? And we know Respect, from what I see, Respect's not a very flirtatious guy, I don't think anyway, compared to like Jedi or whoever. And he refers to every female as sis. Do you know what I mean? And when I listened to that, it was like a completely different. He was very vulnerable.
So let's listen to that recording because obviously there is this because Raspek said that if you have proof of something, yeah, it's not slander. So let's listen to this recording that happened. So obviously this was actually recorded later on when he didn't realize the microphone was on, and this is 4 a.m. in the morning to a Muslim woman that he said he's not in a relationship with. So let's have a listen.
1:30. Go.
I'll play whatever I want. Right.
Well, let's hope that
Hold on, have I got the right thing for that? Oh, God.
your mum being mocked though.
Oh no, I got the wrong bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to find it later
You know
on.
what? Yeah.
I'll have to
Go
find
on
it later
to Phil
on.
Mitchell Speaker's Corner.
Oh yeah, Phil Mitchell Speaker's Corner. Phil Mitchell Speaker's Corner. He has to now get knighted, yeah, just for that. Just for that
Yeah, I
recording.
mean, he was like on the ball, fam. You get me?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still. No one's really told me exactly how this could have happened, unless God was literally like saying, "Yes, Zabida, I heard your prayers." Hey,
I prayed. I actually did pray. Ask Walid. I prayed the night before.
yeah, it might have been a miracle from God. Maybe they need to start putting that as one of the new miracles. So which one is it then? Raspberry hits new lows in coach supporters. So first,
Keep on going down, I think.
You guys, my enemy's enemy. Which one is it? Oh, here it is. There it is. Yeah, I got it. Here it is. Have you heard this? Simon? Simon.
I was just coughing. I was muting. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah. So basically, this is after speaking to Zabida and kind of conceding that he might have said that he was in a relationship with her, and he was denying it before. He then accidentally left his mic on the stream, and this is him talking to this lady Zabida, this lady Queen J, who, well, you listen to it. Does it sound like a friend, or does it sound like more than a friend? Can you hear it?
Hello.
Oh.
I saw someone say, Dora said he put the ground into money because I might have money. I want to
What you put the ground in?
Yeah, I was going to say everyone's saying it's not like I'm like it's not
What? Oh yeah, I'm charging my other phone.
Getting into my Instagram, taking a photo, and stalking me for weeks to do all of this because she likes. Starts attacking me with Tiba. She doesn't address that. Address the whole. You don't forget how this all started. Making other motives according to my Instagram. Made a fake account with my real name and everything on it. Went around spreading it, and you saw it was her.
Yeah.
And they sent me a message pretending to be my friend and mocked me and went the message I sent on the live stream. And then cursed my dead dad and my mom's private parts.
Yeah, cool. I'll get that one. No, I said it, babes.
I said it, babes. Yeah. Now, listen to that.
You can hear the distress in his voice.
Yeah.
No, I said it, babes.
You don't call. I've never heard Raspik call anyone babes. Yeah. So listen.
No, I said it, babes.
No.
It's me. I just admitted that I said it to her.
No, he just said admitted. I said it to her that he was in a relationship.
Yeah, bro, this is some, bro. You see me and you, Raj, yeah? Like I'm like Tupac. You're like fucking, I don't know, fam, Michael Jackson, yeah? We're out here exposing the elite, fam. You see these lot, yeah? They try to pull a wall over our eyes, pretending that they're sitting there. She's an innocent Muslim sister. She's so sick. But secretly, they've been doing some fucking low down, nasty ass business. and they want to have the audacity to sit there and chat about other people, fam.
Yeah, if you're gonna start condemning people for immorality, you better have a squeaky clean kind of like life.
Bro,
like
that's the worst, bro. There's a Rasta with a Muslim woman who's nearly twice his age. Yeah, because from what I understanding, she's got a 24-year-old son and a 22-year-old daughter. Yeah, and you're there like, bruv, and he literally pulled the wool over our eyes.
Look at the background though. The LBGT Simon, look.
I know, I love it.
LGBTQ supporter.
I wonder if he was going finger to bingy, finger to bingy, finger in my bum, finger to bingy, finger to bingy, finger in my bum with the LGBTQ and everyone's singing and they got their fingers in the air going finger to bingy, finger to bingy, finger in your bum. Yeah, that's like been a good night out for Finger Spec that night.
Do you reckon he pulled after?
A lot, man. Whatever he pulled, yeah, we won't really discuss it.
Get him off your back. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say like, oh yeah, I'm with 3K. You know what I'm saying? I didn't just come out with it. He said, oh yeah, he's more than remember, some said verbatim on the channel when it's going to be, and that's the thing I talk. You know me, I don't that like, but I can see without lying with you right now.
So he says, I don't like lying anyway. Wallahi, I'm not with you right now anyway.
No, he says, I don't like lying, yeah, but I can say, wallahi, I'm not with you.
Yeah. So if you're, yeah. So
he's saying he doesn't like to do something. Look, basically what he's saying is he doesn't like lying, but he will do it for the sake of this situation. He said it. It's like me saying, you know what, yeah? Like imagine I've done something, yeah. I stole 5K from a shop, yeah, and I was like, you know what? I don't even like lying, you know, but I will say wallahi just for the sake of like, you know what I'm saying, getting away with it. Yeah.
Let me hear it again because I thought you were saying that.
Listen to it properly. Say I don't like lying, but I can say wallahi, I'm not with you.
Oh, I thought you meant that I'm not with you right now. So I thought you meant that.
No, listen to it carefully.
All right, let me listen to it again. Because even that would concede that we was with her at a point.
Remember, some said verbatim on the channel when it's going to be, and that's the thing I talk. You know me, I don't like lying either, innit? But I can see without I'm with you right now, anyway. You know me, I don't like lying either, innit? But I can see without I'm with you right now, anyway.
Oh my God! Look at Phil Mitchell's face. Look.
Yeah, so he's saying he doesn't like do it, but right, I don't like this. Yeah, he's saying he doesn't like to do something, but he says I don't like lying, but I can say, wallahi, I'm not with you right now. So that's saying like, you get me? He doesn't like to do something, but for this specific situation, he's gonna lie. You get me? There's no point of him saying that he doesn't like lying without making it clear that it's something against his principles. But for this specific case, he's gonna have to do it. Do you get it?
Yeah, I mean the thing is that like I've actually, like I said, big up to the person who gave me this, but I've got all the live streams of you being slandered, man, and I'll have to start downloading them. But it's crazy when I went through some of them, like the amount of stuff that I actually missed, like the amount of abuse and slander that was given towards you. It's like next level. I mean, Simon actually didn't see it, but I'm gonna do a compilation of actually exactly what happened. Yeah, especially the one where the one that I didn't get. So I'll tell you the names of. Let me just tell you the names of. Tell me what names you would want though, in terms of the stream, Jay. So there was a stream. Let me have a look. Waleed is here. Walla said in the 16th, 11th. Oh, that's old. Hold on. So 14th. No, it's a 2020.
Wait, it's not
isn't
all the streams.
Not all of them, but most of the main ones that are to do with the last couple of weeks. Yeah. So you've got who wants it? In my respect, who wants it? Hold on 1 second. Oh, I can't seem to see it, but it's somewhere here. In the lines there. All right, I'll have to go through it after. Sorry. Let's go back to your thingy though. The main one. Do you understand what's going on, Simon? You sound very confused.
It's a little confusing.
Don't worry. Me and Zabida are fully in this bloody thing, man. We know everything. I know more about this than my bloody own life. So that's how bad I'm into it. All right. So Let's play it from where it was.
This is worse than being addicted to EastEnders.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. I know.
You know, say us Arabs, we're out here.
And
You
they
get
still
me?
didn't finish Rasbik. Wallah, I don't sleep good till I
Can you
I
hear?
meet you. Uqsim
Can
billah,
you
I
hear?
have to admit it. I have to admit it. Wa'ad, wallahi.
Yeah, you're gonna
Wallah,
get what's
wallah,
Can you
I
hear?
didn't
Can you
sleep good
not
till
hear?
I meet you, Rasbik. Wallahi.
You're gonna get what's
Oh,
coming
yeah.
to you, I promise.
Yeah,
You're gonna
bro,
get what's
fuck you. I
coming to
told
you.
you this
Okay.
so many times, and you told
Bro, this guy got.
Okay, let's say
Bro,
that
you
again.
see Turkey, fam? They're like
I'm
the
not
biggest
blaming
sellout,
them.
fam.
You know what? Yeah, there's a guy called Papa Cop. Yeah, I've got recording of him saying that he's gonna get people to go to your
Yeah, he's that
home.
Algerian son of a bitch.
Like that is like, and he said they will give Sharia justice, meaning that they're gonna go like, you know, they're gonna do it old school.
Bro, that guy's wet, fam. He's a little neek, fam.
Yeah, no, yeah, but still, it's still a threat, and them not. No one was telling him not to do it. They said, yeah, we'll get his address.
Yeah, you're
and
gonna
go around it.
continue with this. You're gonna hear Khan saying that Wally should beat me and Finger Bingy stay silent.
Oh God! All right.
I'm not claiming them.
Well, so what are you claiming, Pakistan? Yeah.
Turkey killing Syrian, killing Libyan, killing all the Muslims all the time.
The Egyptians are fucking up the Turks right now,
yeah?
Libya. Right now,
When
Libya. The
Walla
Egyptians are
looks in the
fucking up
mirror,
Turks.
he sees a fake Muslim. When he looks at his gal, he sees a fake Muslim. So we don't.
I know you have autism, so we're gonna bear with you a little bit. But I know autistic people, they have a bit
Big up to autistic. Big up
issues
to the
trying to
autistic.
like resonate information. Big up
Big up the autistic,
The guy's autistic, bro. We can't even be arguing with him like that.
Raj teaches that the Quran endorses rape. Your friend Raj teaches the Prophet Muhammad endorsed rape.
Bro,
That's
bro,
what
I
Raj
know the
teaches.
autism is kicking in
Raj
sometimes.
teaches
I'm
that
not
the
trying to do no
right
hate crime out here. You get me? Like, I got
this.
autistic cousins and that. No, I grew up with autistic people. They say things sometimes. You just have to like allow it. You know?
Look how he's bitching. He's like, bitch.
Like a girl,
Oh,
innit?
you did this.
Like a
You did
proper
this.
girl,
Raj
innit?
did this.
It's called us stalkers, you know. Well, he calls us stalkers. The guy sitting there, him and his girl are watching our channel. They translated, watching everything. The guy knew that I was on Bullet Scotty at 4 a.m. arguing with big odds.
I let you deal with them because
I know, let me deal with him, Waleed. This is another bitch, bro. This ain't no man. When the real men come out, I'll send you, Waleed, yeah? But he's a bitch. I can handle him. Don't worry, Waleed. Waleed, don't worry. This is the girl. Get me? Obviously.
You got 5 minutes left. You got 5
'cause you're
minutes
shook.
left.
Why are you
Big up
shook
Papa
though?
Cop.
Why are you shook though?
You
You
got
get
4
me?
minutes now. You got 4
Why are you
minutes
shook
now.
though? Because
The
you're a
time's gone
pussy.
down, 'cause
But
you're
anyway, it's not your show. It's Dan's show, innit? So if Dan's listening, like obviously
in my
it's
hangout.
up to you.
Yeah,
If you're
my
letting this
hangout.
pussy try to run your show, cause his show got strike. That's why I ain't doing no live shows. You get me?
My show didn't get
Like,
strike.
that is dead. So where's the show then? Where's the show? Why are you walking around homeless, going from show to show?
Talking about, this is my brother, Dan. Who are you talking about?
Yeah,
This is my brother's channel right now. Don't you see? Look what the hangout's called. TRIITN.
What you saying is the things in your eyes.
Oh, ITN.
He's like,
Can I ask what happened? Because I thought like you two had just so that I understand. Because I know I still got my issues with him. What happened between you two to get it to this stage? Because I'm not sure. Because I thought you'd had like some kind of truce.
Is she still there?
Is she still there?
Is she on a battery or something?
Oh, battery must have run out.
I think she might have just disappeared. Yeah.
Oh, so let me just play it because I want to hear. I want to listen to this anyway.
Against Finger is Waleed. You think the Waleed
He's getting that Marrakesh style, you get me? Old Marrakesh style, G, you get me? I'm taking it deep inside. Deep inside.
I don't agree with fingering unless it's consensual, obviously. But yeah, no one will finger spec, no doubt about it.
I know respect now.
You got 2 minutes left.
Obviously, each their own, G. You get me? Like that's you like, that's you like, bro.
You got 2 minutes.
Just embrace it, G. I know you're getting shook. I know you're getting triggered.
Yes, I said that lady and Raspek was saying that you gave money to Zabida. Now, obviously, from my understanding, that's not true. Yeah. So Zabida, yeah, Raspek's friend Queen J said that you gave £1,000 to Zabida, which obviously is not true. So yeah, he did say that. Yeah, that's the Ari said.
Get me?
Nah,
Our
Carl,
job
we
is
like
done here.
intelligent
You get me?
conversation. We like intelligent conversation. He was having an intelligent conversation before he came in. He was having an intelligent conversation. You lot ain't got no intelligence. You can't have a conversation.
But we're more intelligent than you, bro. You got
Me,
fucked up on
Armin and
belly
Carl
show. Even
was
your
having
old
an
black
intelligent
brothers have to tell you what time it is, bro. Fuck off, man.
What are you talking
Don't
about?
get me.
Like, come in and mess up the show.
Bro, he got violated. If you saw the whole chat on Eve, everyone was dissing it. Bro, I had people from African spirituality coming to me and bigging me up saying you finished the horse. Even Nanifa says, "I've been done your whole life." Like I made the legacy as the one that slew the horse.
True,
Everybody,
true.
you get me? It's the warrior. It's the warrior Zubaydah al-Arabiya. You know, say us Arabs, we out here.
And
You
still
get me?
didn't finish Rasbik. Wallah, I don't sleep good till I meet you. Uqsim billah, I have to admit it. I have to admit it. Wa'ad, wallahi. Wallah, I don't sleep good till I meet you, Rasbik. Wallahi.
You're gonna get what's coming to you. I promise.
Yeah, bro, fuck you. I told you this so many times, and you told.
Bro, this guy got told to suck his mum in the park. I didn't see a bag of man ride out for him. You pushed him outside the park. I didn't see a bag of man come. Like, come, bro.
Yo, what's your last word? What's your last
bro,
word?
Bro, you're waste, man. You're a pussy fuck queen.
Yeah, on this year, to Zabida, I would say to you, just keep it verbal, man. It's not worth it. You've got more to live for. So no, don't ever get it to the point where it gets physical again. Just leave it and just do the verbal, because you're destroying him verbally, man. You're stronger. Just stick in verbal. Trust me.
Okay, you got me all about Z-double-E.
Right.
It's not.
Like, what is this girl on, man? She's an embarrassment, man.
Khan, you're an embarrassment, you little
You mean
prick.
Nanifa?
Yeah.
No, I don't think she's.
Oh, yeah.
So what?
All right. Oh, look at that bloody Asif with his. Is it buffering?
You little tramp.
Nice black.
Talking about.
Oh, I missed it. I missed
People
it.
don't wanna.
Where did she come
Online,
with?
bro.
Where did she come with?
But what I'm saying is like
verses or hadiths or whatever.
Oh my God! Now I've gone all the way.
Deep
Oh,
inside. Deep inside. Deep inside. I know respect now. Obviously, each their own. You get me? Like that's what you like. That's what you like.
So his car jumped off.
I remember. Yeah.
It was, isn't it? 100%.
Okay, so I actually spoke to him earlier as well, and he went fucking mental as well. That guy.
Exactly.
Well, this is earlier in the day.
But it was
Hold on.
Muslim full on. This is why he's to battle.
There it is. So earlier on, yeah, a respect actually jumped on with me as well. So have a look at this. I'm embarrassed for humanity. Everybody in my family goes there. You have reputation in real life. So this is earlier, a couple, how many hours ago? Like 12 hours ago. I can't believe how much time I'm wasting.
Good
12
God.
hours. Yeah, so this is earlier. So look.
Made the reputation that slander up, and somebody went to my brother and said to my brother, somebody said that your mum has been stealing from the temple, and so I will, if I need to.
I clearly see that I'm struggling and
What
shy.
the hell?
Bro, I didn't know. Is me a paedophile now? You want to
Oh, here it is.
and said to my mum, I am a rape and paedophile apologist to the Sikh community, which can get me attacked. 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 Which can get me attacked.
Is Banksy a paedophile?
Which can get me attacked. It's a very serious. So you did say that, then?
Raj, is Banksy
Done a
not?
bro. Did you say I'm a rape and paedophile apologist to my Sikh community?
You meant for no rape.
Did you say that I'm a rape and paedophile apologist to my community? Did you say that I'm a rape and paedophile apologist to the Sikh community? No, first of all, answer. Did you say that I'm a rape and paedophile apologist to the Sikh community? Now, first of all, answer and I'll answer yours. So did you say that I'm a rape and paedophile apologist? Well, he's not to me. So did you say no? Did you say that I'm a rape and paedophile apologist? Yeah. Did you say I'm a rape and paedophile apologist to my Sikh community? You went to my Sikh community, my temple, and lied and slandered me when my mother goes. My mother goes there. My mother goes to that temple. My nephew goes there. My brother goes there. Everybody in my family goes there. You have gone there and said I'm a rape and paedophile apologist. This is a very, very dangerous allegation to make against me. If I get attacked, it's going to be about you. You will have to take responsibility for that. For that, yeah?
You will have to take responsibility if something happens. It will be to do with you. I will hold you down. Yeah, I will hold you directly responsible. Yeah, and I'm
you chill with
I know you're embarrassed that you
chill with people that say it's okay to bash open pictures of 5-year-olds.
slavery.
You chill with
Oh
people
yeah, we get it. We get it.
that say it's
Yeah,
okay
we understand. We get it. 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 You're embarrassed. So then I used the like. So he's saying that I don't know if you heard it. He's saying that I'm a rape apologist and a paedophile apologist, and he went to my community and he said it to people in real life here. When my mother goes to the temple and my brother, my nephews, and stuff like that. Yeah, he said that, and the reason his logic is this. Yeah, that because Zabido and them said they're gonna finger him. And I was going, I'm now a rape apologist, yeah, totally downplaying it. And then on top of that, with Banksy, when it comes to Banksy, yeah, the situation was that he said, and I don't agree with what he said, he was using the argument that a drawing is not a real picture. And that if he, whatever, although I disagree with that because I can make ultra realistic drawings, I don't believe he's a paedophile for saying that. I just believe he's an idiot for saying it.
He was doing it in a fucking hypothetical question from Fascist Phil that was aimed at Lister as well. Just to
I still don't agree with it because he should have made it much more coherent in terms of like exactly what he's saying. Like I can make ultra realistic drawings of of people, and obviously I've drawn pictures of babies as well, like for customers, of their kids, and I can make them look like real photos. And so that's where it becomes problematic. I know he wasn't thinking about that when he said it, but this is where it becomes problematic because for him, he was probably thinking about like sticking
a doodle. Yeah, exactly. He wasn't thinking about with as much detail as you were.
So when he goes and says, because I'm still talking to Banksy, and I've already said I disagree with what he said, I'm now a paedophile apologist. Now, when it comes to going to the Sikh community and saying this is very dangerous, and also it can actually cause harm upon my family, like my mother, my brother, my father, in terms of their reputation. If people start saying your son is a paedophile apologist, I'm going to say something like, if it gets to that stage, I will go nuclear mode, and no one see me nuclear mode yet. And it's nothing to do with violence. I would just go mentally all out, And there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. Trust me, There's a lot of ways to do a lot of what I call psychological warfare, And I'm not going to accept that because he's gone way past the line of what is acceptable, And obviously now I'm getting threats and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, man, if anything happens to me, I'm going to hold him responsibility, no doubt about it. I also hold Real One and Mr. Singh responsible because there's two so-called Sikh conjurers who have allowed Mr. Sellout Spec to think that it's acceptable to go to someone's gurdwara and talk about this bullshit, which is online bullshit. He thinks it's now acceptable. It's because of them allowing him to think that he's Sikh, because they're telling me he's more Sikh than me. So now he thinks he's allowed to go to places to talk about me in Sikh environments, and there's going to be no repercussions because he's respect. Oh, respect. You can do whatever you want. No one can say anything to you, but you can do whatever you want. And trust me, I don't live like other people. So if you think you're going to run up to my place of worship where my mother goes to, and I'm just going to be like, okay, you got another thing coming, man. You support slavery, Islamic slavery, but you're against transatlantic slavery. I get it.
What am I meant to call
you support? Well, I call you a slaver then. I call you a slaver. You're a slavery.
What am I meant to call you?
You want slaves? Wait, what if I tell you that?
I can't hear you, right? I can't hear you.
Yeah, you can't hear me
because I'm on my phone, luckily, so I've turned down my phone just so I can talk. So I can't hear you.
Don't worry, I'm talking, man. I'm talking, man. So when it comes to this guy, this guy is somebody that is making serious allegations in the Sikh community saying I'm a rape and paedophile apologist, and he thinks that's acceptable. There is no way that anybody can go and say that, and then what I'm going to do is that I think that's okay, You have definitely crossed the line, because you're continuously slandering people and making allegations that can people get hurt And then when somebody says something to you, you get upset. Yeah. So what we have to understand is that I'm saying something that you are now, definitely Muslim. I thought that Sir Faz was lying, but you are a Muslim because you know why? Because the reason why nobody has called out Sir Faz, no reason why no one has called out Sir Faz is because he didn't lie about you being Muslim. You are Muslim. That's why you have, made a cruise with CN Live, Random Exposure, Muhammad Reed, all of your Muslim brothers. I get it. You're doing slavery now.
Yo, Dan, I beg you, either kick this pigeon out and just let him come back in another channel.
No.
And I can't answer while he's
Look how shook he is, He's not you. Do you know the thing about him? What I've realized? You look here, he has to chuck me out to talk. He can't handle the heat in a real Lion's Den. You know, when he calls his channel the Lion's Den, it's not really the Lion's Den, it's the Snowflakes Den. He can't handle it, and that's why he has to have control of the panel. Otherwise, he gets eaten up, because he's not a lion. He's a little poodle, man, like you see poodles in the chat. They're poodles, man. I'll eat them up verbally, easily, man. It's not even, it's like a walk in the park for me.
Or make him shut up or something.
Well, let me just see, because what I didn't realize was that Dan actually
people who were
took us offline. Okay, all right. So there was an under because there was some. I'm not gonna lie, there was some nasty stuff being said. So I'm actually a little bit disappointed I didn't get that because there was a lot of stuff in the back chat. You know when Dan turned it off, it's a lot of stuff. It got pretty hot in the back chat with me and him talking. So for me, like with this guy here, he's just such a goddamn nasty individual that thinks he's righteous. Like, just admit, you're a cunt. Just admit it. Like, I believe I'm a prick, man. I know I am. I know I like to gossip a bit. I know I like to do X, Y, Z. I don't pretend to be otherwise. But these individuals, I respect them. I want to pretend to be some kind of like, I don't know, there's some kind of righteous dudes. Are you there, Simon, or are you freaking more died of boredom or something?
I'm here. I'm just fucking shell the Nazi off.
Oh yeah, go and do your thing, man. Do your thing.
I am. Sorry, these cunts think they can rule their comment section like fucking Nazis, and so can I.
So I actually had a conversation with this goddamn cockroach, Go Speaker's Corner. And some of the stuff he said about anybody that supports Ghost Speaker's Corner, like the Sikh poodles who suck on his little lulla all day, and TYO really need to listen to the vile stuff that Ghost Speaker's Corner says about Sikhs, especially Sikhs that he deems to be of a lower caste here. And the stuff he says is totally against Sikhism. Yeah, and he's trying to say that it's to do with Sikhism. This guy's a total disgrace, man. Let me see if I can get that particular bit. But the thing about
look at my hands, like girls. No.
Oh, here it is. Listen to this. Hold on.
They don't near people like him, man. That make jokes about other men getting.
It's long, isn't it?
Oh. So this guy knows that. I'll tell you one thing. All right, so I'll tell you one thing. I'm a fighter of the mind. I'm crushing you guys every day. I'm running around your head.
Your mother.
On you.
Yeah, no worries, Dan. Yeah.
And if I big up to Dolotan, he's a Sikh, and I can learn a lot from him. So big up to him, man.
So we know that you've got a habit of lying, and you've just been proven. I've just KO'd you again with this because you're not on video saying that he's a Muslim, and you do not believe that he's a Sikh.
Okay, so
you two go and go with the situation.
All right, so
can anyone else? Who else is on the panel? Who else is on the panel?
Right, so let me
one. Who else is on the panel?
Yeah, it's Ali. Can I
because obviously this is going to turn into just
I'm not. I'm
chatting
gonna
shit about each other. It's long, isn't it?
All right, so let me just respond to this first. Yeah. So let me just respond. Somebody's saying, oh, maybe it's a bluff that he went to the temple. Now, whether he went to my temple or whether he met Sikhs outside my temple, I don't give a shit now. Because I know he's met people and he's talking about me and saying that I'm a rape and paedophile apologist. Because of this, I now have Sikhs kind of like running up to Speaker's Corner wanting to chat to me. Yeah, so for me, anything that is happening over the next couple of weeks around Sikhs coming to Speaker's Corner is all going to be done on camera. Yeah, and I'm going to expose, who is sending those guys down, and I'll make sure that they realize, anyone watching, that they realize that you can't come down, and chat shit to me, and expect me to just say yes, 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 especially if you are being sent by people like Raspek, or even worse, if I find out people are coming down to defend Adnan Rashid from the Sikh community, there's going to be pure fire as soon as you walk into the freaking thing. If you come up to me and you say, I'm here because you disrespected Adnan Rashid, it's only going to go away one way. I won't even say Sasrikal probably. It will just be a straight bun fire on you, because that individual, let me play the audio actually. Let me play the audio.
What Adnan's?
Right?
Adnan's.
Can't hear you, man.
Which audio?
Oh, from my channel, actually. Let me just get the thingy. Oh, this is something that's not to do with you now. You're kind of like redundant at the moment.
I'm getting quite tired, actually. I've got to get up fairly.
Oh, you can go if you want, man. I'm going to close the show in like 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. I just don't want to ditch you.
No, don't worry about me, man. I can talk till the cows come home.
I know, Raj.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't have no issue with this thingy, man. Oh, look what I found actually. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Let me just see this one. Are you going then?
Yeah.
Oh, go on.
All right. It's been fun. Nice one.
Yeah, big up. I'm gonna try and do another stream because I'm still around my sister's till Wednesday or Thursday. So
Yeah,
I'll try and rearrange the James.
Yeah.
I'll try and rearrange the James Goddard one for later in the week.
Yeah, maybe just stick to keep it smaller and
I'm going to keep it a very close panel. Yeah, a very close panel.
And keep it kind of around the various movements and political kind of stuff, and that might keep it focused and stuff.
Yeah, it went a little bit all over the place today, so don't worry, I'll do that, man. Anyway, thank you for your support, man. Big up to yourself, man.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Raj, and big up to you, man.
Yeah, big up. Anyway, take care.
And everybody else, bye.
Yeah, bye, cockroaches. Let me just check. Let me try and get a good thingy here. Which one is the one I wanted to get? It's being shut down. What address is everyone? All right, so let's have a look. Who is still? So let's say a few nice words to a few people now. Obviously, I've been ranting a bit, chatting. Let's use in the chat. Right, let's have a look. Let's see if there's anyone I can shout at. Or is it all going to be nice people in the chat? All right, so we got Sophia Lewis. Yes, the queen of everywhere. We got Rayon. Big up to Rayon, my Sikh bra. Big up to Ari Sid, my Sikh bra, which means brother. Noah says 4 years as well. All right, so Noah's there. All right, Noah. I don't really know whether I get on with Noah. I'm pretty sure he's a lunatic or her. Can't remember. Orient Express. Mr. Ali 84 is a goddamn cunt. I will say it again. No doubt about it. Inbreeding has gone wrong in that scenario. Unlike most. Rashma Akhtar. One of the best people I've met for a long time. So big up to Rashma. And yes, you are a great Muslim representation. So big up to yourself. Tim Masuna. Yeah, Zabida has great insights, man. Yeah, I would never really argue with Zabida. She comes out with some crazy shit, man. Then I'm going to have to go to some crazy shit. And I don't like doing that with females. My only rhetoric is go back to the kitchen. Wash those dishes. Phil Mitchell's Speaker's Corner. Yeah. One of the greatest ever now additions to. I know who he is anyway. He was a great anyway, but he's actually got Angel Moon's here. How you doing, Angel Moon? He's a Triple S. He's a big up to Triple S. 78 stone wobble. Oh no. 78 stone is gonna wobble, Padida. Lose some weight. Rayon, real one, the biggest ganja threatened death upon my mother, said the most filthiest stuff against my mother, my father, my family. This individual says he's a Sikh, but he's definitely the most degenerate Sikh I've ever met. I think I'd put him in the top 3 of the most hated Sikhs I've ever had the misfortune to ever encounter, and we will one day I will get a picture of his face and everyone can see who this lovely young degenerate is. So there's no Abdullah YouTube. Oh, big up, big up. Yeah, I'm here at the moment. And yes, Sasrikal to you as well, Abdullah. Big up. And Noah, Shell UK, I don't know what that is. Triple S, Abdullah, Mr. Z. We still didn't see Raj School shooter mode. Oh yeah, I need to get that sorted out. It's not done though. So Soldier of Truth is Afghan. Like I said, I've apologized if I say this, but I've got to the point with Afghan that if I saw him dead in the ditch, I will walk past him. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. I've given up on that guy of any humanity. He's with the list of people that I hate so much that if I saw them face down in the ditch dead, I wouldn't want that harm upon them, but I wouldn't stop to call for help. That's just what I'm saying. There's a couple of other people in that category as well. Analyze Dunya. Big up to Analyze Dunya. Can you please get that video done with all the highlights of me totally and utterly grabbing Raspek metaphorically and chucking him around like a rag doll for 3 hours on Veli's freeze. What done I hate it is. I'll show UK, you little prick. Shell squadrons need to be totally taken out. Oh, I might actually do this one. Shall I do it? There you go. Here you go. Free speech of everything. Well, how do you think about that? No, analyze. Okay, we're gonna log off now. Big up, big up, big up. And yes, real one. Not only will I hold on to that hate, I'll make sure that hate lives on forever. Yeah, forever and ever. Yeah, forever and ever. So don't worry, I'm hopefully going to be back at Speaker's Corner on Sunday, and I'm going to try my best to go every week from now on, unless I got a family situation or I'm busy with something or I'm ill. Yeah. So what I will for definitely try and go every week, because what I would say is this: that when people tell me I can't go somewhere, what I do is I go them more. If people say to me, I cannot say something, I will say it more. Yes? Until people understand the way my brain works, you will not understand how to defeat me, because there is a way to defeat me. And it's very simple. But because you guys love the Raj so much, to my enemies, this is not to you goddamn degenerates in the chat. Sorry for you guys calling you degenerates, but I do believe being very harsh and cruel to people that support me is a way of indirectly making you better people and ultimately making you not be in a cult. Because although I'm going to be honest with you guys, if I wanted to create a cult of the Raj and make you press 1 24 hours a day repetitively, I could do it. Obviously, I'm a just leader and I will not do what Sellout Spectre has done, which is make his minions type 1 at least 50,000 times a day. Yes, even when they're not on stream. Real one is typing 1. Mr. Singh is writing 1 on the wall. Speaker's Corner Skit is pooing a number 1. Yes, a number 1 in the toilet with poo. Yeah, I didn't even know it was possible. So the ones, yeah, we have to understand that we are the free. The cult of Fingerspect has been terrorizing YouTube. The cult, like real one, when he heard Fingerspect coughing the other day because he's got a bad chest, He said, "Thing respect, I will donate my lungs. I would rather you be better and donate my lungs, and I will have a false mechanical lung, and I would walk around it with pride with the number 1 written on it, yeah, just to show you that I am yours to do what you please with. Anything you want me to do, I will do it. It doesn't matter what it is. Even fingering, which I totally disagree with. So yes, we will show everybody that you can support somebody without being a blind follower. Obviously, it's easier to support me because I'm right nearly every time. And, you know, it's hard to be wrong when it's me. So, yeah, once in a while I get it wrong, and I appreciate if people are truthful with me, unlike Finger Spec. Now, with Real One and Mr. Singh, now I'm going to say to Real One and Mr. Singh, yeah, and any of the Sikhs here that are supporting Raspic's madness in order to try and get at me, I'm going to tell you straight now, Real One, Mr. Singh, you're going to regret the day you went down this road. You're going to beg me to stop. You're going to beg me to stop. You'll say, Barnard, just please leave Finger Spec alone. Please, I'm doing it. And he said, I'll press 2. I'll press 2. I'll press 2. This is the level I will crush them, yeah? There is no doubt. And I'm warning you, I'm telling you this straight now. Both Real One and Mr. Singh are responsible for the downfall of Finger Spec. I'm telling you, I will put that directly on them because they allowed Respect or Sellout Spec to get to the point that he was comfortable to start mocking the SAS, putting videos calling Mon Singh racist, mocking all this shit about grooming and everything. And on top of that, made him think he's comfortable enough to run up into my place of worship or to meet Sikhs and slander me behind the scene because Real One and Mr. Singh was such pussyholes that they could not confront me by themselves. Yeah, you could not confront them by myself. Now, Raj, Real One said, Raj, I'm gonna tell you once, leave all this beef shit with Raspik. Take the advice. No, you started the beef, Real One. You need to stop your shit. You started this. You and Mr. Singh are responsible directly. Mr. Singh is 3 people. One is a woman. Yeah, I spoke to Bops today, and he said there's 3 people in Birmingham. 2 of them are men, or what you might call bitches, and one of them is a female. Yeah, and I don't know what's going on with the female. Why is she not washing the dishes and doing what a woman should be doing instead of on the net 24/7 chatting shit? But Real One and Mr. Singh are gonna be responsible for one of the biggest downfalls you're gonna see. Because me, I'm ready on the ground. Yeah, I haven't put myself. Let me explain why it's gonna go left, for Respect. Because the difference between me and Respect is this: I, have not got a reputation to uphold. I am not liked. I am not somebody that everyone looks at and says is righteous. I am not somebody that goes around saying that slavery is wrong. Yeah, but I agree it's wrong, and then justifies having Islamic slavery. I am not somebody, going around pretending that they're Muslim in order to be with a Muslim woman. I'm not somebody that's calling a Muslim woman babes at 4 a.m. in the morning, yeah, and saying and lying about being in a relationship with her. I'm telling you straight now, yeah, you and Mr. Singh have caused this. And so when you sleep at night and Respect is in freaking tears, you're going to have to understand it was you that caused it. Because you allowed this man to think with your bullshit that he could violate me, violate SAS, violate Mon Singh, violate all these organizations, and he could just do it willy-nilly because you guys got a beef with me. Yeah, and I'm telling you straight now, yeah, you're dealing with a different type of human being. If I will be destroyed, Respect will be destroyed in the process. Yeah, not physically but mentally. I will bring everything down at the same time. I will go, yeah, literally in a blaze of glory. I'd rather go down fighting, metaphorically, than allow another man to violate me like Walid's going to violate or was said he's going to violate finger spec. So you can smoke that real one, Mr. Singh. When you don't no longer, yeah, have your cult, remember the day that you were the ones that were responsible for it. So that's all I'll say. The Sikhs have caused the downfall of finger spec. What can I say, man? They're pussy holes. If you were truly Bunday, yeah, finger spec, a real one, and Mr. Singh, what you should have done was to roll up on me by yourself. You should have done what you should have done, yeah, by yourself. Not get Respect involved in your bullshit. You should not got involved in Sikh matters and allowed them to violate me through the Sikhs and violate SAS. What you should have done was to do your own dirty work. But instead, what you done, you dragged Respect into your shit because you got a problem with me. And now Respect, yeah, is now going to be the one that's going to suffer the consequence, yeah, because of your goddamn bullshit. Yeah, Raj, advice for you, Estefora, and concentrate on your grooming reporting and whatever else. No, real one. The door is opened. It can't be closed. Only you can close it. Do you know why? If you show your face and come up to me, yeah, and meet me at Speaker's Corner with Mr. Singh, I promise you I'll stop. Is that cool? If you and real Mr. Singh and real one come up to me in Speaker's Corner on camera, talk to me, and you do the dirty work instead of letting Respect do the dirty work, and he's going to get dragged through the gutter with this, yeah, I will leave Respect completely out of it. That's my deal with you guys. You lot, yeah, do it. You come down, you speak to me. You come down and do the dirty work. Don't bring down Respect to do the dirty work, because now he's getting into the gutter. And I'm telling you, I'm in the gutter already. I don't give a shit. So you better make a decision, boy. You open this can of worms. You cause all this tamasha because you're bullshit. Tamasha means like madness and all that kind of stuff. And now you're bitching that Raj advice for you is to F up and concentrate on your grooming reporting and whatever else it is you do. Yeah. You, real one, and Mr. Singh, gonna have to make a decision. Until you two come up to me in Speaker's Corner, and this is nothing physical, you come over to me, you come on camera in COE, and we talk. Yeah, you're gonna get Respect. You're gonna get Respect to have to do your dirty work. And I'm telling you, Respect doing your dirty work, yeah, is only gonna ruin his reputation, not yours. So man up, pussy holes. Do your own dirty work when it comes to me. Don't get your freaking cult leader into Sikh internet beefs, yeah, because you can't do it yourself, pussy-o. You get me? Because you're not man enough, you had to get Respect involved, and now he's in the shit with the Sikh situation because you didn't have the guts to do it yourself, and now you're getting all these other Sikhs involved. And trust me, real one, when I start talking to people, when they come to try and confront me, and I start showing the shit that you've been writing online, it's gonna be peak for you. So you better make a decision. Give me a decision in the next couple of days. I'm going to be starting games back to Speaker's Corner. And I will give you a little bit of timing because I know you're a poor tramp like Mr. Singh, because both of you donate all of your earnings apart from maybe, I don't know, a pound, yeah, to his PayPal. So what you need to go, yeah, you need to come down to Speaker's Corner. And if you do that and you guarantee you and Mr. Singh come down with your face shown, come on camera and then tell me, yeah, what your issues are and tell me, yeah, exactly, yeah, why you're bringing my mum into shit and saying you want the death of her and all that kind of stuff. And why Mr. Singh said that my cousin ran off for a Pakistani guy, even though he knows 100% that she was groomed when she was 14 by 4 Pakistanis. I want all this on camera. You make a decision, boy. Padida, because I'm telling you, this is all yours and Mr. Singh's fault. All of it. Just because you can't do your own goddamn, you can't clean yourself, you can't put your freaking pants on by yourself, you can't tie your shoelaces without Respect. You then make him have to come into my shit and seek issues because you can't freaking do it yourself. Embarrassing, man. Now you're gonna get freaking respect all freaking roasted up because obviously we got the recording of my being with Queen J and all that kind of shit. And if he's gonna go to my Gurdwara, I'm gonna freaking play that recording 100 times. Who's that, Sophia Lewis?
Hi.
What you do when I just start? I just have to wrap up, man. What's up?
I know I heard you like having a rant at Real One. I want to know if you heard about like what happened with Isabella today.
Yeah, I saw it, man. Should I put that? Let me put the video in the back chat. It's actually quite sad, actually, man.
I know. I was laughing a tiny bit, like.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. I was laughing because look, yeah, I don't want to laugh, but when someone's rolling around on the floor and doing that maneuver, like it, just the optics was pretty hilarious. I'm sorry, but when you look at the actual seriousness of what she's doing, like it's pretty sad, to be honest with you. Do you know anything more about it? Because I know, did she get arrested and taken away in the van?
I think so. Like I was watching, I think it was Black Fan Man stream.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go on there now.
Yeah, and then like I saw like people making fun of her, and I was laughing too because I was like, "What is this girl doing? Like rolling around on the floor?" And then I was like, "Oh, she's probably really sick."
Yeah.
Because I think like it's quite obvious to tell that she's not like 100%.
So how do you think the police handled it? I thought they handled it relatively well, considering.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, really? What do you think? What did they do bad?
I don't know. Like the two officers that were there in the beginning, there was a female officer, and then there was a male, and they just looked like two penguins trying to like.
Oh, are you saying they weren't strong enough?
Well, not only that, like I feel like they wasn't doing a very good job of keeping like the public clear. Like,
Sophia, just give me 1 minute. My dog's crying for some reason. Just give me 1 sec.
Okay, go and see to your dog. Okay, let me have a look at the chat. What happened to say with her? Angel Moon. So what happened was I don't know like how she ended up rolling around.
You know, I wasn't here. You know, I wasn't there for like literally 30 seconds. You know, I wasn't there for 30 seconds.
Oh, I know. I was just talking to the chat.
Okay, all right. So let me just put this back. Let me just put the audio on as well. Yeah, because look, yeah, like I'm not laughing at her, but the situation was quite weird. Like, if you look at it, can you see the screen? Yeah, so you see her then standing there. Look, let me say something. You know this Sikh guy here? Yeah, let me just explain something. Because this Sikh guy made the whole situation even weirder. Yeah, this guy here. Yeah. This guy.
Oh, is that actually the guy that dressed up as like a Father Christmas?
Yeah, I mean, I met him like 3 years ago, and my mum was because I did an exhibition in oh yes, you know the what's it called the Mayor of London's offices. Yes, I did. I had my artwork up there for like a couple of weeks, and this guy come, and my mum was so shocked. Yeah, now this guy, I don't know what to say. I've spoken to him a couple of times, and I don't know if he's mentally unwell, whatever. But he's not really Sikh. He says he's born in a Sikh family, but he's like one of these kind of pundits or something, some kind of like weird kind of thing. But on his head here, yeah, this is taking another level of madness. See these things on the head? What do you think they are?
Yeah, I have no idea. It looks like. Wait, hold on. Let me get like a bit closer.
Oh, let me get. But they're crash helmets from bikes. Yeah, I was shocked when he's turned sideways. They're actual crash helmets, yeah. And he's one of those type of characters in the Sikh community. Like when he walks about like this everywhere. So I wonder what was that. So when you look at it in side views, it's actually crash helmets, yeah. It's crazy. And so if you look here, I don't know if you saw her. Did you see her coming into the park?
No. So I was actually watching Dan's channel, and then someone was like, "Oh, Sophia, go on to Black Fan Man's channel because Isabella is."
So let me just show you how it started. Yes, I watched this here. Just like everybody. So everyone's having a conversation. So let me just put the volume up as well. So I actually didn't see it until now. So have a look.
They're my prophet.
That's what I'm asking, brother.
This is what I believe. I believe that the Christians, they take from us, they take out of Egypt what we know as today called the Bible, and they're dealing with crosses, when the Bible itself says make no graven image. So there's a controversy surrounding the Christians too. Don't ever get it twisted. I'm not a Christian.
Let me try if you answer the question for you. So you don't believe the book called prophet and my prophet?
Let me show you something.
I
don't believe nothing until I can substantiate. Until I can prove it as fact.
So you
and
can't
substantiate.
So you can't prove that
as fact.
So you can't prove that.
Can you prove it?
Ask a simple question. Ask a question. You ask me the same question. So you can't prove the book called prophet them is a prophet.
Well, some of them I can't.
But you have a criterion for determining who's a prophet. And you don't believe no one is a prophet.
No, I believe a prophet has to come.
It's gonna happen in a second now.
Where do you get the criteria from?
Okay.
Who give you that? Where you get it from?
Because if you go into the dictionary, it's going to tell you what a prophet is. It's going to tell you what prophecy is, and it's going to tell you about.
Wait. I synchronize now. Whose dictionary?
Where is it?
Pardon me?
Whose dictionary you're going to?
All dictionaries.
So what?
All dictionaries.
What make you validate? What make you validate the 11th century white
prophet is? It's going to tell you what.
Oh my
prophecy
God! It's such a minute area. Let me just.
You can't prove the book called prophet.
Oh God! Should just let it run. All right.
So you can't prove the book called prophet them is a prophet.
Well, some of them I can't.
So this is Shifa. He's a regular on the panels.
Well, you have
now.
a criteria.
You know,
I know,
he's
determine who's a prophet.
I really don't
I
like
believe
him.
no one is a prophet.
Are you down? All
I
right.
believe a prophet has to come.
He's
with
a bit of a
revelation,
mixed
like
bag,
I
that guy.
Where do you get
Sometimes
the
I like
criteria
him,
from?
sometimes I
Where do you
don't.
get
Who give you that? Where you get it from?
Because if you go into the dictionary, it's going to tell you what a prophet is. It's going to tell you what prophecy is, and it's going to tell you about.
Wait. I synchronize now. Whose dictionary?
Pardon me?
Whose dictionary you're going to?
All dictionaries.
So what?
All dictionaries.
What make you validate? What make you validate the 11th century white man definition of a prophet?
Stop scaring me!
You can see it now, can't you?
Yeah, I
That's it.
can see.
So that's how she come in. So she must have been outside, yeah. And then it just.
Why are you still posting me? I'm so confused!
And so then it just.
You're following me because I'm.
So, like.
You're racist!
I hate this. I hate this racist thing all the time. Like it's just getting boring. Like.
I know,
Yeah,
so do I. It's like, oh my God, like you're following me. It's because you're racist. No, it's because you're a fucking crazy bitch.
Yeah, because I think she was charged and gone to court. I don't know if it got chucked out or whether it.
But what happened is that she went to court and she pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of assault and battery. So now she's going to be in court again on the 1st of April, which is like, I feel like they're trolling her with that date.
Oh, are you saying? Oh, what do you mean that the original charge is still up though?
Yeah. So, but
Oh,
what
right,
happened
right.
is that she actually pleaded not guilty
Yeah.
to the battery. So
Yeah.
she has to be back in court now on the 1st of April with
But
Jupiter.
is the battery? Oh, it's to do with Jupiter. I thought it was to do with PC Barnes, man.
No, it's
What?
to do with Jupiter. I'm not too sure if I'm not like 100% about what's happening with PC Barnes, to be honest.
All right. Yeah, I'll have to ask. So this is where I can't help but was giggling a bit. Yeah. I shouldn't know, but this rolling movement, just I don't know what it was about it.
Scaring me! They nailed me to my cross! Nail me!
And then it went a bit crazy. Do you know this is another guy here that is a problem at Speaker's Corner that I've not seen before? Is that
That's a lie! That's a
these two? Yeah. Now.
Oh yes.
Those two have already got warnings by PC Barnes because obviously I've snitched here because this guy tried to attack one of them. He tried to attack or pushed Schiffer's companion. I don't know who that was, a lady. I was like, all right, I'm going to report him. So when I told them, they said that they're already aware of him and gave him a warning before. So this guy comes over. This guy said he's not white though. What does that mean? Is he albino?
Oh, I don't think he's albino. To be honest, I just think he's not like playing into like the colorism type of thing.
He was like, I'm not white. I'm not. Are you sure? You look very pink.
Yeah,
Like, you
he's
look more pink than
definitely
most people.
like yeah, he's definitely white.
But do you know how he's kind of like, because of the way something about him, he could, if he said he was albino, I wouldn't have been surprised. Like, because he doesn't look like your traditional kind of white guy. Or maybe
Yeah,
that's
like
just me.
I can tell, I understand what you like. His kind of features are quite like black.
Yeah, and just generally, I was like, okay, maybe he's albino or something, or mixed race.
But like
and
he
he's like,
has a ginger beard, so like he does have pigment.
oh no, the Muslims are after him. Oh no, that's
No,
why
that
he's
guy
saying.
is a Muslim convert.
Oh, he is already. They got him. Okay, they got him.
Yeah, I
Okay,
remember
no.
I seen like a video
Yeah.
like a long time ago where he was saying about, oh, I'm a Muslim
Yeah.
and all this type of stuff.
Oh my god! All right, so this is where it gets a bit crazy.
Oh, you're
man.
we know you man, Rez. Okay,
You're not
okay,
human.
okay. Are you
You're not
superior?
human.
What? Are you superior? What? Sorry, I don't understand. You're not from the same race as me.
Okay.
So what? So what are you saying? That your people, that people with darker pigmentation than me, are immune from rape and?
Are we all? Wait, one second.
Is that only white people that do that?
Wait, you shut up, man. You shut up, man. You shut up, man. You're ignorant, man. You're ignorant.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness!
Did you see that? Did you see that
Yeah,
before?
I'm watching it. That is disgusting.
It's crazy, man. Like, I need to go back to Speaker's Corner because I think since I've left, it's actually gone downhill.
I know, but you have
So,
to be careful.
Oh, I know. There's been a lot of threats made about taking my turban off and stuff. So I don't know if that's actually a criminal offense to threaten to take someone's religious garment off. Because I need to double check with obviously the Popo, the police. So I need to know what my standing are because religiously, like if someone was to come up to me and try and take my turban off, is that classed as a criminal offense?
But yeah, I think like that would be assault anyway. But there might be like a further charge for like violating your like religion or something. I'm not like 100% sure though.
Yeah, because I don't know if they're gonna take it as, because I know someone actually took someone's hat once and they didn't really do anything that much. They just kind of like told them off. But if you take my turban, to me that's like violating me to a next level. So I'm hoping they're gonna take that
Yeah,
into account.
100%.
And it will. I mean, I'm gonna blame Raspect or Sellout Spect for it because he's crossed the line in terms of instigating people like but I blame Real One and Mr. Singh ultimately. No, let me explain why. Because Real One and Mr. Singh have done something to a Sellout Spec, which is that they've made him think it's okay to run up into temples, it's okay to mock the grooming of Sikh girls by saying that SAS are racist or everything that they've ever done. So I remember the leader of SAS is Mohan Singh, and he made a bad comment, and you could perceive it to be a racist comment, but that doesn't mean that all of the work that SAS done
Yeah,
about
exactly.
helping
Like it
Sikh girls.
wasn't a very nice comment, but it doesn't mean like the whole organization is terrible.
Yeah. So he actually even helped my cousin who was groomed as well, and so and so I don't think he's perfect or he's got faults, but them like I've made it very comfortable that Raspect, in order to attack me, will attack the organization. And he's made it clear. Raspect told me that he's going to do more videos against me by targeting SAS, Mohan Singh, and doing that. And the people I blame is Real One and Mr. Singh, because both of them to give him the information and also let him have the go ahead that he can do whatever he wants because he's Raspect, the cult leader. Yeah. No matter what he does.
I like until this day I still don't understand like Raspect's hatred for you. Like what have you actually ever done to Raspect specifically?
I just think the thing about him. No. All right. So let me explain something. I don't think people really understand what's happened. All right. So Mr. Singh is actually 3 people. Yeah. It's not
3
one person.
people.
Yeah. So what? Like, I was speaking
How do you know?
Because Bops knows them. He speaks to them. So Bops is the guy with the blue turban, and he speaks to Mr. Singh. And Mr. Singh, one of them he knows well, and the other 2, one is a woman, yeah, and one is another guy. And so what happens? What you realize, sometimes I don't know if you've realized when you speak to Mr. Singh, he sometimes can be quite okay. I don't know if you realize that. It's like you're talking to a different person on the chat. Have you realized that, or has that never happened to you?
I to be honest, I don't like
You
really
don't
like talk to Mr.
entertain
Singh
the
too much.
peasants, those
But yeah, like
peasants.
I know what you mean. Like there are some times that he could be like more vulgar than others, and there are
Yeah.
times he could be a bit more like PC.
So what happened is he had a massive problem with me for some reason, and I think it might be jealousy because I've heard that Mr. Singh is a failed artist who no one likes his artwork and no one gives a shit about his freaking bullshit art. And because in the Sikh community, yeah, not right now, I'm not big in the wider community, but in the Sikh community, my artwork, not me, is quite known. Yeah. And so it must hurt him. You know, sometimes you watch the Sikh channel, you like these channels, and my artwork suddenly just pops up in a religious video. Yeah, or it's on the backdrop of a
Oh, you
talk.
think it's like is triggering him to
Yeah, it's
like come
triggering
at
him.
you?
So he keeps on, and I used to remember he used to keep on dissing my art, and I never understood. Like, why would you keep on saying I'm drawing with crayons and I'm
Oh
shit?
my gosh, do you know what I actually found out today?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I was screenshotting a comment
Mm,
from someone
mm.
called Seek Sense,
Oh, that freaking did you? I don't think he's
because like
Sikh anyway.
they were threatening you in the chat.
Mm,
So I went onto their channel,
mm,
and guess who that that person Seek Sense
mm.
is watching me watching you.
Oh, I think I might have that person blocked because I don't really see the person's image.
No, all they did was like change the name because I pressed on
Mm,
the channel,
yeah.
and I was looking at the videos, and I was like, oh my gosh, I swear I've seen all of these videos before. And then I remembered that it was watching me watching you's channel.
Yeah, watching that guy here used to be a supporter of mine. Did you know that?
I know he used to never have a problem with me either, and now like he doesn't like attack me,
Yeah, I
but I
think
just know
I've
it's
got him
like,
blocked. So I don't actually see none of his comments. So if he's on there, I don't know. So what happened is like even with him, he just freaking just went. It was mental anyway. I always remembered him being insane. Like he sounded like a goddamn cockroach, even though I supported him. He was one of those people that supported me that I was embarrassed about. You know?
he went on to Banksy's channel one
Mm.
time.
Oh yeah. And that was the guy that I always thought I'm embarrassed. You know, sometimes you have supporters and you're like, oh, I wish that person didn't support me because he sounds like a right prick. Yeah, and so with him, he's one of those. So with Mr. Singh, I believe he had a initial hatred for me for my artwork. Yeah, because it's more known within the Sikh community. And I think when I went Speaker's Corner, then what happened is that he generally like thought, okay, this might be a way to attack me. And overall, he probably doesn't like me anyway, because I'm obviously somebody that is not liked by everybody. But then what happened is that he does videos and sends them to Respect. Yeah, Respect is a PayPal whore. Yeah, and so whoever's sending him videos and gives the PayPal, so you will sometimes hear him say, "Big up to Mr. Singh, thanks for the message." Yeah. Now, when he says thanks
Yeah,
for
I
the
have heard him
message,
say that.
yeah. So do you understand what the message means?
No, I think like it's like in my head, I'm just picturing like it's like some like big up type of message that they send.
No. Whenever he says thanks for the message, it means someone's giving him money.
Oh, okay.
So you'll hear him before say, if you want me to give you a shout out, send me a message, and here's the PayPal link. So whoever sends him money, he'll message. Now, Mr. Singh started sending him videos about me, and I used to wonder, why does he constantly play videos about me? What is the beef with me? And it's because whoever pays him the most, he will do their dirty bidding. Yeah. So if the Muslims are paying him the most, he will be on the side of the Sunni Muslims and doing everything he can to try and protect them. And even
Oh, okay, I see.
do you understand? So yeah, so whoever's
Yeah.
paying him, they're paying his wages. And from my understanding, Mr. Singh, yeah, literally the main guy, actually remortgaged the house in order to pay for his PayPal. Yeah, that's something
No
I
way,
heard.
Raj. That is very
I heard something like that. Yeah. So he's actually living in a box in Birmingham, just so that Raspik can live stream. Yeah. So this is the reason why it started. Then it started. Obviously, it's now getting very personal because this situation with Queen J has proven that Raspik is a nasty individual. Because Queen J's situation, no one knew. You know who Queen J is now, don't you?
Yeah, like I don't like know her obviously personally, but I've seen her in the chat sometimes.
Yeah, but you now know that Queen J and Raspik probably had a relationship. You now know that from all the bullshit.
I know, but then I'm hearing she's like double his age or something.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that because of his a need for drama on his shows, he is dragged through a Muslim woman's name in order for view. So he started on Zabida. Obviously, Zabida, he started to say that Zabida was lying and slandering Queen J because Queen J, Raspik said to Zabida on the phone one time that I'm going out with Queen J. Yeah. Then he denied it. And obviously, like Zabida might have said it to somebody else that he said that. So he said she was slandering him and she's a liar. So obviously, he opened up a can of worms. Yeah. And now everybody can hear from the recording, yeah, that they probably have a relationship or had a relationship. So he's the one to blame for tarnishing that lady's name. Now, the reason why I'm kind of highlighting this is because Raspect has said to a lot of people that it's not slander if you have proof. I don't know if you've heard that.
Oh yeah, he says that all the time.
Yeah, so if I got proof of him talking to Queen J, calling her babes, and saying that we used to I'll lie about being in a relationship and XYZ. I'm not slandering you. I'm just showing you proof, and I'm just holding up a mirror to him because he does that to a lot of people. I mean, what he done to Zabida, I don't know if it's criminal or not, but putting up someone's house address, putting up bank details, including sort code, and saying that, you know, in the chat, because was you there that day when they were in the chat and they were saying it was a brothel, her house?
Oh, is this like Zabida's house?
Yeah. So they had, imagine
Yeah.
you got the
No, I
live
did
stream
hear
up
it.
there.
Yeah, I heard it. Like the stream, they was like putting up her dress and saying, "Oh, this is a brothel."
Yeah.
So can you imagine if someone actually turned up to your house being like, "Hi, I'm here for like," yeah, that would be disgusting.
All right, so Tommy Goddard says, Raj, you're threatening the life of Queen J repeating these lies. They got the police involved today. Good. I want the police involved so I can now show that you lot are hypocrites who will use the police when you want to. And also, I will show the way that you have slandered and put Sabida's life in danger. And also, you're putting my safety in danger as well. Yeah. When you say and put someone's address up online for an hour, so if I was doing a live stream, say if I wanted to show text, I would go through the text and delete or put a marker on the areas which have got information, that is detrimental to someone. But when he put it up, and then what he did, he started to say, okay, put it up, and then people in the chat started to say, we googled the road and it's a brothel, yeah. Then he repeats, because I've actually got all the live streams, because somebody, big up to the person who gave it to me. He then repeats and says, "Oh, somebody said it's a brothel." Now Zabida lives with not all of her sisters are like Zabida. They're not road kind of like her, and she's got 4 sisters and a mother living there. Now, what if someone went round there and done something, or went there and said, "Oh, I heard your house a brothel"? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not a laughing matter. And then when he put the, I don't know if you saw the stream, but her bank now, if I saw bank details with a sort code and a bank and the full bank details unedited, I would put it down straight away. Now, if you think about it, some people now have got Zabida's sort code, bank details, road number, house number, road, everything, all her address, all her full name. What's his name? Safaz then put her marriage certificate up, which was a private document that she gave to him in order to prove that it was a real marriage. And then he puts that up. Although he doxed it, he still has the information. He's giving it to other people. Now, someone like Raspect has every part of her information, including mother's name, father's name, everything. They can literally like ruin her life if they wanted to do some form of kind of like fraud or something like that. I'm not saying that's what they would do, but they're potentially putting herself
No, but like with the
danger.
information that they have, they could obviously like do that. I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's dangerous. And so with him, he crossed the line. And the reason why it's backfired on him is because he tried to gun for Zabida, and it's all backfired because that recording of him talking to her is like a godsend, because he left the microphone on, and now everybody could hear what he was saying was a lie, and that's the reason why he is now made up with Sia's gunning for me, but he's made up with Sia, and he's actually made up with random exposure and stuff like that. Yeah. Now hold on, Tommy Goddard, shut your mouth. That was that stupid Asian lad that showed the stuff. Now let me say something. When somebody gives the host of a show information, ultimately it's the host of the show. So if someone gives me, say Sophia, you then say, Raj, I got some information, I got some text. It's my responsibility to go through it and check if there's anything sensitive. Don't you agree?
Yeah, of course. You know,
Yeah.
Respect has he obviously he was very careless what he did, and he's not like sorry or remorseful.
Yeah. I mean, if he went like, oh, I'm sorry, rah rah
And you know,
rah,
it's
blah blah
actually
blah.
about to find it. There was a clip where that small guy, I forgot what
Mo toilet brush.
Mohin, yeah, sorry.
We call him
Mohin.
toilet
I
brush.
have a clip of him admitting to basically like smuggling and dealing drugs at
Oh wow.
the train station near Speaker's Corner. So
Oh my god.
I have it here. So I quickly just want
Yeah,
to
play it. Let me hear.
play it quickly.
Oh, let's get this. Oh, nice. Gus, thank God. I've had a really good gossip today. I'm so glad I'm around my sisters. Hold on.
No. I basically record while I'm at the party. Record it, yeah?
Can't hear it properly.
Okay, let me play it again.
It sounds like toilet brushes in the toilet.
Oh, okay, let me try and play it again. 1 second.
Yeah, go on.
While we're at the party, yeah, you invited Waleed and Zubida to your house, yeah? No. I basically encouraged him to record while we're at the party, doing a drug thing at the station, yeah?
What?
Record it, yeah? And then, like, he said, where do I record it? I said,
Whoa, doing a drug thing. That's crazy.
yo, Mo, is this me? No, he cut out.
Respect tried to act like his mic cut out, but actually Respect muted his mic.
Oh my god. Oh, more the toilet brush. I can't believe the toilet brush can do that because he can't even hold rice. You heard about his rice escapades?
I know, I heard you like roasting him earlier. That was so funny.
No, that's not even a roast. He can't think about how weak you must be that as a Bengali, you're trying to eat rice and your hands are freaking struggling and all the rice is falling through. Only like maybe one rice out of 1,000 hits his mouth. Yeah, it's madness. And he's in the bath doing the rubber dub ding ding or blood ding ding. So yeah, I mean, even with this situation here, when I go to the park, I'm going to be very careful. I'm going to have to. I know people don't like it. They're going to, oh Rod, don't go to the park. Oh Rod, look here, man. I haven't been to the park for a little while, and I have a right to go there. I don't have to be scared of these people. I will be.
No, obviously, you know, don't like feel like you can't go, but just be careful when you're there because of the amount of like people that have tried to threaten you online. Like the person earlier that was asking me to give them the link.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they was doing all that stuff to you at the park.
Yeah, he's mad, that guy that let the truth without. I think I know. I'll be honest with you. I think I might have met him and known, but I know when he put up videos, because a while ago he's taken some of them now. I think there might be one left. He put a video of me. You know what Sia was doing, like just walking up behind me, and then videoing me, and then like talking like they're doing some kind of David Attenborough thing. Like this is the.
I know. Don't you feel like some type of like celebrity now after all of this?
Listen there, man. I felt like a celebrity when I was born. I'm not joking. No, but the thing is that he did that, and then and people think I'm lying about the toilet thing. Like obviously I'm exaggerating a bit, yeah. But there was a video. Obviously I put my little bit of salt on top, but one thing he did, he knows what supermarket I go to, and there was a video out of me walking in the supermarket, yeah. And I don't know how the hell, like who he was, and that's dangerous kind of madness, like following me back. Then the other one was a toilet when I went into McDonald's. He started. I just got a video on the thingy, and he's like following me down the stairs and stuff like that. So I don't know who this guy is, and I was going towards the toilet. So I don't know who he is, yeah. And this is the problem. Even Sia said to me in a kind of veiled threat, said, Raj, you know you should be careful. You don't know who's behind you, and they could like shank you. You should be careful. And I was like, oh, thank you for the advice. Is that advice or is that a threat? Like I was like, okay, that's a bit of a weird one.
It sounds like an underhanded threat, doesn't it? When someone just like randomly says something like that, like without being prompted.
Yeah. No, so she was saying that, oh, I stood right behind you. I could have done anything. But the thing is, with the Sia situation, like, yeah, and she's right. I should be more careful of females as well. There could be some nutcase female like Silverleaf, like walking around saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna shank you." Rah, rah, rah.
I know. I couldn't believe that silly recording that I heard the other day.
Yeah, let's that playing of that recording was hilarious.
Should we play it?
Yeah,
I don't have it. Do you have it on like your phone or something?
No, I can get it on Phil. I'm more technical right now. I couldn't get it onto Phil.
Oh, you've learned how to screen share.
No. What you have to understand, on here, I'm on Manny, so I can use Google what is it? What's the thing called? I can use Google Meets, yeah, whatever it is, yeah. On my channel, for some reason, I can't get the freaking thing to work, so I have to always put everything.
Okay.
But that's kind of the fun of the show, though, isn't it? On my one, you know. I think
Yeah,
it's part of the magic. So where's this bit about Silver? Let me just double check. Of her kind of like, why was she fantasizing about me like this? I was quite freaked out.
I know. So was
I do want her to be part of my crew, though. I'm not gonna lie. I think she needs to kind of like come over. She's not good enough for, because I reckon Raspet actually thinks she's some freaking lunatic weirdo.
100%. Like they all laugh at her anyway in the chat. Like
Yeah, but
last night I was actually listening.
I actually genuinely like her. Like I think she's a cool character. But this is
Yeah,
where
I
she
found
took
it
the
really
piss.
funny.
But listen to this, man, everyone. This is Silverleaf talking about me and Sophia.
I keep having this fucking vision of my head of pigeon fucking snapping off Simon's fucking dick. Wait, you know when he goes shove it down your throat? You know when he goes Roger's down his shirt, ain't nothing but yeah, and he just kept reminding me of the picture of this vision and I can't get it out of my head and it's horrible. Someone help me, please. I need some therapy.
You do.
Oh no, it's not.
Yes, Silverleaf, you do need some therapy, sweetheart, because that is clearly like not normal.
Fucking snapping off Simon's fucking dick.
And did you hear her talking that late that night about this crime that was committed, like some gang warfare? Did you hear it?
No.
She was like, oh, you know, later on, yeah, you was probably asleep, yeah, and she was like, let me say, oh, Respect, I need to tell you something. And you know, Respect was like, oh no. He's like,
oh, you do a great impression of her, actually.
And she was like, you know, my area, yeah, there was a shanking that happened between the Utes. Yeah, the Utes, yeah, they were shanking each other down my local area. Yeah, and just like all this blood and rah, rah, rah. All the Utes, man, the gang, and it's just like going gang, gang, gang. Gang, 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 gang. They were shanking.
I know. Do you know what she actually said to me one time? She said that I know nothing about chefing.
Yeah, I know. Like, so she said chefing. She said chefing, man.
At first, I thought she was talking about cooking, and I was like, I can cook, thank you very much. And she was like, I'm talking about knifing, fucking Simon. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry, I don't speak slang, you know. Like,
So to Tommy Goddard, he's saying, yeah, big up, Raj. I wasn't attacking you, pal. I was just going to give you a heads up. I don't want you getting in bother because anything happened to that Queenie woman, if you get me. Now, the thing is, yeah, look, when you can't expect, yeah, everybody to treat this woman, Queen J, with kid gloves. When you don't know what's happening in my life, you don't know what's happening in Sophia Lewis's life, you don't know what's happening in Zabida's life. All of us have our own issues and problems. We're not treated with kid gloves, are we?
Sorry, what's that? Sorry, I was actually just putting something in the chat.
No, I'm saying that Tommy Goddard was saying, yeah, he wasn't giving me a thingy. He was saying that because he said before you should leave Queen J alone, and he's saying, yeah, I don't want you getting in bother because anything happened to that Queenie woman. If you get me, keep up the good work. Now, I agree, but you have to use the same standard to everybody. Like, how do you know when Sophia Lewis is getting abused and all this kind of stuff that Sophia isn't going through something that is just as bad as what Queen J is going through? How do you know Zabida isn't?
Yeah.
So if you're gonna expect me or everybody else to show some sort of mercy, then you need to start showing mercy to other people as well. Yeah, because the amount of abuse I see Sophia getting just for jumping on a panel and being transgender is totally disgusting. Now, if you didn't like Sophia because you thought she was a prick, okay, fair enough. But don't just abuse her because, you know, you don't like, you know, that she's a transgender. Yeah. And that's the definition of being a prick, in my opinion, because you're attacking someone just for the fact that, you know, you don't like who she is as a person. So same with Zabida. I mean, the nasty stuff about Zabida, about her child and stuff, like that's another thing that Respect went beyond what I thought was, like, you know, totally disgusting. Like, you know, Zabida's had problems with her child and getting custody, and the guy's mocking her about it. Yeah. Like,
I know, I heard that, but then I know Zabeta came out with like some type of recording that's basically where Raspect said that like his child was taken or something, and even I said to her like, oh, don't put that online. Like, just don't like bring the kids into it because it's just going to get like really messy. She's like, oh no, like he did it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I can understand why she probably felt fair and square in All Love and War, because at the end of the day, like, you know, like I said, like, you know, Zabita, whether you love her, like her, or hate her, the point is, you know, I don't wish anybody to kind of like their children to be separated from, you know, them and stuff like that. And when you're like, if you say okay, but when you start mocking it, yeah, like these guys do on like Raspix, I mean, they're literally mocking her and her child being separated. That's when you know it's like pure kind of evil and stuff like that. And that's the thing that I'll be honest with you, Sophia. I kind of want to show people the real Raspect, yeah, because I don't really care about Raspect in that sense, yeah. If he just told everybody he loves to beef, he loves to the drama, he loves the views and the stuff like that, and he loves the internet drama, I would have left him alone. I'd be like, okay, cool, that's what you like.
I know, but it's like the act that he puts on, like, oh, I'm so righteous, my name's a Raspect, you know.
And the way he says, I love, because I said to him last time, yeah, I don't, to be honest, I don't like most of my goddamn followers on the chat. I don't know who they are. Like, I said the other day, like, if Rayon suddenly didn't turn up, yeah, for like a month, I wouldn't even think about it. I'd be like, oh, he's gone. What? On the next minute, I'd be like, going to the next thing. Like, and I like Rayon, yeah, I think he's a good guy. But I don't know him. Yeah. They're nothing to me apart from names and people that have supported me. Now, I'm honest with them, and they love that. They love me being cruel to them. They find it quite, you know, like endearing. But with Raspect, he lies to his viewers that, like with Real One, he will say, Real One, I would do anything for you. Anything. Anything you want me to do, I'll do it for you. You are closer to me than myself. And
I know, Real One at the moment thinks that I'm just like egging you on.
Yeah, well, you should. I get a lot of abuse. I'm constantly being abused, and I do appreciate when people kind of give me a bit of support. But I'm just being real with you. Real One, to be honest with you, I want you to wake up. If you was dead in the ditch, yeah.
Real One, come to the bright side.
No, what I'm saying is, Real One, if you was dead in the ditch, I'll be honest with you, I would walk past and wouldn't even call the ambulance. But so would Raspect. He doesn't care about you. You're a prick. You're a nasty, vile piece of trash. No one cares what happens to you. If you suddenly never turned up on internet again, everybody wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Yeah?
I think Mr. Singh would, and I roast.
Yeah, I mean they'll be crying obviously all day in their tears on the thingy, but Raspect wouldn't care. Like somebody would probably say, R.I.P. Real One, and he'll go, who's Real One? And then someone have to remind him, oh, it's that guy that used to pay you every day to talk about Raj and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I mean, I have to say that I do feel like forming a cult, though. What do you think of me doing a test cult?
Oh, well, obviously I'm going to join, duh.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, press 2. I'm not going to even tell him what the question is.
If you do make a cult, you cannot be saying press 1.
Yeah, no, you can't press 1.
Raspect already has like a copyright on number 1, so...
No, and press 1 is for losers, man. Press 1 is for losers. The winners.
First the worst, second the best.
Yeah, and so I'll be honest with you. I reckon I could create a cult relatively quickly because a lot of people, are especially dumb, yeah. And so it's very easy to. All I have to say to them is like, guys, I love you, man. If you wasn't here to support me, I wouldn't be able to wake up in the morning. I wouldn't be able to do anything without you. Everything I do, I owe it to you guys, man. Every time I'm feeling down, my chat, people in the chat just bring me up, man. Please hit that PayPal, man. Every time I see your message, yeah, with that message saying, I'll read it out, but make sure you hit the PayPal too, man, because, you know, I'm a struggling artist, man. You know, I need to be supported. Without you, I would just be able to I wouldn't be able to do anything. I wouldn't be able to go toilet. I wouldn't be able to wipe my own ass. And I'd probably be dribbling in my own saliva and just sitting there like most of you guys, yeah. Now, obviously, I have a life, so I'm not going to be like you guys. So, yeah, like, I could easily like manipulate them into thinking that they mean something to me.
Oh no, don't give out like your master plan.
Yeah, no, but even if I tell them, they'll still fall for it.
Oh my gosh, is that like how much? Is that how dumb you think that you are?
Well, not all of them. The ones that are very easily manipulated. There's some people in there that are definitely. But do you know what I'm doing to them? I'm actually.
I think that Grey Dunya would definitely.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is kind of like tough love. Yeah. I'm trying to make them aware not to fall for these tricks. Yeah. By mocking them and belittling them, and basically hitting them over the head with a naughty stick. Yeah. And so I don't want none of these people to start kind of like becoming sheep. Yeah. Because you understand, like, if I started seeing Rayon or one of these guys start going, Rod, you're always right, Rod, I'd feel disgusted. I'd look at them in disgust.
Or if they started to like press 2 before, before you finish saying what, like.
Yeah, well, I would say, do you think I'm right? And they go, yes. And I haven't even told them what I've told. I haven't even told them what I've said. I could say the most crazy stuff, because I don't know if you listen to Rasvik's shows here, but I always find it. I'm actually studying his shows here to see how to manipulate people. So he'll go.
I know one of the most brainwashed is someone called Johnny M. Power.
Yeah,
literally, as Rasvik saying, "Okay, guys, press 1 if," and then he's like pressing 1, and I'm like, "Oh my goodness, he literally hasn't even finished. What the hell is wrong with you?"
No, I'll tell you one of the funniest things. He goes, Rasvik goes, everybody press 1 if you disagree with rape, and press 2 if you agree with rape. Yeah. Now that question is so loaded. Like, nobody in their right mind is gonna press thingy. Yeah. Everybody press 1 if you agree that pedophilia is bad, and 2 if you agree with pedophilia. Yeah. And obviously, everyone like in the chat, even if
they're
they
just
are
like pressing 1 even before you
they're
finish.
like 1, and they'll be like, "Oh, we better press 1. We better press 1 just in case if somebody thinks we are." Yeah. And to Noah, you little puddy dog, go back to your goddamn white supremacy master Raupish, yeah, and start cleaning his goddamn shoes.
Do you know, I really like Noah.
Oh, I don't know if I'm banning him for the wrong reason though. Is this Noah?
No, Noah's the girl.
Oh, it's Noah. Oh, sorry, woman. Go back to the dishes. Wash the dishes, man. I apologize. Make sure they're clean, sparkling, and make sure especially what's it called, the kind of like wine glasses, I can see my face in them. Yeah, that's what I like. So she goes, Raj, stop talking like this. You are part of the problem by keeping going on like this. Yes, I'm part of the problem and also part of the solution. You get me? I'm highlighting people's thing. You should be listening on how not to get into a cult. Yeah. Like, you should be listening and go, okay, this is a good way to not get trapped like the finger spec thingy. What do you think about this fingering thingy though?
Oh, I feel like it's a bit like strange, but you know, when they say it, I know they're just joking. I think if they was being genuine, like they wanted to finger Respect, then I'll be like, okay, maybe like you shouldn't say that, because I know it's just like a light-hearted joke. I kind of just like brush it off, but it does kind of make me cringe when I hear like.
So I'm similar to you. I'm like, okay, I know they will never do that, yeah. And so I'm kind of like taking a piss of it, yeah. I'm like, okay, but obviously he's taking that now to say that I'm a raper. I mean, the reason why he went to the Sikhs, yeah, and the reason why he, the reason why he calls me a rape apologist is not because, I've said something about rape. He's calling me a rape apologist because I say finger bingy. Like, that is a real.
Is that actually the reason?
Yeah. That's the reason.
Oh, I thought there was like gonna be some like incredible proof.
No. He said
so
that
it's literally because you say.
Yeah, and I said I called him finger bingy, and I said I'm not gonna let Waleed finger you. Yeah. In a joking, mocky way. Yeah. Now, if I said like, yeah, obviously it's still inappropriate, and I'd still say it's pretty kind of like crass, and I'd say it's inappropriate. But it doesn't mean I condone rape. So this is a problem I have with the individual, because he will equate things like racism, yeah, like to very minor things. Like if I say something, you're a racist, like just very minor. Like Zabida said she prefers Arab men, yeah, like that's her decision. She likes Arab men, big deal. She doesn't like black guys or white guys or whatever. She likes Arab men. And if you say the same thing,
she doesn't like black guys. Okay. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but anyway.
Okay, yeah, no, but so no, she's saying that
Anyway,
she's saying her sexual preference is to go for Arab men, yeah, and I don't think there's anything to wrong with that. She's not saying she would never, because her father of her child is actually a black guy, but she says her preference generally is Arab men. Now I hear a lot of Asian girls say, "Oh, we only like Asian guys," or black girls saying we only like black men. That doesn't make them racist, yeah, does it?
no, it's just called a preference.
Yeah. So this is why another reason why Zabida is being called racist and stuff like that, and he does the same thing with the rape thing. Now I'm a rape apologist, and that's a very dangerous thing to say in my community. I mean, I could literally get my head busted open if somebody actually believes that. I mean, some Sikhs are very hot-headed; they'll just freaking just run up to you, and if they think you're doing something like that, they'll freaking just like lay into you. Obviously, you probably think the Sikhs are quite polite, mild-mannered people, but we do have a bit of a temper, and I've seen them when they lose their temper, man. It'll go from 0 to 1,000 in like a second, especially when it
Yeah,
comes to
no, but
topics like
like
that.
to be honest, that is understandable. Like if you go to someone's like temple or like church or wherever, and you start like saying that, oh, this person condones rape
Yeah.
or like they're a rape apologist, of course they're going to get like some type of heat from their community. So
Yeah.
obviously he knew what he was doing.
And
But I
also
just feel like
the
it's sick that
grooming
he even
one.
like, sorry,
No, but the worst one is a pedophile one. Like
yeah.
you can't go into any community claiming I'm a pedophile apologist, and the basis for it is so weak. Like Banksy, it's because of Banksy's situation, because I talked to Banksy. That's the basis for me being a pedophile apologist. That's how
Oh,
weak it
really?
is.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like, do you know, it doesn't surprise me because he said, although like what Real said, I don't agree with what Real said.
Mm.
But like even that, you know, like Respect deep down knows that Real wasn't a paedophile.
Yeah.
But obviously it's just something to tarnish his name. Like it's like character assassinating, isn't it?
Yeah. But with my situations, it's even worse because I didn't even say anything. So by my association with Banksy, because I don't just chuck people under the bus because people don't like them. Like I made my own decision about Banksy, although I believe what you said was wrong. Um, and I do believe, it's pretty disgusting in some ways. I don't believe he's a nonce. What I believed he was trying to do was to make some kind of, let's just say, a bad, kind of like, let's just say, bad point by saying that if I draw, because it was about drawing, wasn't it? Can drawing be considered X, Y, Z? And he said, if I want to draw you as a 5-year-old and bash over it, then I will. Yeah. Now, obviously, like I think when he said it, it's obviously wrong. And when he said it, I believe he meant like a stick, because he told me he meant like one of these kind of like basic kind of round head, kind of very basic drawing. Yeah. And I was trying to explain to him that okay, you thought of that, but for me, when I think of drawing, I think of very realistic artwork.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like when I heard that as well, I was like, okay,
Mm.
that sounds really strange. You should probably retract that. Or I don't know if you can come back from
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I said to him, like, I definitely believe you're wrong, and I've got to go by his intention, in the sense that he said. And when I explained to him, like, okay, I can do realistic drawings. I've done drawings of families and stuff like commissions, and I can make them look very real. And if somebody was to find sexual gratification over that, then I'm gonna have to say they are a pedophile if they can do that. But obviously, he was trying to make a point in a bad way, and I think he's a bit too stubborn to admit when he's wrong, because he doesn't want to say that. But I do think that's it. But that doesn't mean I'm a pedophile apologist. Yeah, because I'm
No,
speaking to
and
him.
like, do you know the reason why it's so annoying is because he knows that you're not a paedophile apologist.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing as well. I mean, if I truly believed he truly believed what he is saying, I probably, although I'd still strongly disagree with it and be very angry, I would at least say, okay, yeah, okay. So I give an example. I said some things to certain people, and at the time, I actually believed them. So I said, let me give an example. I said I believed that the Lodjan was not Sikh anymore and was a Sufi Sikh. Yeah. And when I said it, I didn't say it as a lie to characterize us. I actually truly believed it, because of some of the things
Yeah,
I
I know
heard.
you did, yeah.
Yeah, so for me, it's an intention. Do you say it because you want to make a life, or do you truly believe it? And but by his actions, I truly believe it. Now, looking back, I don't agree with that now. But at the time, I did. But with respect, I do believe he says stuff knowing that it's totally false, and just to kind of slander and character assassinate people. So yeah, for me, like,
And
if I do,
earlier, I heard Ghost Speaker's Corner like trying to start up trouble again between you and Talochim.
yeah. All I did was big up the lockdown, ring out. This guy here, now I understand he's from Manchester, because I didn't know he's from Manchester. I thought he was from Birmingham for some reason. Manchester is
Yeah,
the
he does have like a
epicenter.
Birmingham type of accent.
Yeah. So you have to understand the reason why TYO and Ghost Speakers Corner are so angry with me is because Manchester, like if you heard John earlier, is the epicenter of the grooming epidemic in the Pakistani community. So obviously for them, it's gonna be pretty difficult. Like when people keep on talking about it, because I guarantee you they know people that are being arrested or are gonna be arrested. Yeah, because if people don't realize the groom, look. So if I heard a story of a girl who was groomed, and only 8 to 9 people were convicted, but she said there was hundreds of men. Think about it, hundreds
I
of
know.
men. She can't remember exactly who they were, where they were from.
Yeah,
And
you
they
know,
were
I was
also doing
trying
it.
to explain that to Samaya earlier on Dan's channel, because she was like saying something about the grooming, and I was like, oh, like although the groomers might get caught, there's still like loads of rapists that are still at large walking
Yeah.
around, and she was like, but how are they at large if they've been caught? And I'm like, did you like read what I said? I said if the groomers are caught, like these girls are maybe groomed by like 5 or 6 men, but raped by many more. So
Yeah.
it's so sad.
So the thing is, like, so the girls are drunk and everything, so they don't even know where they're going, but they know they are different men because of the areas, because the whole of the links of, like, the stories of them being driven all over the place, driven over the place. So there's no way she's going to remember exactly which each person is if they're not from the same area. Yeah, and what they don't understand is like, okay, you got 7 men pimping them, but where's the customers? Yeah,
exactly.
The people that paid for it, they're just as culpable because they're paying for sex with an underage girl who's under duress. And so those people, and that's why I say that when it comes to this grooming epidemic, like, it's the tip of the iceberg in terms of who really was involved. And I'm going to say something quite controversial, but TYO.
Wait, Raj is about to be controversial. I don't believe you.
Oh no, I know. So TYO, I've got a recording of him basically threatening someone on a late stream on odds, and basically he was trying to threaten him and tell him that basically what did he say? He said, and I've got the recording. He says, I know gangbangers all over the UK. Yeah, I sell food. Yeah, I sell food all over the UK. I know badmans all over the UK. I feed hungry dogs. Yeah, and so if you say something like that, I mean, you know what he's talking about. Don't say it, but you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. That's
Yeah, don't say it. So if you're saying that, and then you're from Manchester, and one of the ways that they would get the girls was through that food trade. The food trade was used. You know what I'm talking about. You're not talking about real food, but I don't want to say it because of slander.
Yeah, no, I know what it's like a code name for.
Yeah, street slang. So basically, if you're doing food and you're saying you're delivering food all over the place and all that, some even indirectly, you're actually probably contributed to the grooming of those girls, because the way they got them into that situation was through the food.
Yes.
Yeah, they'd get them hooked, and somebody had to supply that, and they probably knew. That's what I think TYO especially is very. You see how angry he gets, how triggered he gets, and Ghost as well. It's like they got something to hide, in my opinion. Like there's something about them. I don't see anybody else. And when I found out today that Ghost is also from Manchester, then I'm like, okay. But because if you hear ever Pakistanis, when Ali's a Pakistani, do you know that? Ali
Oh, like
the
one with like really like squeaky sounding voice.
Yeah. So
is he Pakistani? That is so fun. I thought he was like, I don't know.
So when he's on the panel, they don't even. I mean, even odds and stuff here, they don't really get that mad here because they're from certain different areas. But now I've realized the reason why these two really get agitated, because I'm telling you, man, I'm not going to say too much, but I personally believe they know more than they're letting on, and they're freaking pissed that people are talking about it. Yeah, because that's the only reason I can see them get so agitated.
What you said about that person TYO. if you know, like the urban slang and what he said,
Yeah.
it's kind of like the domino effect in it. So if you take out a couple of people, it can affect a lot of people that are like working behind the scenes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So if he's like, so if you look at the stories of girls getting groomed, what they would do is get them onto alcohol and then drugs. Yeah, and the drugs is the one that really gets them hooked, and you can manipulate them with drugs. Yeah, with alcohol it's a different situation because you don't get as hooked, and so with the drugs, and if you know that, and I would not want to say too much, if you know that certain individuals have been doing that, then they must have known certain things. There's no way you can be in that particular field in such a small area like Manchester.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, especially in that location.
Yeah. It's not like it's London. You can't use the excuse it's London. You're talking about a tiny area, and when you look at all the major grooming cases, Oldham, Rotherham, Rochdale, they're all within the vicinity of not that far from each other. Yeah. And then you got Manchester, like the epicenter and stuff like that. So now I understand, because today was the first time I ever heard Ghost reveal that he's from Manchester, and I always knew TYO was. Now I know that. Now it makes sense why those two get the most triggered. If you got nothing to hide, you two, you wouldn't be getting so upset, would you?
Exactly. You know, that's always been played on my mind, that like it can trigger people, that someone's talking about exposing groomers. How could that trigger someone?
Yeah, because and the thing is, what they don't realize is that, from my understanding, the police are now trying to go through older cases, and I heard a documentary where they're saying that old cases, and there's going to be a lot of people getting knocks on the
Yeah,
door.
some cases are being like reopened, aren't they?
Yeah, and so they're going to start getting knocks on the door. And these two sound like, I'm not saying anything, but they sound freaking jittery all the time about this freaking grooming thing, man. Like, for me, I don't care. Like, when you got such a small community, and you're from Manchester, and you're telling me to shut up about talking about grooming, why? I don't hear any other. I mean, there's not many other communities like other Pakistanis from London and stuff telling me to keep and stop talking about grooming and stuff. They're the most vocal. So you have to ask yourself, what have you got to hide? Why are you so angry? And you see how agitated and angry they get.
I know. I mean, Ghost Speaker's Corner, he's like so obsessed with you.
I know, it's weird.
He's one of the worst.
I know. I don't know what to do. Like, I sometimes get a bit creeped out because
I know. Be careful. He might be after you. I don't
know. The thing is that, like, when he talks to me, he actually can't keep his composure, or whether he's like that all the time. But it's weird when I speak to him because he literally is like flustered, like he's met like his boyfriend or something like that. And I'm not your boyfriend.
You know, I know, especially if like you go onto Dan's panel or Surf has a channel, I'm like, oh, where is Ghost Speaker's Corner? He's going to show up any second now. And then, like, lo and behold, he shows up.
And the thing is, I know he says that I'm mocking the like I'm saying about his mother and stuff like that, but I'm not. When I'm talking about inbreeding, it's a fact that around 60% or 70% of the Pakistani community marry their first cousins. Yeah, that's not me saying that. There's a high chance that this guy has had at least 2 or 3 generations of parents marrying who are from cousins. Yeah, and so when I'm mentioning that, I'm not going from me being slander. If you look at the statistics, so my area next to me, the stillbirths for people from the Pakistani community was 30% higher than other communities. 30% on stillbirths. And that was directly, they said, related to cousin marriage and stuff. So I don't know. I don't know why you get so upset.
You can get reports from NHS hospitals up north that actually confirm those stats as well.
Yeah, and in a way, I'm doing what I normally do, which is tough love. Like, listen to me. Stop doing that freaking filthy act. What's it like in the English culture though, marrying your first cousin? Because I'm pretty sure it's frowned upon as well.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's like frowned upon as well. Like it never happens.
Yeah, but
although I'm only half English, so maybe I'm not like the best person to ask. But I know from like my English parent, it's not something that they do.
Yeah, I think people realized a long time ago that when they started walking around and like, that guy's a bit of a freaking fruitcake. And why is that? Let's look into his genealogy, and they're probably like, okay, all right, and they started realizing that You know, anybody that married, because you know the royal family and stuff used to marry their own cousins, and they turn into
Yeah,
goddamn
except the royal family.
yeah, turn into like they always had the eyes and stuff like that. You know, like this crazy kind of lunatics, man. Oh, Sophia, I'm gonna wrap up now, man. Big up for jumping on, man.
Yeah, it's really
Is
late.
there any gossip you can tell me? Because you know I love gossip.
I'm trying to think of any like type of gossip. Oh, I actually do have. Well, I have something, but I'll have to tell you like on messages. I can't say it online.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, those type of gossip is my favorite because it's like you can't tell everybody, and they all want it, and I am gonna get the gossip. So please send it
Yeah,
to
I'll
me
have to tell you
ASAP.
like separately.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna tell you guys, man. This is the like the perks of being the Raj. You know, I get all this gossip. I'm sure I was like, I don't know what it is about me, man. I just love gossip. I don't, you know, whenever anyone says something, I'm like, oh my god, I'm like an old
I know.
woman, man.
I love gossip as well. So don't
Yeah, so
worry.
it's not just me, or am I just very open about loving gossip? Maybe everybody
No,
loves gossip.
look, everyone loves a bit of gossip. Even
Mm.
Raspek's cult,
Yeah,
which
oh,
is
they
why
love
he'd
it the
stay up
most,
all
man.
night.
Yeah, you're right, because it is basically gossiping like a little old woman, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
sitting there going, oh, this person's doing this, that person's doing that, this person's doing that. Yeah. Anyway, man,
we all
big
like
up to
gossip.
everybody, man. Big up to Sophia Lewis for ending the show as well. And big up to everybody listening. And like I said, the Raj will be back at Speaker's Corner. I will be keeping myself safe. I'll probably have to have someone walking behind, just checking that, you know, nothing's happening. Because I don't need to see a
Get
live
a
popping
camera
up.
put on your back.
See a live was like gully. Did you see that video? Like when she jumped on Sir Faz's?
Yeah, I
Did you
know.
see
I
that?
heard part of it, and I was like, oh my gosh, here we go.
I'm terrified. You know, people think I'm lying. I'm actually terrified of her.
Yeah, I mean, I
Do
wouldn't.
you know why?
Like, I mean,
Do
she's
you know
probably
why?
back in Holland.
No, do you know why I'm more terrified of it? How small and petite she is. Like she's so unassuming. So like,
Really?
yeah, like she's tiny. So that's more scary because she has a freaking mouth on her, man. Like she literally like could like, you know, go from zero to. So when I remember, you have to understand, when I was at Speaker's Corner, I remember seeing her and thinking, who's this weird little woman? Yeah, like filming me. I was like, oh, and because Winter Wonderland was on, I didn't really think too much of it apart from, oh, why is she filming? Then I thought, oh, maybe she's never seen a Sikh that looks like ISIS, like walking about Speaker's Corner going. Because I was actually heckling people going, oh, Mansoor, you are gonna answer my question. I don't care if it takes 20 years. Why
And then,
did
like,
you
you
not?
just saw that, and you saw her recording. You was like, what the
Yeah, so
hell?
I was doing that, and then I looked to the side, and I just saw this little kind of like North African woman, or she looked Turkish or Greek, and she had the camera, and I was like, okay, she was looking at me like I was mad, and I thought, all right, that's the normal look I get when I'm screaming and stuff, and then I realized that she was there again when I was speaking to Suleiman, and going, I will adopt you, Suleiman, and she was filming. And then after I was like, all right, maybe, you know, because the Winter Wonderland was there, I just thought, all right, there's women walking about. Maybe they've never seen a Sikh guy. Maybe there's some tourist. Because I'm a bit of a weird person to see if you was just randomly walking through Speaker's Corner, not knowing what it was, and then you saw the Rajneeta walking
Yeah,
about.
like, yeah, that's striking because of like the
Yeah.
clothing and stuff with the
Yeah,
cameras.
I do have people just looking like, what's going on here? But let me say something to the public. I am dressing like the enemy in order to defeat them. Yeah, I'm trying to show people that, you know,
The enemy within.
yeah, the enemy
tactic.
within. So yeah, so with her, like, so when she did that, and then it's only an after. It didn't even cross my mind for a second that it was Sia, not even for a second. I didn't even think in a million years. Even when I was told Sia was filming me, I still didn't put two and two together until I saw the video, and I remembered looking at my video of seeing that girl standing there, and I then put the videos together. And I was like, okay, it was her. So yeah, and I'm telling you, she's not. You know, all this thing about her being big and fat. Yeah, I don't know where that come from. Maybe she had liposuction or freaking, I don't know, lost that.
Maybe.
I don't know because where do those fat rumors come from? Yeah, it can't just come from nowhere unless people are mocking her and just pretending. Anyway, let's go off then. Big
Anyways,
up to the
yes.
show. It was a good show
Everyone have
today
a good
anyway, man.
night.
It was a good show today. Big up to everybody, man. Good night, Sophia Lou. Send me that gossip, please, ASAP.
Yeah, have a good night. I'll send you.
Anyway, man,
gossip.
take care, everybody, man.
Night, night.
Night, night.